rejoice I'm getting it. So I'm just gonna just kick it back, let you guys relax and hear the beautiful, beautiful message of the Lord. So just kick back. Sorry guys, let me see. You you come and finish and tell me, eh? You come and finish and tell me. When you come and finish and tell me. France, is it early? Not so early. Not so early. You're too early. You normally up by 4, but you and grandma on sleep last night and you can't sleep no more. France is early in the morning, but the good Lord pass through. Mummy, it's not, no, it's not mummy coffee. It's chuk chuk. It's chuk chuk.
Some DPH.
Is that what that? I'll give him some DPH.
Words of my groaning. My God, I cry out by day, but you do not answer. Also at night, but I find no rest. Psalm chapter 22, verse 1 to 2. In the depths of David's soul, a haunting question lingered. My God, why have you forsaken me? These words, ancient and raw, echo across time, resurfacing from the lips of our Savior as he bore the weight of the world's sin. Have you ever stood in such shadows where the silence around you seemed to confirm the fear within you that God himself had turned his back? David, in his anguish, painted his pain with the darkest hues, likening himself to a mere worm, scorned and scornful. His adversaries towered over him like mighty bulls, their roars like the fury of lions. David's very life seemed to seep out of him, his vitality trickling away, leaving him hollow, his courage evaporating like dew at dawn, his heart feeling as though it might beat its final measure. His cries, though, did not vanish into the void. He called out, poured out his heart in a torrent of grief and longing. His soul's lament stretched on until a shift occurred, a soft but seismic realization. You have answered me. With this revelation, the canvas of David's circumstance was repainted, not altering the scene, but infusing it with a new light. Despair blossomed into hope, sorrow into songs of thanksgiving. The psalmist's testimony shifted from desolation to a declaration of faith, a prophetic assurance that future generations would witness and proclaim, "He has done this." Dear loving Father, in the quiet of my heart, may I always hear the whispers of your hope. In moments when I feel abandoned, drowned in the depths of despair. Remind me, O Lord, that you have heard my cry. Your presence is a constant, even when my heart is clouded with doubt. I thank you for being intimately familiar with every facet of my anguish, just as you embraced it on the cross, and yet triumphantly showed us that beyond the sorrow lies the promise of resurrection. Hold me close, that I might feel the beating of your heart against mine, and grant me the courage to cling to you through every trial. In the redeeming name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Oh boy. That's my song. That's my song. That's it. Come on. Mr. Matthew will take scalping, right?
Will return. Then return to me, declares the Lord. If you put your detestable idols out of my sight, and no longer go astray, and if in a truthful, just, and righteous way you swear, as surely as the Lord lives, then the nations will invoke blessings by him, and in him they will boast. This is what the Lord says to the people of Judah and to Jerusalem. Break up your unplowed ground, and do not sow among thorns. Circumcise yourselves to the Lord. Circumcise your hearts, you people of Judah and inhabitants of Jerusalem. Or my wrath will flare up and burn like fire because of the evil you have done. Burn with no one to quench it. Announce in Judah and proclaim in Jerusalem and say, sound the trumpet throughout the land. Cry aloud and say, gather together, let us flee to the fortified cities. Raise the signal to go to Zion. Flee for safety without delay, for I am bringing disaster from the north, even terrible destruction. A lion has come out of his lair, a destroyer of nations has set out. He has left his place to lay waste your land. Your towns will lie in ruins, without inhabitant. So put on sackcloth, lament and wail, for the fierce anger of the Lord has not turned away from us. In that day, declares the Lord, the king and the officials will lose heart, the priests will be horrified, and the prophets will be appalled. Then I said,
Alas, Sovereign Lord, how completely you have deceived this people and Jerusalem by saying you will have peace, when the sword is at our throats. At that time, this people and Jerusalem will be told, a scorching wind from the barren heights in the desert blows towards my people, but not to winnow or cleanse. A wind too strong for that comes from me. Now I pronounce my judgments against them. Oh, he advances like the clouds. His chariots come like a whirlwind. His horses are swifter than eagles. Woe to us! We are ruined. Jerusalem, wash the evil from your heart and be saved. How long will you harbor wicked thoughts? A voice is announcing from Dan, proclaiming disaster from the hills of Ephraim. Tell this to the nations. Proclaim concerning Jerusalem. A besieging army is coming from a distant land, raising a war cry against the cities of Judah. They surround her like men guarding a field, because she has rebelled against me, declares the Lord. Your own conduct and actions have brought this on you. This is your punishment. How bitter it is, how it pierces to the heart. Oh, my anguish, my anguish. I writhe in pain. Oh, the agony of my heart. My heart pounds within me. I cannot keep silent, for I have heard the sound of the trumpet. I have heard the battle cry. Disaster follows disaster. The whole land lies in ruins. In an instant, my tents are destroyed, my shelter in a moment. How long must I see the battle standard and hear the sound of the trumpet? My people are fools. They do not know me. They are senseless children. They have no understanding. They are skilled in doing evil. They know not how to do good. I looked at the earth, and it was formless and empty, and at the heavens, and their light was gone. I looked at the mountains, and they were quaking. All the hills were swaying. I looked, and there were no people. Every bird in the sky had flown away. I looked, and the fruitful land was a desert. All its towns lay in ruins before the Lord, before his fierce anger. This is what the Lord says. The whole land will be ruined, though I will not destroy it completely. Therefore the earth will mourn, and the heavens above grow dark, because I have spoken and will not relent. I have decided and will not turn back. At the sound of horsemen and archers, every town takes to flight. Some go into the thickets, some climb up among the rocks. All the towns are deserted, no one lives in them. What are you doing, you devastated one? Why dress yourself in scarlet and put on jewels of gold? Why highlight your eyes with makeup? You adorn yourself in vain. Your lovers despise you, they want to kill you. I hear a cry as of a woman in labor, a groan as of one bearing her first child, the cry of daughter Zion gasping for breath, stretching out her hands and saying, "Alas, I am fainting. My life is given over to murderers." Jeremiah chapter 5. Go up and down the streets of Jerusalem. Look around and consider. Search through her squares. If you can find but one person who deals honestly and seeks the truth, I will forgive this city. Although they say, "As surely as the Lord lives," still they are swearing falsely. Lord, do not your eyes look for truth? You struck them, but they felt no pain. You crushed them, but they refused correction. They made their faces harder than stone and refused to repent. I thought, these are only the poor. They are foolish, for they do not know the way of the Lord, the requirements of their God. So I will go to the leaders and speak to them. Surely they know the way of the Lord, the requirements of their God. But with one accord they too had broken off the yoke and torn off the bonds. Therefore a lion from the forest will attack them. A wolf from the desert will ravage them. A leopard will lie in wait near their towns. peace is any who venture out, for their rebellion is great, and their backslidings many. Why should I forgive you? Your children have forsaken me, and sworn by gods that are not gods. I supplied all their needs, yet they committed adultery, and thronged to the houses of prostitutes. They are well-fed, lusty stallions, each neighing for another man's wife. Should I not punish them for this, declares the Lord? Should I not avenge myself on such a nation as this? Go through her vineyards and ravage them, but do not destroy them completely. Strip off her branches, for these people do not belong to the Lord. The people of Israel and the people of Judah have been utterly unfaithful to me, declares the Lord. They have lied about the Lord. They said, he will do nothing. No harm will come to us. We will never see sword or famine. The prophets are but wind, and the word is not in them. So let what they say be done to them. Therefore this is what the Lord God Almighty says. Because the people have spoken these words, I will make my words in your mouth a fire, and these people the wood it consumes. People of Israel, declares the Lord, I am bringing a distant nation against you, an ancient and enduring nation, a people whose language you do not know, whose speech you do not understand. Their quivers are like an open grave. All of them are mighty warriors. They will devour your harvests and food, devour your sons and daughters. They will devour your flocks and herds, devour your vines and fig trees. With the sword they will destroy the fortified cities in which you trust. Yet even in those days, declares the Lord, I will not destroy you completely. And when the people ask, why has the Lord our God done all this to us? You will tell them, as you have forsaken me and served foreign gods in your own land, so now you will serve foreigners in a land not your own. Announce this to the descendants of Jacob and proclaim it in Judah. Hear this, you foolish and senseless people, who have eyes but do not see, who have ears but do not hear. Should you not fear me, declares the Lord? Should you not tremble in my presence? I made the sand a boundary for the sea, an everlasting barrier it cannot cross. The waves may roll, but they cannot prevail. They may roar, but they cannot cross it. But these people have stubborn and rebellious hearts. They have turned aside and gone away. They do not say to themselves, let us fear the Lord our God, who gives autumn and spring rains in season, who assures us of the regular weeks of harvest. Your wrongdoings have kept these away. Your sins have deprived you of good. Among my people are the wicked who lie in wait, like men who snare birds, and like those who set traps to catch people. Like cages full of birds, their houses are full of deceit. They have become rich and powerful, and have grown fat and sleek. Their evil deeds have no limit. They do not seek justice. They do not promote the case of the fatherless. They do not defend the just cause of the poor. Should I not punish them for this, declares the Lord? Should I not avenge myself on such a nation as this? A horrible and shocking thing has happened in the land. The prophets prophesy lies. The priests rule by their own authority, and my people love it this way. But what will you do in the end? Jeremiah chapter 6. Flee for safety, people of Benjamin. Flee from Jerusalem. Sound the trumpet in Tekoa. Raise the signal over Beth Hakkerem, for disaster looms out of the north, even terrible destruction. I will destroy daughter Zion, so beautiful and delicate. Shepherds with their flocks will come against her. They will pitch their tents round her, each tending his own portion. Prepare for battle against her. Arise, let us attack at noon. But alas, the daylight is fading, and the shadows of evening grow long. So arise. Let us attack at night and destroy her fortresses. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Cut down the trees and build siege ramps against Jerusalem. This city must be punished. It is filled with oppression. As a well pours out its water, so she pours out her wickedness. Violence and destruction resound in her. Her sickness and wounds are ever before me. Take warning, Jerusalem, or I will turn away from you and make your land desolate, so that no one can live in it. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Let them glean, the remnant of Israel, as thoroughly as a vine. Pass your hand over the branches again, like one gathering grapes. To whom can I speak and give warning? Who will listen to me? Their ears are closed, so that they cannot hear. The word of the Lord is offensive to them. They find no pleasure in it. But I am full of the wrath of the Lord, and I cannot hold it in. Pour it out on the children in the street, and on the young men gathered together. Both husband and wife will be caught in it, and the old, those weighed down with years. Their houses will be turned over to others, together with their fields and their wives, when I stretch out my hand against those who live in the land, declares the Lord. From the least to the greatest, all are greedy for gain. Prophets and priests alike, all practice deceit. They dress the wound of my people as though it were not serious. Peace, peace, they say, when there is no peace. Are they ashamed of their detestable conduct? No, they have no shame at all. They do not even know how to blush. So they will fall among the fallen. They will be brought down when I punish them, says the Lord. This is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. But you said, we will not walk in it. I appointed watchmen over you and said, listen to the sound of the trumpet. But you said, we will not listen. Therefore hear, you nations, you who are witnesses. Observe what will happen to them. Hear, you earth. I am bringing disaster on this people, the fruit of their schemes, because they have not listened to my words and have rejected my law. What do I care about incense from Sheba, or sweet calamus from a distant land? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable. Your sacrifices do not please me. Therefore, this is what the Lord says. I will put obstacles before this people. Parents and children alike will stumble over them. Neighbors and friends will perish. This is what the Lord says. Look, an army is coming from the land of the north. A great nation is being stirred up from the ends of the earth. They are armed with bow and spear. They are cruel and show no. They sound like the roaring sea as they ride on their horses. They come like men in battle formation to attack you, daughter Zion. We have heard reports about them, and our hands hang. Anguish has gripped us, pain like that of a woman in labor. Do not go out to the fields or walk on the roads, for the enemy has a sword, and there is terror on every side. Put on sackcloth, my people, and roll in ashes. Mourn with bitter wailing, as for an only son, for suddenly the destroyer will come upon us. I have made you a tester of metals, and my people before you, that you may observe and test their ways. They are all hardened rebels, going about to slander. They are bronze and iron. They all act corruptly. The bellows blow fiercely to burn away the lead with fire, but the refining goes on in vain. The wicked are not purged out. They are called rejected silver, because the Lord has rejected them. Jeremiah chapter 7. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Stand at the gate of the Lord's house and proclaim this message. Hear the word of the Lord, all you people of Judah, who come through these gates to worship the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, "This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord." If you really change your words and your actions, and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place, in the land I gave to your ancestors forever and ever. But look, you are trusting in deceptive words that are worthless. Will you steal and murder, commit adultery and perjury, burn incense to Baal, and follow other gods you have not known? And then come and stand before me in this house which bears my name and say, "We are safe." Safe to do all these detestable things? Has this house which bears my name become a den of robbers to you? But I have been watching, declares the Lord. Go now to the place in Shiloh, where I first my name, and see what I did to it because of the wickedness of my people Israel. While you were doing all these things, declares the Lord, I spoke to you again and again, but you did not listen. I called you, but you did not answer. Therefore, what I did to Shiloh, I will now do to the house that bears my name, the temple you trust in, the place I gave to you and your ancestors. I will thrust you from my presence, just as I did all your fellow Israelites, the people of Ephraim. So do not pray for this people, nor offer any plea or petition for them. Do not plead with me, for I will not listen to you. Do you not see what they are doing in the towns of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, the fathers light the fire, and the women knead the dough and make cakes to offer to the Queen of Heaven. They pour out drink offerings to other gods to arouse my anger. But am I the one they are provoking? Declares the Lord. Are they not rather harming themselves? Their own shame. Therefore, this is what the Sovereign Lord says. My anger and my wrath will be poured out on this place, on man and beast, on the trees of the field, and on the crops of your land, and it will burn and not be quenched. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Go ahead, add your burnt offerings to your other sacrifices, and eat the meat yourselves. For when I brought your ancestors out of Egypt and spoke to them, I did not just give them commands about burnt offerings and sacrifices, but I gave them this command: obey me, and I will be your God, and you will be my people. Walk in obedience to all I command you, that it may go well with you. But they did not listen or pay attention. Instead, they followed the stubborn inclinations of their evil hearts. They went backwards and not forwards. From the time your ancestors left Egypt until now, day after day, again and again, I sent you my servants, the prophets. But they did not listen to me or pay attention. They were stiff-necked and did more evil than their ancestors. When you tell them all this, they will not listen to you. When you call to them, they will not answer. Therefore say to them, this is the nation that has not obeyed the Lord its God, or responded to correction. Truth has perished. It has vanished from their lips. Cut off your hair and throw it away. Take up a lament on the barren heights, for the Lord has rejected and abandoned this generation that is under his wrath. The people of Judah have done evil in my eyes, declares the Lord. They have set up their detestable idols in the house that bears my name, and have defiled it. They have built the high places of Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom, to burn their sons and daughters in the fire, something I did not command, nor did it enter my mind. So beware, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when people will no longer call it Topheth, or the valley of Ben Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter, for they will bury the dead in Topheth until there is no more room. Then the carcasses of this people will become food for the birds and the wild animals, and there will be no one to frighten them away. I will bring an end to the sounds of joy and gladness, and to the voices of bride and bridegroom in the towns of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem, for the land will become desolate. Jeremiah chapter 8. At that time, declares the Lord, the bones of the kings and officials of Judah, the bones of the priests and prophets, and the bones of the people of Jerusalem will be removed from their graves. They will be exposed to the sun and the moon and all the stars of the heavens, which they have loved and served, and which they have followed and consulted and worshipped. They will not be gathered up or buried, but will be like dung lying on the ground. Wherever I banish them, all the survivors of this evil nation will prefer death to life, declares the Lord Almighty. Say to them, this is what the Lord says. When people fall down, do they not get up? When someone turns away, do they not return? Why then have these people turned away? Why does Jerusalem always turn away? They cling to deceit. They refuse to return. I have listened attentively, but they do not say what is right. None of them repent of their wickedness, saying, what have I done? Each pursues their own course, like a horse charging into battle. Even the stork in the sky knows her appointed seasons, and the dove, the swift, and the thrush observe the time of their migration. But my people do not know the requirements of the Lord. How can you say, we are wise, for we have the law of the Lord, when actually the lying pen of the scribes has handled it falsely? The wise will be put to shame. They will be dismayed and trapped. Since they have rejected the word of the Lord, what kind of wisdom do they have? Therefore, I will give their slaves to other men, and their fields to new owners. From the least to the greatest, all are greedy for gain. Prophets and priests alike, all practice deceit. They dress the wound of my people as though it were not serious. Peace, peace, they say, when there is no peace. Are they ashamed of their detestable conduct? No, they have no shame at all. They do not even know how to blush, so they will fall among the fallen. They will be brought down when they are punished, says the Lord. I will take away their harvest, declares the Lord. There will be no grapes on the vine, figs on the tree, and their leaves will wither. What I have given them will be taken from them. Why are we sitting here? Gather together. Let us flee to the fortified cities and perish there. For the Lord our God has doomed us to perish and given us poisoned water to drink, because we have sinned against him. We hoped for peace, but no good has come, for a time of healing, but there is only terror. The snorting of the enemy's horses is heard from Dan. At the neighing of their stallions, the whole land trembles. They have come to devour the land and everything in it, the city and all who live there. See, I will send venomous snakes among you. Vipers cannot be charmed, and they will bite you, declares the Lord. You, who are my comforter in sorrow, my heart is within me. Listen to the cry of my people from a land far away. Is the Lord not in Zion? Is her king no longer there? Why have they aroused my anger with their images, with their worthless foreign idols? The harvest is past, the summer has ended, and we are not saved. Since my people are crushed, I am crushed. I mourn, and the horror grips me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is there no healing for the wound of my people? Jeremiah chapter 9. Oh, that my head were a spring of water, and my eyes a fountain of tears. I would weep day and night for the slain of my people. Oh, that I had in the desert a lodging place for travelers, so that I might leave my people and go away from them. For they are all adulterers, a crowd of unfaithful people. They make ready their tongue like a bow to shoot lies. It is not by truth that they triumph in the light. They go from one sin to another. They do not acknowledge me, declares the Lord. Beware of your friends. Do not trust anyone in your clan. For every one of them is a deceiver, and every friend a slanderer. Friend deceives friend, and no one speaks the truth. They have taught their tongues to lie. They weary themselves with sinning. You live in the midst of deception. In their deceit, they refuse to acknowledge me, declares the Lord. Therefore, this is what the Lord Almighty says. See, I will refine and test them, for what else can I do because of the sin of my people? Their tongue is a deadly arrow. It speaks deceitfully. With their mouths they all speak cordially to their neighbors, but in their hearts they set traps for them. Should I not punish them for this, declares the Lord? Should I not avenge myself on such a nation as this? I will weep and wail for the mountains, and take up a lament concerning the wilderness grasslands. They are desolate and untraveled, and the lowing of cattle is not heard. The birds have all fled, and the animals are gone. I will make Jerusalem a heap of ruins, a haunt of jackals, and I will lay waste the towns of Judah, so that no one can live there. Who is wise enough to understand this? Who has been instructed by explain it? Why has the land been ruined and laid waste like a desert that no one can cross? The Lord said, it is because they have forsaken my law, which I set before them. They have not obeyed me or followed my law. Instead, they have followed the stubbornness of their hearts. They have followed the Baals as their ancestors taught them. Therefore, this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. See, I will make this people eat bitter food and drink poisoned water. I will scatter them among nations that neither they nor their ancestors have known, and I will pursue them with the sword until I have made an end of them. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Consider now, call for the wailing women to come. Send for the most skillful of them. Let them come quickly and wail over us till our eyes overflow with tears and water streams from our eyelids. The sound of wailing is heard from Zion. How ruined we are, how great is our shame. We must leave our land because our houses are in ruins. Now, you women, hear the word of the Lord. Open your ears to the words of his mouth. Teach your daughters how to wail. Teach one another a lament. Death has climbed in through our windows and has entered our fortresses. It has removed the children from the streets and the young men from the public squares. Say, this is what the Lord declares. Dead bodies will lie like dung on the open field, like cut corn behind the reaper, no one to gather them. This is what the Lord says. Let not the wise boast of their wisdom, or the strong boast of their strength, or the rich boast of their riches. But let the one who boasts about this, that they have the understanding to know me, that I am the Lord who exercises kindness, justice, and righteousness on earth. For in these I delight, declares the Lord. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will punish all who are circumcised only in the flesh, Egypt, Judah, Edom, Ammon, Moab, and all who live in the wilderness and distant places. For all these nations are really uncircumcised, and even the whole house of Israel is uncircumcised in heart. Jeremiah chapter 10. Hear what the Lord says to you, people of Israel. This is what the Lord says. Do not learn the ways of the nations, or be terrified by signs in the heavens, though the nations are terrified by them. for the practices of the peoples are worthless. They cut a tree out of the forest, and a craftsman shapes it with his chisel. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammer and nails, so that it will not totter. Like a scarecrow in a cucumber field, their idols cannot speak. They must be carried, because they cannot walk. Do not fear them. They can do no harm, nor can they do any good. No one is like you, Lord. You are great, and your name is mighty in power. Who should not fear you, King of the nations? This is your due. Among all the wise leaders of the nations and in all their kingdoms, there is no one like you. They are all senseless and foolish. They are taught by worthless wooden idols. Hammered silver is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Euphaz. What the craftsman and goldsmith have made is then dressed in blue and purple, all made by skilled workers. But the Lord is the true God. He is the living God, the eternal King. When he is angry, the earth trembles. The nations cannot endure his wrath. Tell them this: these gods, who did not make the heavens and the earth, will perish from the earth and from under the heavens. But God made the earth by his power. He founded the world by his wisdom and stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he thunders, the waters in the heavens roar. He makes clouds rise from the ends of the earth. He sends lightning with the rain and brings out the wind from his storehouses. Everyone is senseless and without knowledge. Every goldsmith is shamed by his idols. The images he makes are a fraud. They have no breath in them. They are worthless, the objects of mockery. When their judgment comes, they will perish. He who is the portion of Jacob is not like these. For he is the maker of all things, including Israel, the people of his inheritance. The Lord Almighty is his name. Gather up your belongings to leave the land, you who live under siege. For this is what the Lord says: at this time I will hurl out those who live in this land. I will bring distress on them, so that they may be captured. Woe to me because of my injury. My wound is incurable. Yet I said to myself, this is my sickness, and I must endure it. My tent is destroyed. All its ropes are snapped. My children are gone from me and are no more. No one is left now to pitch my tent or to set up my shelter. The shepherds are senseless and do not inquire of the Lord. So they do not prosper, and all their flock is scattered. Listen, the report is coming. A great commotion from the land of the north. It will make the towns of Judah desolate, a haunt of jackals. Lord, I know that people's lives are not their own. It is not for them to direct their steps. Discipline me, Lord, but only in due measure, not in your anger, or you will reduce me to nothing. Pour out your wrath on the nations that do not acknowledge you, on the peoples who do not call on your name. For they have devoured Jacob. They have devoured him completely and destroyed his homeland. Jeremiah 11. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Listen to the terms of this covenant, and tell them to the people of Judah and to those who live in Jerusalem. Tell them that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Cursed is the one who does not obey the terms of this covenant, the terms I commanded your ancestors when I brought them out of Egypt, out of the iron smelting furnace. I said, obey me, and do everything I command you, and you will be my people, and I will be your God. Then I will fulfill the oath I swore to your ancestors, to give them a land flowing with milk and will swarm. For the sword of the Lord will devour from one end of the land to the other. No one will be safe. They will sow wheat, but reap thorns. They will wear themselves out, but gain nothing. They will bear the shame of their harvest, because of the Lord's fierce anger. This is what the Lord says. As for all my wicked neighbors who seize the inheritance I gave to my people Israel, I will uproot them from their lands, and I will uproot the people of Judah from among them. But after I uproot them, I will again have compassion, and will bring each of them back to their own inheritance and their own country. And if they learn well the ways of my people, and swear by my name, saying, As surely as the Lord lives, even as they once taught my people to swear by Baal, then they will be established among my people. But if any nation does not listen, I will completely uproot and destroy it, declares the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 13. This is what the Lord said to me. Go and buy a linen belt and put it round your waist, but do not let it touch water. So I bought a belt as the Lord directed and put it round my waist. Then the word of the Lord came to me a second time. Take the belt you bought and are wearing round your waist, and go now to Pirath, and hide it there in a crevice in the rocks. So I went and hid it at Pirath, as the Lord told me. Many days later the Lord said to me, Go now to Pirath, and get the belt I told you to hide there. So I went to Pirath and dug up the belt, and took it from the place where I had hidden it. But now it was ruined and completely useless. Then the word of the Lord came to me. This is what the Lord says. In the same way, I will ruin the pride of Judah and the great pride of Jerusalem. These wicked people, who refuse to listen to my words, who follow the stubbornness of their hearts and go after other gods to serve and worship them, will be like this belt, completely useless. For as a belt is bound round the waist, so I bound all the people of Israel and all the people of Judah to me, declares the Lord, to be my people, for my renown and praise and honor. But they have not listened. Say to them, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Every wineskin should be filled with wine. And if they say to you, Don't we know that every wineskin should be filled with wine? Then tell them, This is what the Lord says. I am going to fill with drunkenness all who live in this land, including the kings who sit on David's throne, the priests, the prophets, and all those living in Jerusalem. I will smash them one against the other, parents and children alike, declares the Lord. I will allow no pity or mercy or compassion to keep me from destroying them. Hear and pay attention. Do not be arrogant, for the Lord has spoken. Give glory to the Lord your God before he brings the darkness, before your feet stumble on the darkening hills. You hope for light, but he will turn it to utter darkness and change it to deep gloom. If you do not listen, I will weep in secret because of your pride. My eyes will weep bitterly, overflowing with tears, because the Lord's flock will be taken captive. Say to the king and to the queen mother, Come down from your thrones, for your glorious crowns will fall from your heads. The cities in the Negev will be shut up, and there will be no one to open them. All Judah will be carried into exile, carried completely away. Look up and see those who are coming from the north. Where is the flock that was entrusted to you, the sheep of which you boasted? What will you say when the Lord sets over you those you cultivated as your special allies? Will not pain grip you like that of a woman in labor? And if you ask yourself, why has this happened to me? It is because of your many sins that your skirts have been torn off, and your body ill-treated. Can an Ethiopian change his skin, or a leopard its spots? Neither can you do good who are accustomed to doing evil. I will scatter you like chaff driven by the desert wind. This is your lot, the portion I have decreed for you, declares the Lord. Because you have forgotten me and trusted in false gods, I will pull up your skirts over your face that your shame may be seen, your adulteries and lustful neighings, your shameless prostitution. I have seen your detestable acts on the hills and in the fields. Woe to you, Jerusalem! How long will you be unclean? Jeremiah chapter 14. This is the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought. Judah mourns, her cities languish. They wail for the land, and a cry goes up from Jerusalem. The nobles send their servants for water. They go to the cisterns, but find no water. They return with their jars unfilled. Dismayed and despairing, they cover their heads. The ground is cracked because there is no rain in the land. The farmers are dismayed and cover their heads. Even the doe in the field deserts her newborn fawn because there is no grass. Wild donkeys stand on the barren heights and pant like jackals. Their eyes fail for lack of food. Although our sins testify against us, do something, Lord, for the sake of your name. For we have often rebelled. We have sinned against you. You, who are the hope of Israel, its Savior in times of distress, why are you like a stranger in the land, like a traveler who stays only a night? Why are you like a man taken by surprise, like a warrior powerless to save? You are among us, Lord, and we bear your name. Do not forsake us. This is what the Lord says about this people. They greatly love to wander. They do not restrain their feet. So the Lord does not accept them. He will now remember their wickedness and punish them for their sins. Then the Lord said to me, do not pray for the well-being of this people. Although they fast, I will not listen to their cry. Though they offer burnt offerings and grain offerings, I will not accept them. Instead, I will destroy them with the sword, famine, and plague. But I said, alas, sovereign Lord, the prophets keep telling them, you will not see the sword or suffer famine. Indeed, I will give you lasting peace in this place. Then the Lord said to me, the prophets are prophesying lies in my name. I have not sent them or appointed them or spoken to them. They are prophesying to you false visions, divinations, idolatries, and the delusions of their own minds. Therefore, this is what the Lord says about the prophets who are prophesying in my name. I did not send them. Yet they are saying, no sword or famine will touch this land. Those same prophets will perish by sword and famine. And the people they are prophesying to will be thrown out into the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and sword. There will be no one to bury them, their wives, their sons, and their daughters. I will pour out on them the calamity they deserve. Speak this word to them. Let my eyes overflow with tears, night and day without ceasing. For the virgin daughter, my people, has suffered a grievous wound, a crushing blow. If I go into the country, I see those slain by the sword. If I go into the city, I see the ravages of famine. Both prophet and priest have gone to a land they know not. Have you rejected Judah completely? Do you despise Zion? Why have you afflicted us so that we cannot be healed? We hoped for peace, but no good has come. For a time of healing, but there is only terror. We acknowledge our wickedness, Lord, and the guilt of our ancestors. We have indeed sinned against you. For the sake of your name, do not despise us. Do not dishonor your glorious throne. Remember your covenant with us and do not break it. Do any of the worthless idols of the nations bring rain? Do the skies themselves send down showers? No, it is you, Lord our God. hope is in you. For you. Isaiah chapter 15. Then the Lord said to me, even if Moses and Samuel were to stand before me, my heart would not go out to this people. Send them away from my presence. Let them go. And if they ask you, where shall we go? Tell them, this is what the Lord says. Those destined for to death, those for the sword, to the sword, those for starvation, to starvation, those for captivity, to captivity. I will send 4 kinds of destroyers against them, declares the Lord. The sword to kill, and the dogs to drag away, and the birds and the wild animals to devour and destroy. I will make them abhorrent to all the kingdoms of the earth, because of what Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, did in Jerusalem. Who will have pity on you, Jerusalem? Who will mourn for you? Who will stop to ask how you are? You have rejected me, declares the Lord. You keep on backsliding. So I will reach out and destroy you. I am tired of holding back. I will winnow them with a winnowing fork at the city gates of the land. I will bring bereavement and destruction on my people, for they have not changed their ways. I will make their widows more numerous than the sand of the sea. At midday I will bring a destroyer against the mothers of their young men. Suddenly I will bring down on them anguish and terror. The mother of 7 will grow faint and breathe her last. Her sun will set while it is still day. She will be disgraced and humiliated. I will put the survivors to the sword before their enemies, declares the Lord. Alas, my mother, that you gave me birth, a man with whom the whole land strives and contends. I have neither lent nor borrowed, yet everyone curses me. The Lord said, surely I will deliver you for a good purpose. Surely I will make your enemies plead with you in times of disaster and times of distress. Can a man break iron? Iron from the north, or bronze? Your wealth and your treasures I will give as plunder, without charge, because of all your sins throughout your country. I will enslave you to your enemies in a land you do not know, for my anger will kindle a fire that will burn against you. Lord, you understand. Remember me and care for me. Avenge me on my persecutors. You are long-suffering. Do not take me away. Think of how I suffer reproach for your sake. When your words came, I ate them. They were my joy and my heart's delight, for I bear your name, Lord God Almighty. I never sat in the company of revelers, never made merry with them. I sat alone because your hand was on me, and you had filled me with indignation. Why is my pain unending, and my wound grievous and incurable? You are to me like a deceptive brook, like a spring that fails. Therefore this is what the Lord says. If you repent, I will restore you, that you may serve me. If you utter worthy, not worthless words, you will be my spokesman. Let this people turn to you, but you must not turn to them. I will make you a wall to this people, a fortified wall of bronze. They will fight against you, but will not overcome you, for I am with you to rescue and save you, declares the Lord. I will save you from the hands of the wicked and deliver you from the grasp of the cruel. Jeremiah chapter 16. Then the word of the Lord came to me. You must not marry and have sons or daughters in this place. For this is what the Lord says about the sons and daughters born in this land, and about the women who are their mothers, and the men who are their fathers. They will die of deadly diseases. They will not be mourned or buried, but will be like dung lying on the ground. They will perish by sword and famine, and their dead bodies will become food for the birds and the wild animals. For this is what the Lord says. Do not enter a house where there is a funeral meal. Do not go to mourn or show sympathy, because I have withdrawn my blessing, my love, and my pity from this people, declares the Lord. Both high and low will die in this land. They will not be buried or mourned, and no one will cut themselves or shave their head for the dead. No one will offer food to comfort those who mourn for the dead, not even for a father or a mother, nor will anyone give them a drink to console them. And do not enter a house where there is feasting, and sit down to eat and drink. For this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says: before your eyes and in your days, I will bring an end to the sounds of joy and gladness, and to the voices of bride and bridegroom in this place. When you tell these people all this, and they ask you, why has the Lord decreed such a great disaster against us? What wrong have we done? What sin have we committed against the Lord our God? Then say to them, it is because your ancestors forsook me, declares the Lord, and followed other gods, and served and worshipped them. They forsook me and did not keep my law. But you have behaved more wickedly than your ancestors. See how all of you are following the stubbornness of your evil hearts instead of obeying me. So I will throw you out of this land into a land neither you nor your ancestors have known, and there you will serve other gods day and night, for I will show you no favor. However, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when it will no longer be said, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt. But it will be said, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of the land of the north, and out of all the countries where he had banished them. For I will restore them to the land I gave to their ancestors. But now I will send for many fishermen, declares the Lord, and they will catch them. After that, I will send for many hunters, and they will hunt them down on every mountain and hill and from the crevices of the rocks. My eyes are on all their ways. They are not hidden from me, nor is their sin concealed from my eyes. I will repay them double for their wickedness and their sin, because they have defiled my land with the lifeless forms of their vile images, and have filled my inheritance with their detestable idols. Lord, my strength and my fortress, my refuge in times of distress. To you the nations will come from the ends of the earth and say, our ancestors possessed nothing but false gods, worthless idols that did them no good. Do people make their own gods? Yes, but they are not gods. Therefore I will teach them. This time I will teach them my power and might. Then they will know that my name is the Lord. Jeremiah chapter 17. Judah's sin is engraved with an iron tool, inscribed with a flint point on the tablets of their hearts and on the horns of their altars. Even their children remember their altars and Asherah poles beside the spreading trees and on the high hills. My mountain in the land and your wealth and all your treasures I will give away as plunder, together with your high places, because of sin throughout your country. Through your own fault, you will lose the inheritance I gave you. I will enslave you to your enemies in a land you do not know. For you have kindled my anger, and it will burn forever. This is what the Lord says. Cursed is the one who trusts in man, who draws strength from mere flesh, and whose heart turns away from the Lord. That person will be like a bush in the wastelands. They will not see prosperity when it comes. They will dwell in the parched places of the desert, in a salt land where no one lives. But blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord, whose confidence is in him. They will be like a tree planted by the water that sends out its roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes. Its leaves are always green. It has no worries in a year of drought and never fails to bear fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it? I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct, according to what their deeds deserve. Like a partridge that hatches eggs it did not lay, are those who gain riches by unjust means. When their lives are half gone, their riches will desert them, and in the end, they will prove to be fools. A glorious throne, exalted from the beginning, is the place of our sanctuary. Lord, you are the hope of Israel. All who forsake you will be put to shame. Those who turn away from you will be written in the dust because they have forsaken the Lord, the spring of living water. Heal me, Lord, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for you are the one I praise. They keep saying to me, where is the word of the Lord? Let it now be fulfilled. I have not run away from being your shepherd. You know I have not desired the day of despair. What passes my lips is open before you. Do not be a terror to me. You are my refuge in the day of disaster. Let my persecutors be put to shame, but keep me from shame. Let them be terrified, but keep me from terror. Bring on them the day of disaster. Destroy them with double destruction. This is what the Lord said to me. Go and stand at the gate of the people, through which the kings of Judah go in and out. Stand also at all the other gates of Jerusalem. Say to them, hear the word of the Lord, you kings of Judah and all people of Judah, and everyone living in Jerusalem who come through these gates. This is what the Lord says. Be careful not to carry a load on the Sabbath day, or bring it through the gates of Jerusalem. Do not bring a load out of your houses, or do any work on the Sabbath, but keep the Sabbath day holy, as I commanded your ancestors. Yet they did not listen or pay attention. They were stiff-necked and would not listen or respond to discipline. But if you are careful to obey me, declares the Lord, and bring no load through the gates of this city on the Sabbath, but keep the Sabbath day holy by not doing any work on it, then kings who sit on David's throne will come through the gates of this city with their officials. They and their officials will come riding in chariots and on horses, accompanied by the men of Judah and those living in Jerusalem, and this city will be inhabited forever. People will come from the towns of Judah and the villages around Jerusalem, from the territory of Benjamin and the western foothills, from the hill country and the Negev, bringing burnt offerings and sacrifices, grain offerings and incense, and bringing thank offerings to the house of the Lord. But if you do not obey me, to keep the Sabbath day holy, by not carrying any load as you come through the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then I will kindle an unquenchable fire in the gates of Jerusalem that will consume her fortresses. Jeremiah chapter 18. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message. So I went down to the potter's house, and I saw him working at the wheel. But the pot he was shaping from the clay was marred in his hands. So the potter formed it into another pot, shaping it as seemed best to him. Then the word of the Lord came to me. He said, can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does, declares the Lord? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand, Israel. If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down, and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it. Now therefore say to the people of Judah and those living in Jerusalem, this is what the Lord says. Look, I am preparing a disaster for you and devising a plan against you. So turn from your evil ways, each one of you, and reform your ways and your actions. But they will reply, it's no use. We will continue with our own plans. We will all follow the stubbornness of our evil hearts. Therefore, this is what the Lord says. Inquire among the nations. Who has ever heard anything like this? A most horrible thing has been done by virgin Israel. Does the snow of Lebanon ever vanish from its rocky slopes? Do its cool waters from distant sources ever stop flowing? Yet my people have forgotten me. They burn incense to worthless idols, which made them stumble in their ways, in the ancient paths. They made them walk in byways on roads not built up. Their land will be an object of horror and of lasting scorn. All who pass by will be appalled and will shake their heads. Like a wind from the east, I will scatter them before their enemies. I will show them my back and not my face in the day of their disaster. They said, come, let's make plans against Jeremiah. For the teaching of the law by the priest will not cease, nor will counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophets. So come, let's attack him with our tongues and pay no attention to anything he says. Listen to me, Lord. Hear what my accusers are saying. Should good be repaid with evil? Yet they have dug a pit for me. Remember that I stood before you and spoke on their behalf to turn your wrath away from them. So give their children over to famine. Hand them over to the power of the sword. Let their wives be made childless and widows. Let their men be put to death, their young men slain by the sword in battle. Let a cry be heard from their houses when you suddenly bring invaders against them, for they have dug a pit to capture me, and have hidden snares for my feet. But you, Lord, know all their plots to kill me. Do not forgive their crimes or blot out their sins from your sight. Let them be overthrown before you. Deal with them in the time of your anger. Jeremiah chapter 19. This is what the Lord says. Go and buy a clay jar from a potter. Take along some of the elders of the people and of the priests, and go out to the valley of Ben Hinnom, near the entrance of the potsherd gate. There proclaim the words I tell you, and say, hear the word of the Lord, you kings of Judah and people of Jerusalem. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Listen, I am going to bring a disaster on this place that will make the ears of everyone who hears of it tingle. For they have forsaken me and made this a place of foreign gods. They have burned incense in it to gods that neither they nor their ancestors nor the kings of Judah ever knew. And they have filled this place with the blood of the innocent. They have built the high places of Baal to burn their children in the fire as offerings to Baal. Something I did not command or mention, nor did it enter my mind. So beware. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when people will no longer call this place Topheth, or the valley of Ben Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. In this place, I will ruin the plans of Judah and Jerusalem. I will make them fall by the sword before their enemies, at the hands of those who want to kill them. And I will give their carcasses as food to the birds and the wild animals. I will devastate the city, and make it an object of horror and scorn. All who pass by will be appalled and will scoff because of all its wonders. I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and daughters, and they will eat one another's flesh because their enemies will press the siege so hard against them to destroy them. Then break the jar while those who go with you are watching, and say to them, this is what the Lord Almighty says. I will smash this nation of this city, just as this potter's jar is smashed and cannot be repaired. They will bury the dead in Topheth until there is no more room. This is what I will do to this place and to those who live here, declares the Lord. I will make this city like Topheth. The houses in Jerusalem and those of the kings of Judah will be defiled like this place, Topheth. All the houses where they burned incense on the roofs to all the starry hosts and poured out drink offerings to other gods. Jeremiah then returned from Topheth, where the Lord had sent him to prophesy, and stood in the court of the Lord's temple and said to all the people, "This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Listen, I am going to bring on this city and all the villages around it every disaster I pronounced against them because they were stiff-necked and would not listen to my words." Jeremiah chapter 20. When the priest Pashur, son of Immer, the official in charge of the temple of the Lord, heard Jeremiah prophesying these things, he had Jeremiah the prophet beaten and put in the stocks of the upper gate of Benjamin of the Lord's temple. The next day, when Pashur released him from the stocks, Jeremiah said to him, "The Lord's name for you is not Pashur, but terror on every side. For this is what the Lord says, I will make you a terror to yourself and to all your friends. With your own eyes you will see them fall by the sword of their enemies. I will give all Judah into the hands of the king of Babylon, who will carry them away to Babylon or put them to the sword. I will deliver all the wealth of the city into the hands of their enemies, all its products, all its valuables, and all the treasures of the kings of Judah. They will take it away as plunder and carry it off to Babylon. And you, Pashur, and all who live in your house will go into exile to Babylon. There you will die and be buried, you and all your friends, to whom you have prophesied lies. You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived. You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long. Everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out, proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long. But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name, his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I'm weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. I hear many whispering, terror on every side. Denounce him, let's denounce him. All my friends are waiting for me to slip, saying, perhaps he will be deceived. Then we will prevail over him and take our revenge on him. But the Lord is with me like a mighty warrior. So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonor will never be forgotten. Lord Almighty, you who examine the righteous and probe the heart and mind, let me see your vengeance on them, for to you I have committed my cause. Sing to the Lord, give praise to the Lord. He rescues the life of the needy from the hands of the wicked. Cursed be the day I was born. May the day my mother bore me not be blessed. Cursed be the man who brought my father the news, who made him very glad, saying, a child is born to you, a son. May that man be like the towns the Lord overthrew without pity. May he hear wailing in the morning, a battle cry at noon. May he not kill me in the womb, with my mother as my grave, her womb enlarged forever. Why did I ever come out of the womb to see trouble and sorrow, and to end my days in shame? Jeremiah chapter 21. The word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, when King Zedekiah sent him to Pashur, son of Malchijah, and the priest Zephaniah, son of Maaseiah. They said, inquire now of the Lord for us, because Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, is attacking us. Perhaps the Lord will perform wonders for us as in times past, so that he will withdraw from us. But Jeremiah answered them, tell Zedekiah, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I am about to turn against you the weapons of war that are in your hands, which you are using to fight the king of Babylon and the Babylonians who are outside the wall besieging you. And I will gather them inside this city. I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and a mighty arm in furious anger and in great wrath. I will strike down those who live in this city, both man and beast, and they will die of a terrible plague. After that, declares the Lord, I will give Zedekiah, king of Judah, his officials and the people in this city who survived the plague, sword, and famine, into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and to their enemies who want to kill them. He will put them to the sword. He will show them no mercy, or pity, or compassion. Furthermore, tell the people, this is what the Lord says. See, I am setting before you the way of life and the way of death. Whoever stays in this city will die by the sword, famine, or plague. But whoever goes out and surrenders to the Babylonians who are besieging you will live. They will escape with their lives. I have determined to do this city harm and not good, declares the Lord. It will be given into the hands of the king of Babylon, and he will destroy it with fire. Moreover, say to the royal house of Judah, hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Lord says to you, house of David. Administer justice every morning. Rescue from the hand of the oppressor the one who is being robbed, or my wrath will break out and burn like fire, because of the evil you have done. Burn with no one to quench it. I am against you, Jerusalem, you who live above this valley on the rocky plateau, declares the Lord. You who say, who can come against us? Who can enter our refuge? I will punish you as your deeds deserve, declares the Lord. I will kindle a fire in your forests that will consume everything around you. Jeremiah chapter 22. This is what the Lord says. Go down to the palace of the king of Judah and proclaim this message there. Hear the word of the Lord to you, king of Judah, you who sit on David's throne, you, your officials, and your people who come through these gates. This is what the Lord says. Do what is just and right. Rescue from the hand of the oppressor the one who has been robbed. Do no wrong or violence to the foreigner, the fatherless, or to the widow. And do not shed innocent blood in this place. For if you are careful to carry out these commands, then kings who sit on David's throne will come through the gates of this palace, riding in chariots and on horses, accompanied by their officials and their people. But if you do not obey these commands, declares the Lord, I swear by myself that this palace will become a ruin. For this is what the Lord says about the palace of the king of Judah. Though you are like Gilead to me, like the summit of Lebanon, I will surely make you like a wasteland, like towns not inhabited. I will send destroyers against you, each man with his weapons, and they will cut up your fine cedar beams and throw them into the fire. People from many nations will pass by this city and will ask one another, why has the Lord done such a thing to this great city? And the answer will be, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God and have worshipped and served other gods. Do not weep for the dead king, or mourn his loss. Rather, weep bitterly for him who is exiled, because he will never return again, nor see his native land again. For this is what the Lord says about Shallum, son of Josiah, who succeeded his father as king of Judah but has gone from this place. He will never return. He will die in the place where they have led him captive. He will not see this land again. Woe to him who builds his palace by unrighteousness, his upper rooms by injustice, making his own people work for nothing, not paying them for their labor. He says, I will build myself a great palace with spacious upper room. So he makes large windows in it, panels it with cedar, and decorates it in red. Does it make you a king to have more and more cedar? Did not your father have food and drink? He did what was right and just, so all went well with him. He defended the cause of the poor and needy, and so all went well. Is that not what it means to know me, declares the Lord? That your eyes and your heart are set only on dishonest gain, on shedding innocent blood, and on oppression and extortion. Therefore, this is what the Lord says about Jehoiakim, son of Josiah, king of Judah. They will not mourn for him. Alas, my brother, alas, my sister. They will not mourn for him. Alas, my master, alas, his splendor. He will have the burial of a donkey, dragged away and thrown outside the gates of Jerusalem. Go up to Lebanon and cry out. Let your voice be heard in Bashan. Cry out from Abarim, for all your allies are crushed. I warned you when you felt secure, but you said, I will not listen. This has been your way from your youth. You have not obeyed me. The wind will drive all your shepherds away, and your allies will go into exile. Then you will be ashamed and disgraced because of all your wickedness. You who live in Lebanon, who are nestled in cedar buildings, how you will groan when pangs come upon you, pain like that of a woman in labor. As surely as I live, declares the Lord, even if you, Jehoiakim, son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, were a signet ring on my right hand, I will still pull you off. I will deliver you into the hands of those who want to kill you, those you fear. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and the Babylonians. I will hurl you and the mother who gave you birth into another country where neither of you was born, and there you both will die. You will never come back to the land you long to return to. Is this man, Jehoiakim, a despised broken pot, an object no one wants? Why will he and his children be hurled out, cast into a land they do not know? O land, 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 hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Lord says. Record this man as if childless, a man who will not prosper in his lifetime. For none of his offspring will prosper. None will sit on the throne of David or rule any more in Judah. Jeremiah chapter 23. Woe to the shepherds who are destroying and scattering the sheep of my pasture, declares the Lord. Therefore this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says to the shepherds who tend my people. Because you have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not bestowed care on them, I will bestow punishment on you for the evil you have done, declares the Lord. I myself will gather the remnant of my flock out of all the countries where I have driven them, and will bring them back to their pasture, where they will be fruitful and increase in number. I will place shepherds over them who will tend them, and they will no longer be afraid or terrified, nor will any be missing, declares the Lord. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, a king who will reign wisely and do what is just and right in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved, and Israel will live in safety. This is the name by which he will be called, the Lord, our righteous Savior. So then the days are coming, declares the Lord, when people will no longer say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites up out of Egypt, but they will say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the descendants of Israel up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he had banished them. Then they will live in their own land. Concerning the prophets, my heart is broken within me. All my bones tremble. I am like a drunken man, like a strong man overcome by wine, because of the Lord and his holy words. The land is full of adulterers. Because of the curse, the land lies parched, and the pastures in the wilderness are withered. The prophets follow an evil course and use their power unjustly. Both prophet and priest are godless. Even in my temple I find their wickedness, declares the Lord. Therefore their path will become slippery. They will be banished to darkness, and there they will fall. I will bring disaster on them in the year they are punished, declares the Lord. Among the prophets of Samaria, I saw this repulsive thing. They prophesied by Baal and led my people Israel astray. And among the prophets of Jerusalem, I have seen something horrible. They commit adultery and live a lie. They strengthen the hands of evildoers, so that not one of them turns from their wickedness. They are all like Sodom to me. The people of Jerusalem are like Gomorrah. Therefore, this is what the Lord Almighty says concerning the prophets. I will make them eat bitter food and drink poisoned water, because from the prophets of Jerusalem, ungodliness has spread throughout the land. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Do not listen to what the prophets are prophesying to you. They fill you with false hopes. They speak visions from their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord. They keep saying to those who despise me, the Lord says, you will have peace. And to all who follow the stubbornness of their hearts, they say, no harm will come to you. But which of them has stood in the counsel of the Lord to see or to hear his word? Who has listened and heard his word? See, the storm of the Lord will burst out in wrath, a whirlwind swirling down on the heads of the wicked. The anger of the Lord will not turn back until he fully accomplishes the purposes of his heart. In days to come, you will understand it clearly. I did not send these prophets, yet they have run with their message. I did not speak to them, yet they have prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, they would have proclaimed my words to my people, and would have turned them from their evil ways and from their evil deeds. Am I only a God nearby, declares the Lord, and not a God far away, who can hide in secret places, so that I cannot see them, declares the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth, declares the Lord? I have heard what the prophets say who prophesy lies in my name. They say, I had a dream. I had a dream. How long will this continue in the hearts of these lying prophets who prophesy the delusions of their own minds? They think the dreams they tell one another will make my people forget my name, just as their ancestors forgot my name through Baal worship.
Yes, Miss Palmer.
Let the prophet who has a dream recount the dream, but let the one who has my word speak it faithfully. For what has straw to do with grain, declares the Lord? Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? Therefore, declares the Lord, I am against the prophets who steal from one another words supposedly from me. Yes, declares the Lord, I am against the prophets who wag their own tongues and yet declare, the Lord declares. Indeed, I am against those who prophesy false dreams, declares the Lord. They tell them and lead my people astray with their reckless lies, yet I did not send or appoint them. They do not benefit these people in the least, declares the Lord. When these people, or a prophet or a priest, ask you, what is the message from the Lord? Say to them, what message? I will forsake you, declares the Lord. If a prophet or a priest or anyone else claims this is a message from the Lord, I will punish them and their household. This is what each of you keeps saying to your friends and other Israelites. What is the Lord's answer? Or, what has the Lord spoken? But you must not mention a message from the Lord again, because each one's word becomes their own message. So you distort the words of the living God, the Lord Almighty, our God.
Ajani.
This is what you keep saying to a prophet. What is the Lord's answer to you? What has the Lord spoken? Although you claim this is a message from the Lord, this is what the Lord says. You used the words, this is a message from the Lord, even though I told you that you must not claim This is a message from the Lord.
Therefore,
I will surely forget you and cast you out of my presence, along with the city I gave to you and your ancestors. I will bring on you everlasting disgrace, everlasting shame that will not be forgotten. Jeremiah chapter 24. After Jehoiakim, son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and the officials, the skilled workers, and the craftsmen of Judah were carried into exile from Jerusalem to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the Lord showed me 2 baskets of figs placed in front of the temple of the Lord. One basket had very good figs, like those that ripen early. The other basket had very bad figs, so bad that they could not be eaten. Then the Lord asked me, "What do you see, Jeremiah?" "Figs," I answered. "The good ones are very good, but the bad ones are so bad that they cannot be eaten." Then the word of the Lord came to me. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Like these good figs, I regard as good the exiles from Judah, whom I sent away from this place to the land of the Babylonians. My eyes will watch over them for their good, and I will bring them back to this land. I will build them up and not tear them down. I will plant them and not uproot them. I will give them a heart to know me, that I am the Lord. They will be my people, and I will be their God. For they will return to me with all their heart. But like the bad figs, which are so bad that they cannot be eaten, says the Lord, so will I deal with Zedekiah, king of Judah, his officials and the survivors from Jerusalem, whether they remain in this land or live in Egypt. I will make them abhorrent and an offense to all the kingdoms of the earth, a reproach and a byword, a curse and an object of ridicule wherever I banish them. I will send the sword, famine, and plague against them, until they are destroyed from the land I gave to them and their ancestors." Jeremiah chapter 25. The word came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Judah, in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, son of Josiah, king of Judah, which was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. So Jeremiah the prophet said to all the people of Judah and to all those living in Jerusalem, "For 23 years, from the 13th year of Josiah, son of Amon, king of Judah, until this very day, the word of the Lord has come to me, and I have spoken to you again and again, but you have not listened. And though the Lord has sent all his servants, the prophets, to you again and again, you have not listened or paid any attention. They said, 'Turn now, each of you, from your evil ways and your evil practices, and you can stay in the land the Lord gave to you and your ancestors forever and ever. Do not follow other gods to serve and worship them. Do not arouse my anger with what your hands have made, then I will not harm you. But you did not listen to me, declares the Lord, and you have aroused my anger with what your hands have made, and you have brought harm to yourselves. Therefore the Lord Almighty says this, because you have not listened to my words, I will summon all the peoples of the north and my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, declares the Lord. And I will bring them against this land and its inhabitants and against all the surrounding nations. I will completely destroy them and make them an object of horror and scorn and an everlasting ruin. I will banish from them the sounds of joy and gladness, the voices of bride and bridegroom, the sound of millstones and the light of the lamp. This whole country will become a desolate wasteland, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years. But when the 70 years are fulfilled, I will punish the king of Babylon and his nation, the land of the Babylonians, for their guilt, declares the Lord, and will make it desolate forever. I will bring on that land all the things I have spoken against it, all that are written in this book and prophesied by Jeremiah against all the nations. They themselves will be enslaved by many nations and great kings. I will repay them according to their deeds and the work of their hands. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, said to me. Take from my hand this cup filled with the wine of my wrath, all the nations to whom I send you drink it. When they drink it, they will stagger and go mad because of the sword I will send among them. So I took the cup from the Lord's hand and made all the nations to whom he sent me drink it. Jerusalem and the towns of Judah, its kings and officials, to make them a ruin and an object of horror and scorn, a curse, as they are today. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, his attendants, his officials, and all his people, and all the foreign people there, all the kings of Uz, all the kings of the Philistines, those of Ashkelon, Gaza, Ekron, and the people left at Ashdod, Edom, Moab, and Ammon, all the kings of Tyre and Sidon, the kings of the coastlands across the sea, Dedan, Tema, Buz, and all who are in distant places, all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the foreign people who live in the wilderness, all the kings of Zimri, Elam, and Media, and all the kings of the north, near and far, one after the other, all the kingdoms on the face of the earth, and after all of them, the king of Sheba will drink it too. Then tell them, this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Drink, get drunk, and vomit, and fall to rise no more because of the sword I will send among you. But if they refuse to take the cup from your hand and drink, tell them, this is what the Lord Almighty says. You must drink it. See, I am beginning to bring disaster on the city that bears my name. And will you indeed go unpunished? You will not go unpunished. For I am calling down a sword on all who live on the earth, declares the Lord Almighty. Now prophesy all these words against them and say to them, the Lord will roar from on high. He will thunder from his holy dwelling and roar mightily against this land. He will shout like those who tread the grapes, shout against all who live on the earth. The tumult will resound to the ends of the earth, for the Lord will bring charges against the nations. He will bring judgment on all mankind and put the wicked to the sword, declares the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Look, disaster is spreading from nation to nation. A mighty storm is rising from the ends of the earth. At that time, those slain by the Lord will be everywhere, from one end of the earth to the other. They will not be moored or gathered up on them, but will be like dung lying on the ground. Weep and wail, you shepherds. Roll in the dust, you leaders of the flock, for your time to be slaughtered has come. You will fall like the best of the rams. The shepherds will have nowhere to flee. The leaders of the flock no place to escape. Hear the cry of the shepherds, the wailing of the leaders of the flock. For the Lord is destroying their pasture. The peaceful meadows will be laid waste because of the fierce anger of the Lord. Like a lion, he will leave his lair. Their land will become desolate because of the sword of the oppressor and because of the Lord's fierce anger. Jeremiah chapter 26. Early in the reign of Jehoiakim, son of Josiah, king of Judah, this word came from the Lord. This is what the Lord says. Stand in the courtyard of the Lord's house and speak to all the people of the towns of Judah who come to worship in the house of the Lord. Tell them everything I command you. Do not omit a word. Perhaps they will listen, and each will turn from their evil ways. Then I will relent and not inflict on them the disaster I was planning because of the evil they have done. Say to them, this is what the Lord says. If you do not listen to me and follow my law, which I have set before you, and if you do not listen to the words of my servants the prophets, whom I have sent to you again and again, though you have not listened, then I will make this house like Shiloh, and this city a curse among all the nations of the earth. The priests, the prophets, and all the people heard Jeremiah speak these words in the house of the Lord. But as soon as Jeremiah finished telling the people everything the Lord had commanded him to say, the priests, the prophets, and all the people seized him and said, "You must die. Why do you prophesy in the Lord's name that this house will be like Shiloh, and this city will be desolate and deserted?" And all the people crowded around Jeremiah in the house of the Lord. When the officials of Judah heard about these things, they went up from the royal palace to the house of the Lord and took their places at the entrance of the new gate of the Lord's house. Then the priests and the prophets said to the officials and all the people, "This man should be sentenced to death because he has prophesied against this city. You have heard it with your own ears." Then Jeremiah said to all the officials and all the people, "The Lord sent me to prophesy against this house and this city all the things you have heard. Now reform your ways and your actions and obey the Lord your God. Then the Lord will relent and not bring the disaster he has pronounced against you. As for me, I am in your hands. Do with me whatever you think is good and right. Be assured, however, that if you put me to death, you will bring the guilt of innocent blood on yourselves and on this city and on those who live in it. For in truth, the Lord has sent me to you to speak all these words in your hearing." Then the officials and all the people said to the priests and the prophets, "This man should not be sentenced to death. He has spoken to us in the name of the Lord our God." Some of the elders of the land stepped forward and said to the entire assembly of people, "Micah of Moresheth prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah. He told all the people of Judah, 'This is what the Lord Almighty says. Zion will be plowed like a field. Jerusalem will become a heap of rubble. The Temple Hill a mound overgrown with thickets.' Did Hezekiah, king of Judah, or anyone else in Judah put him to death? Did not Hezekiah fear the Lord and seek his favor? And did not the Lord relent, so that he did not bring the disaster he pronounced against them? We are about to bring a terrible disaster on ourselves." Now Uriah, son of Shemaiah, from Kiriath Jearim, was another man who prophesied in the name of the Lord. He prophesied the same things against this city and this land as Jeremiah. When King Jehoiakim and all his officers and officials heard his words, the king was determined to put him to death. But Uriah heard it and fled in fear to Egypt. King Jehoiakim, however, sent Elnathan, son of Akbor, to Egypt, along with some other men. They brought Uriah out of Egypt and took him to King Jehoiakim, who had him struck down with a sword, and his body thrown into the burial place of the common people. Furthermore, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, supported Jeremiah, and so he was not handed over to the people to be put to death. Jeremiah chapter 27. Early in the reign of Zedekiah, son of Josiah, king of Judah, this word came to Jeremiah from the Lord. "This is what the Lord said to me. Make a yoke out of straps and crossbars, and put it on your neck. Then send word to the kings of Edom, Moab, Ammon, Tyre, and Sidon, through the envoys who have come to Jerusalem, to Zedekiah, king of Judah. Give them a message for their masters, and say, 'This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Tell this to your masters. With my great power and outstretched arm, I made the earth and its people, and the animals that are on it, and I give it to anyone I please. Now I will give all your countries into the hands of my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. I will make even the wild animals subject to him. All nations will serve him and his son and his grandson, until the time for his land comes. Then many nations and great kings will subjugate him. If, however, any nation or kingdom will not serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, or bow its neck under his yoke, I will punish that nation with the sword, famine, and plague, declares the Lord, until I is king of Judah and all the other exiles from Judah who went to Babylon, declares the Lord. For I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon." Then the prophet Jeremiah replied to the prophet Hananiah before the priests and all the people who were standing in the house of the Lord. He said, "Amen. May the Lord do so. May the Lord fulfill the words you have prophesied by bringing the articles of the Lord's house and all the exiles back to this place from Babylon. Nevertheless, listen to what I have to say in your hearing and in the hearing of all the people. From early times, the prophets who preceded you and me have prophesied war, disaster, and plague against many countries and great kingdoms. But the prophet who prophesies peace will be recognized as one truly sent by the Lord only if his prediction comes true. Then the prophet Hananiah took the yoke off the neck of the prophet Jeremiah and broke it. And he said before all the people, "This is what the Lord says. In the same way, I will break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, off the neck of all the nations within 2 years." At this, the prophet Jeremiah went on his way. After the prophet Hananiah had broken the yoke off the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. "Go and tell Hananiah, this is what the Lord says. You have broken a wooden yoke, but in its place you will get a yoke of iron. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. I will put an iron yoke on the necks of all these nations to make them serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and they will serve him. I will even give him control over the wild animals." Then the prophet Jeremiah said to Hananiah the prophet, "Listen, Hananiah, the Lord has not sent you, yet you have persuaded this nation to trust in lies. Therefore this is what the Lord says. I am about to remove you from the face of the earth. This very year you are going to die because you have preached rebellion against the Lord." In the 7th month of that same year, Hananiah the prophet died. Jeremiah chapter 29. This is the text of the letter that the prophet Jeremiah sent from Jerusalem to the surviving elders among the exiles, and to the priests, the prophets, and all the other people Nebuchadnezzar had carried into exile from Jerusalem to Babylon. This was after King Jehoiakim and the Queen Mother, the court officials, and the leaders of Judah and Jerusalem. The skilled workers and the craftsmen had gone into exile from Jerusalem. He entrusted the letter to Elasah, son of Shaphan, and to Gemariah, son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, king of Judah, sent to King Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon. It said, "This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says to all that the Lord Almighty says. I will send the sword, famine, and plague against them, and I will make them like figs that are so bad they cannot be eaten. I will pursue them with the sword, famine, and plague, and will make them abhorrent to all the kingdoms of the earth, a curse and an object of horror, of scorn, and reproach among all the nations where I drive them. For they have not listened to my words, declares the Lord, words that I sent to them again and again by my servants the prophets. And you exiles have not listened either, declares the Lord. Therefore hear the word of the Lord, all you exiles whom I have sent away from Jerusalem to Babylon. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says about Ahab, son of Kaliah, and Zedekiah, son of Maaseiah, who are prophesying lies to you in my name. I will deliver them into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he will put them to death before your very eyes. Because of them, all the exiles from Judah who are in Babylon will use this curse. May the Lord treat you like Zedekiah and Ahab, whom the king of Babylon burned in the fire. For they have done outrageous things in Israel. They have committed adultery with their neighbors' wives. They have uttered lies, which I did not authorize. I know it, and am a witness to it, declares the Lord. Tell Shemaiah, the Nehelamite, this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. You sent letters in your own name to all the people in Jerusalem, to the priest Zephaniah, son of Maaseiah, and to all the other priests. You said to Zephaniah, the Lord has appointed you priest in place of Jehoiada, to be in charge of the house of the Lord. You should put any maniac who acts like a prophet into the stocks and neck irons. So why have you not reprimanded Jeremiah, who poses as a prophet among you? He has sent this message to us in Babylon. It will be a long time. Therefore build houses, settle down, plant gardens, and eat. Read the letter to Jeremiah the prophet. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. Send this message to all the exiles. This is what the Lord says about Shemaiah, the Nehelamite. Because Shemaiah has prophesied to you, even though I did not send him, and has persuaded you to trust in lies. This is what the Lord says. I will surely punish Shemaiah, the Nehelamite, and his descendants, and he will have no one left among his people, nor will he see the good things I will do for my people, declares the Lord, because he has preached rebellion against me. Jeremiah chapter 30. This is the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Write in a book all the words I have spoken to you. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will bring my people Israel and Judah back from captivity and restore them to the land I gave to their ancestors to possess, says the Lord. These are the words the Lord spoke concerning Israel and Judah. This is what the Lord says. Cries of fear are heard. Terror, not peace. Ask and see. Can a man bear children? Then why do I see every strong man with his hands on his stomach like a woman in labor, every face turned deathly pale? How awful that day will be. No other will be like it. It will be a time of trouble for Jacob, but he will be saved out of it. In that day, declares the Lord Almighty, I will break the yoke off their necks and will tear off their bonds. No longer will foreigners enslave them. Instead, they will serve the Lord their God and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. So do not be afraid, Jacob my servant. Do not be dismayed, Israel, declares the Lord. I will surely save you out of a distant place, your descendants from the land of their exile. Jacob will again have peace and security, and no one will make him afraid. I am with you, and will save you, declares the Lord. Though I completely destroy all the nations among which I scatter you, I will not completely destroy you. I will discipline you, but only in due measure. I will not let you go entirely unpunished. This is what the Lord says. Your wound is incurable. your injury beyond healing. There is no one to plead your cause, no remedy for your sore, no healing for you. All your allies have forgotten you. They care nothing for you. I have struck you as an enemy would and punished you with the cruel, because your guilt is so great and your sins so many. Why do you cry out over your wound, your pain that has no cure? Because of your great guilt and many sins, I have done these things to you. But all who devour you will
Hey,
be
Pigeon,
devoured.
why you drop my phone, Pigeon?
Your enemies will go into exile.
Yeah,
Those
Pigeon.
who plunder you will be plundered.
Hey, Pigeon, drop it, man. Pigeon, why you drop my phone? You don't want you the Bible verse,
I
Pigeon?
will despoil, but I will
I'm
restore
jump
you
down
to
at
health
myself.
and heal your wounds, declares the Lord. Because you are called an outcast, Zion, for whom no one cares. This is what the Lord says. I will restore the fortunes of Jacob's tents and have compassion on his dwellings. The city will be rebuilt on her ruins, and the palace will stand in its proper place. From them will come songs of thanksgiving and the sound of rejoicing. I will add to their numbers, and they will not be decreased. I will bring them honor, and they will not be disdained. Their children will be as in days of old, and their community will be established before me. I will punish all who oppress them. Their leader will be one of their own. Their ruler will arise from among them. I will bring him near, and he will come close to me. For who is he who will devote himself to be close to me, declares the Lord. So you will be my people, and I will be your God. See, the storm of the Lord will burst out in wrath.
When you focus on yourself, you discover the power God placed inside you to change everything around you. I want you to let that sit with you for a moment, because in 2026, you are walking into a year that is not just about chasing more things, more people, more distractions, but about coming home to yourself. About finally saying, this is my time, this is my season, this is my life. I remember a time in my life when I was running everywhere, doing everything, trying to please everyone. And yet, in the middle of all that noise, I was lost. I wasn't clear about who I was, what I wanted, or what I stood for. And one day, someone looked me in the eye and said, Les, when was the last time you actually sat with yourself? When was the last time you truly focused on you? That question hit me hard, because the truth was, I was so busy pouring into others, I had nothing left for me. And I realized something. If you never stop to focus on yourself, you will spend your entire life being a background character in somebody else's movie. And I don't know about you, but in 2026, I want you to step into the role God created you for, the leading role in your own life. Take ownership of your story. See, the first step in focusing on yourself is taking ownership of your story. Too many people are walking around blaming their past, their circumstances, their family, their environment, their lack of opportunity. And listen, I'm not here to dismiss your pain. Some of you have been through storms that would have broken other people. You've been overlooked, doubted, abandoned, laughed at. You've been told you're not enough. But here's the truth. The things that tried to bury you were actually planting you. You are not a victim of your story. You are the author of your story. And the moment you take the pen back and decide, I will no longer let the past define me, I will let it refine me, is the moment your life begins to shift. I had to learn that. Growing up, I was labeled educable mentally retarded. That label could have been a prison for me. It could have been the thing I used as an excuse to stay small, to hide, to never try. But I made a decision. I said, no. This will not be the period at the end of my sentence. This will be the comma in my story. And when you focus on yourself in 2026, that's what you must do. Take all the pain, the failures, the disappointments, and instead of letting them cripple you, let them carve you into someone stronger, wiser, and bolder. Think about it. When you go to the gym, it's the resistance that builds the muscle. When life puts weight on you, it's not to break you, it's to build you. But only if you decide to own it, to rise from it, to say, this is my story, and I will not be ashamed of it. I will stand on it. I will use it as fuel. Take ownership of your story. Your story is the foundation of who you are. It is the soil where your roots grow, the canvas on which your life has been painted. And I want you to understand something very clearly. Until you take ownership of your story will own you. For too many years, I allowed my story to be defined by what others said about me. I carried the labels that society placed on my back, and I believed the whispers that said, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not capable. And I know some of you listening to me right now have been carrying labels for far too long. Labels given to you by family, by teachers, by bosses, by people who had no idea of the greatness living inside of you. When I was in school, I was labeled educable mentally retarded. That label could have been a death sentence for my dreams. Imagine a young boy being told, not just once, but repeatedly, that he wasn't smart enough to achieve, that he wasn't capable of learning like everybody else. If I had allowed that label to stick, I would not be standing here speaking to you today. But I made a choice. I said to myself, this label is not the truth. It is just somebody's opinion. And opinions are not my reality. That was the first moment I began to take ownership of my story. Taking ownership doesn't mean your past didn't happen. It doesn't mean you deny the pain, the abuse, the rejection, or the failures. It means you refuse to let those moments define who you are becoming. There are people walking around right now who are imprisoned by memories, old heartbreaks, old disappointments, as if they are watching the same movie on repeat. And the more they watch it, the more it becomes real to them. But you have to decide in 2026 that you are going to stop pressing rewind on your pain. You are going to stop letting your past control your present. You are going to stand up and say, yes, it happened. Yes, it hurt. But I survived it. And because I survived it, I am stronger than I have ever been. Listen to me. Everything you've been through has prepared you for where you are now. The betrayals prepared you to recognize loyalty. The failures prepared you to value success. The dark nights prepared you to appreciate the sunrise. Nothing in your life has been wasted. Not one tear, not one heartbreak, not one mistake. All of it is material that God will use to build the person you are meant to become. But you can't see that if you keep hiding from your story, if you keep pretending it never happened, or worse, if you keep blaming the world for it. There's a freedom that comes when you own your story. The moment you say, this is who I am, this is what I've walked through, and this is what I've learned, the chains of shame fall off. Some of you are living under the weight of secrets. You've been afraid to admit where you've been, afraid that people will judge you, afraid they will laugh at you or walk away from you. But the truth is, your transparency will become your transformation. When you stand boldly in your story, you give others permission to do the same. And suddenly, The very thing you thought would disqualify you becomes the thing that empowers others. I want you to think about this. You cannot heal what you do not face, and you cannot face what you are unwilling to own. In 2026, it is time to stop running from yourself. It is time to sit down, look at your life with honesty, and say, this is me. These are my scars. These are my victories. These are my lessons. And I am not ashamed of any of it. That is ownership. That is power. When you take ownership of your story, you also take back the pen that writes your future. Too many people have been living a script someone else wrote for them. Their parents' fears, their friends' doubts, society's expectations. Those became the lines they spoke every day. But you were not born to recite someone else's script. You were born to author your own. And 2026 is the year you begin writing with bold ink, unapologetically, courageously, and faithfully. So let me ask you, are you ready to own it? Are you ready to stand tall and declare, I am more than my past, greater than my struggles, stronger than my failures. I am the author of my story, and I will not let anyone else hold the pen, because the moment you decide that, your entire life begins to change. Ownership is the key. And once you have it, no one, not your past, not your critics, not even your fears, can take it away from you. Build unstoppable self-belief. If there is one thing that will determine the course of your life in 2026, it is the belief you carry about yourself. Hear me on this. People don't fail because they don't have talent. They don't fail because they don't have resources. They fail because they don't believe in themselves enough to keep going. The mind is the battlefield, and the loudest voice you will ever hear is not the voice of your critics, not the voice of your haters, not even the voice of your family. It is the voice you hear when you're alone with yourself. And the question is, what is that voice saying to you? Is it telling you that you're capable, that you're chosen, that you're powerful? Or is it whispering that you're not enough, that you'll never make it, that you don't have what it takes? I remember when I first started speaking, I was terrified. My hands would shake, my throat would tighten, and I would think to myself, what am I doing here? Nobody wants to hear from me. Who am I to inspire anybody? That voice of doubt was loud, and every time I got ready to speak, it tried to paralyze me. But you know what I discovered? That voice of doubt never really goes away. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is not the absence of fear or doubt. It's the decision to believe in yourself anyway. It's the choice to say, I hear the fear, but I choose to believe in my gift. I hear the doubt, but I choose to believe in my calling. I hear the criticism, but I choose to believe in the vision God placed in my heart. And that's what unstoppable self-belief looks like. It's not arrogance. It's not pretending that you never get scared. It's not walking around thinking you're better than everyone else. No. Unstoppable belief is humble. It's rooted. It's saying, I know who I am, I know whose I am, and I know what I've been put here to do. And no matter what comes against me, I will not back down. Let me tell you something the world will test your belief. Circumstances will rise up that seem impossible. People you love may doubt you. Doors you thought would open will slam in your face. And in those moments, your belief will be the only thing that keeps you standing. Self-belief is the fuel that gets you back up when life knocks you down. Without it, you'll quit. With it, you'll rise again and again until you win. Think about a child learning to walk. They stumble, they fall, they cry, but they get back up. Why? Because deep down, without even having the words for it, they believe they were made to walk. That same instinct is in you. You were made for greatness. You were created to rise, to overcome, to shine. But somewhere along the way,
People talked you out of that belief. They told you to be realistic, to settle, to stop dreaming so big. And if you listen long enough, you start to shrink to fit their comfort zone. But I'm here to tell you in 2026, no more shrinking, no more doubting, no more giving in to other people's fears. This is the year you build a belief in yourself so strong that nothing and no one can shake it. Self-belief is built the same way a muscle is built. Through repetition, through resistance, through consistency. You don't go to the gym one time and expect to be strong. No, you go again and again, even when it hurts, even when you're tired.
The Grand Ballroom at the Montego Bay Convention Center, 18,000 square feet of pure possibility. From 200 to 1,800 guests, this is where elegance meets scale. The Montego Bay Convention Center, where it all happens. Discover your next moment today.
Even when you don't feel like it. And over time, you get stronger. The same is true for belief. Every time you affirm yourself, when doubt creeps in, you're building that muscle. Every time you take a step forward, when fear is screaming at you to stop, you're building that muscle. Every time you refuse to quit, you're building that muscle. And one day, you'll look back and realize that the very things that used to scare, you don't even faze you anymore. So I want you to imagine yourself in 2026 standing in front of a mirror. And I want you to look at yourself, not with the eyes of fear, not with the eyes of insecurity, but with the eyes of faith. I want you to see someone who is capable of achieving greatness, someone who is worthy of love and success, someone who has been equipped with everything necessary to win. And I want you to say out loud, I believe in me. I may not have it all figured out yet. I may not be where I want to be yet, but I believe in me. And as long as I keep believing, I will keep moving forward. That is how you build unstoppable self-belief. Not by waiting for everyone else to clap for you. Not by waiting for life to get easier. But by deciding every single day that you are worth fighting for. And when you carry that belief, doors will open, opportunities will come, and even when they don't, you will create them. Because unstoppable belief doesn't wait for permission. It moves with conviction. And when you move with conviction, mountains move with you. Develop the courage to act. Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the decision to move forward in spite of fear. In 2026, if you want to focus on yourself and transform your life, you must develop the courage to act. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Too many people are sitting on dreams, waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity, the perfect circumstances. And let me tell you something. There is no perfect moment. The stars will not line up for you. Life will not pause and make things convenient for you. If you're waiting for the fear to disappear, you will wait forever. Courage is about standing in the middle of fear and saying, even though I am scared, I will move anyway. I remember the first time I stepped on stage to speak to an audience. My knees were trembling. My heart was racing so loud, I thought people could hear it. My palms were sweating. Fear was screaming at me. You're not ready, you're not good enough, you don't belong here. But another voice, a quieter one, whispered, Les, you can't stay where you are. You have to move. And I made a decision to walk on that stage, fear and all. And the moment I opened my mouth, I felt something shift. It wasn't that the fear vanished. It's that my courage got stronger. That moment taught me something powerful. Courage is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Courage is not just about public speaking or chasing big dreams. Sometimes courage is about making tough decisions in your personal life. Sometimes it's about leaving a toxic relationship. Sometimes it's about quitting a job that's crushing your spirit. Sometimes it's about standing up for yourself when it would be easier to stay silent. And yes, sometimes it's about saying no to people you love, because you need to say yes to yourself. All of those require courage. And without it, you'll spend your life stuck in places that drain you, surrounded by people who don't value you, and living far beneath the potential that God has placed within you. I want you to think about this. How many dreams have been buried in graveyards because someone lacked the courage to act? How many books were never written, businesses never started, inventions never created, songs never sung, because someone listened to fear and said, not me, not now, not ever. The graveyard is the richest place on earth, not because of what people took with them, but because of what they left behind. And I refuse to let you leave your gifts behind in 2026. You must develop the courage to put your gift out into the world. Courage does not guarantee that you will succeed every time. No, courage means you will fail sometimes. You will stumble. You will make mistakes. You will fall flat on your face. But hear me on this, failure is not final. Failure is feedback. Failure is simply life saying, or is another way, try again. And every time you act with courage, even in failure, you grow stronger. You gain wisdom. You gain resilience. You discover parts of yourself you never knew existed. People often ask me, Luz, what if I take the leap and I fall? And I tell them, what if you take the leap and you fly? See, fear will always show you the worst case scenario. Fear will always magnify the danger, the embarrassment, the rejection. But courage allows you to imagine the best case scenario. Courage allows you to say, what if it works? What if I succeed? What if this is the moment that changes everything? And that what if is worth taking the risk. In 2026, you cannot afford to sit on the sidelines of your own life. This is not the year for hesitation. This is not the year for waiting until you feel ready. You must act, and act boldly, because nothing happens until you move. You can dream all day, you can plan for years, but until you take action, nothing changes. The door of opportunity only opens to those who knock, and courage is the hand that does the knocking. So ask yourself right now, what action have you been putting off? What dream have you been postponing? What decision have you been avoiding because fear has been whispering in your ear? I dare you. No, I challenge you to step into it this year. Even if you're trembling, even if your voice shakes, even if your knees wobble, step into it. Because on the other side of that fear is the life you've been praying for. Developing courage doesn't mean you won't feel scared in 2026. It means you'll finally understand that fear is not your enemy. Fear is a compass. Fear points you in the direction of your growth. Wherever you feel fear, that's exactly where you need to go. And when you go there, when you step into that fire, you'll discover you're stronger than you ever believed. Courage is not for the chosen few. Courage is for you. And the moment you decide to act, to take that step, to trust yourself, you will unleash a power inside of you that has been waiting all along. The courage to act will not only transform your life, it will inspire everyone who sees you to rise with courage too. Master the power of discipline. Discipline is the bridge between your dreams and your reality. You can dream as big as you want. You can visualize success every day. You can talk about what you want until your throat goes dry. But without discipline, it will all remain in your imagination. Discipline is the quiet force that separates those who wish from those who achieve, those who talk from those who do, those who hope from those who live it. In 2026, if you want to focus on yourself and rise into the life you've been called to live, you must master the power of discipline. I'll tell you something I had to learn the hard way. Talent will only get you so far. Inspiration will only carry you for a moment. Motivation will ignite you, but discipline is what sustains you. How many times have people gotten excited at the beginning of a new year, full of energy, making resolutions, setting goals, and then by February they've quit? Why? Not because they didn't want it, not because they weren't capable, but because they didn't have the discipline to stay consistent when the excitement wore off. Discipline is doing what you said you were going to do long after the mood you set it in has left you. Think about an athlete. They don't train only when they feel like it. They train every day, rain or shine, sick or tired, motivated or unmotivated. Why? Because they understand something. Most people ignore. Feelings are unreliable, but habits are powerful. Discipline builds habits, and habits build destiny. If you want to change your life in 2026, you can't rely on feelings. You must build habits that carry you through the days you don't feel like showing up. There was a time in my own life when discipline was my biggest weakness. I wanted the results, but not the routine. I wanted the fruit, but not the labor. And I found myself stuck, frustrated, watching others succeed and asking, why not me? But then I realized it wasn't because they were smarter or luckier or better connected. It was because they were consistent. They showed up day after day, hour after hour, refusing to let excuses run their lives. Once I embraced discipline, everything began to shift. I became intentional with my time. I became consistent with my habits, and slowly but surely the results began to show. Discipline is not punishment. Discipline is freedom. Freedom from regret, freedom from wasted potential, freedom from living a life that feels empty. The undisciplined person is a slave to distractions, impulses, and emotions. The disciplined person, on the other hand, is free to create, free to grow, free to become everything they're meant to be. And this is where most people get it wrong. They think discipline means you're losing something, that you're giving up fun or comfort. No. Discipline is an investment. Every small act of discipline compounds into a bigger reward later. The pain of discipline weighs ounces, but the pain of regret weighs tons. In 2026, I want you to ask yourself, what do you want more? The comfort of now or the success of tomorrow? Because you can't have both. Every time you choose comfort over discipline, you're delaying your future. Every time you procrastinate, every time you make excuses, every time you give in to distraction, you're pushing your dream further away. But every time you choose discipline, every time you get up early, every time you practice your craft, every time you say no to what doesn't serve you, you're pulling your dream closer. And here's the truth, discipline isn't glamorous. Nobody claps for you when you wake up at 5 a.m. to work on your goals. Nobody celebrates you for saying no to the party so you can study, or for putting in extra hours while others are sleeping. But one day, the results will speak for you. One day, the fruit of your discipline will shine so bright that people will ask, how did you do it? And you'll know the answer, discipline. Discipline will test you. It will demand sacrifice. It will push you to your limits. But if you embrace it, it will reward you with a life far greater than the one comfort could ever give you. The undisciplined person spends their life chasing shortcuts and ends up going in circles. The disciplined person walks the hard road, but that road leads to freedom, success, and peace of mind. So in 2026, I challenge you to commit to discipline like never before. Don't just set goals, build habits. Don't just get excited. Get consistent.
Peace out, making it easier for you to order your favorite pizzas, no waste no time. So you can do it online. Just click on PizzaHutJamaica.com or text 876-837-400. That's the WhatsApp line. Order and
Enjoying Pizza Hut just got easy with Pizza Hut Click and Collect. Now you can order Pizza Hut online at pizzahutjamaica.com or through WhatsApp at 876-837-4488. Pizza Hut, now that's delivering.
Don't just talk about it, be about it. Because discipline is the proof of your desire. If you truly want it, you'll show it in the way you show up daily. Remember this, discipline is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent. You may stumble, you may fall, you may miss a day, but get back up, recommit, and keep moving. Every step you take with discipline is a step closer to the life you've imagined. And when you look back at 2026, I want you to say with pride, I mastered discipline. And because of that, I mastered myself. Protect your energy and environment. Your energy is your life force. It is the fuel that drives everything you do. And in 2026, if you want to focus on yourself and create the life you deserve, you must protect your energy and environment with everything you have. Too many people are walking around drained, not because they don't have potential, not because they don't have talent, but because they are leaking energy into the wrong people, the wrong places, and the wrong habits. Your environment either feeds you or it bleeds you. And if you don't take control of it, you will find yourself empty, tired, and unable to rise into your purpose. I want you to think about this. You are like a battery. Every conversation, every relationship, every decision either charges you or drains you. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. You've been around people who leave you feeling exhausted, who take and never give, who criticize every idea, who laugh at your dreams. You walk away from them feeling smaller, weaker, and more doubtful than when you arrived. And then there are others who lift you, who inspire you, who make you believe more, dream bigger, and push harder. You walk away from them feeling lighter, stronger, and more alive. The difference is energy. And in 2026, you must make a decision. Who are you going to allow to plug into your life? I remember a season in my life where I surrounded myself with people who didn't believe in me. They weren't bad people, but they were limited people. And because they were limited, they put their limits on me. Every time I talked about my dreams, they would shake their heads and say, be realistic. Don't get your hopes up. That's not possible. And for a while, I listened. I shrank my vision to fit their comfort zone. I started doubting myself. And the more I listened, the weaker I became. Until one day I realized, if I keep surrounding myself with people who drain me, I will never rise into who I'm meant to be. And I had to make a hard choice to distance myself from voices that discouraged me and to move closer to voices that empowered me. That decision changed everything. Protecting your energy doesn't just mean guarding against toxic people. It also means guarding against toxic habits. How much time do you spend scrolling mindlessly on your phone? How much energy do you waste worrying about things you can't control? How much of your mental space is consumed with negativity, gossip, or comparing yourself to others? Every one of those things is an energy leak. They rob you of the focus, strength, and clarity you need to grow. And if you don't fix those leaks, it doesn't matter how much potential you have. You'll always run on empty. I want you to picture yourself as a garden. Whatever you plant and whatever you allow into that soil will grow. If you surround yourself with weeds, don't be surprised when your flowers can't bloom. If you pour poison into your soil, don't wonder why your garden withers. But if you nurture your soil with positivity, if you protect it from weeds, if you water it with consistency and surround it with sunlight, your garden will thrive. Your life works the same way. Protect your soil, protect your garden, protect your environment, because everything in your life grows from it. Now, protecting your energy will require courage. Some of you will have to let go of friendships that no longer serve your future. Some of you will have to distance yourself from family members who mean well, but constantly discourage you. Some of you will have to cut off habits that feel comfortable, but are killing your progress. And it will hurt. It will feel lonely at times. But understand this, isolation is not always punishment. Sometimes it is preparation. God will separate you in order to strengthen you. And when you come out of that season, you will attract people and opportunities that match your new energy. In 2026, I want you to walk into every room asking yourself, does this feed me or does it bleed me? Does this environment push me higher or pull me lower? Does this person add to my vision or subtract from it? And if the answer is subtraction, you have a decision to make. Because your future depends on your ability to protect your energy like your life depends on it. Because it does. When you protect your energy, something powerful happens. Your focus sharpens, your creativity grows, your confidence rises. You stop being tossed around by negativity and start standing firm in your purpose. And that's when you become unstoppable. Protecting your energy isn't selfish, it's necessary. Because the world needs your gift, your family needs your strength, your future needs your focus. And you cannot give any of that if you are constantly drained. So in 2026, make it your mission, guard your energy, curate your environment, and choose wisely who and what you allow into your space. Because when you protect your energy, you protect your destiny. And nothing, no distraction, no toxic person, no draining habit will be able to stop you from becoming who you were always meant to be. Embrace growth through struggle. Struggle is not a sign that you are failing. Struggle is a sign that you are growing. Too often, we look at the challenges in our lives and think, why me? Why is this happening? Why is it so hard? But the truth is, the struggle is shaping you. The struggle is preparing you. The struggle is carving out the strength, resilience, and wisdom you will need for the next chapter of your life. In 2026, if you want to truly focus on yourself and rise into your purpose, you must stop running from the struggle and instead embrace it as a teacher. I'll never forget a moment early in my life when everything seemed to go wrong. I was broke, I was discouraged, and I felt like the weight of the world was on my shoulders. Every time I tried to move forward, something knocked me back. I started to wonder if maybe the critics were right, if maybe I wasn't good enough, if maybe the labels they put on me as a child would always define me. But it was in that season of struggle that I discovered something powerful. You don't know how strong you are until being strong is the only option you have. Struggle forces you to dig deeper. It forces you to find a strength you didn't know you had. It forces you to grow in ways comfort never could. Comfort will keep you the same. Struggle will transform you. You don't build muscle by lifting feathers. You build it by lifting heavy weights that push your body to its limits. In the same way, you don't build character, wisdom, or resilience in the easy seasons. You build it in the storms, in the losses, in the nights when you feel like giving up, but you keep going anyway. I know some of you are walking through struggles right now. Financial struggles, relationship struggles, health struggles, struggles in your mind, in your spirit, in your career. And you're tempted to believe that your struggle means you're being punished, that you're being overlooked, that life is against you. But let me tell you something. The struggle is not the end of your story. The struggle is the fire that is refining you. Diamonds are formed under pressure. Gold is purified by fire. And greatness is birthed in struggle. When you embrace struggle, you stop asking, why me? And you start asking, what is this teaching me? That shift changes everything. Instead of being crushed by the weight, you start getting stronger under it. Instead of being bitter, you become better. Instead of breaking, you begin building. Every hardship carries within it a lesson. And if you lean into it, that lesson will equip you for the next level of your journey. Think about the stories that inspire us the most. They are never stories of people who had it easy. They are stories of people who faced incredible obstacles, devastating setbacks, heartbreaking losses, and still rose. Still fought. Still overcame. Why? Because the struggle gave them something ease never could. It gave them grit. It gave them vision. It gave them fire. And that same fire is being lit in you right now through your struggles. In 2026, I don't want you to avoid struggle. I want you to embrace it. Because if you avoid struggle, you avoid growth. If you avoid growth, you avoid transformation. And if you avoid transformation, you avoid destiny. Struggle is not your enemy. Struggle is your ally. It's not there to destroy you, it's there to develop you. Yes, the struggle hurts. Yes, it's uncomfortable. Yes, there are nights when the tears won't stop, when the fear feels overwhelming, when quitting feels easier. But I promise you this, if you hold on, if you keep pressing, if you refuse to give up in the struggle, you will come out stronger, wiser, and more powerful than you ever imagined. And when you do, you'll look back and realize that the struggle wasn't a curse. It was the very thing that birthed the best version of you. So in 2026, when you face resistance, when life tests you, when challenges show up, I want you to remind yourself, this is not here to stop me. This is here to grow me. And instead of running from the struggle, I want you to lean into it with courage. Because when you embrace growth through struggle, you unlock a strength that nothing and no one can ever take away. Strengthen your mindset daily. The most powerful tool you have is not your body, not your money, not your circumstances. It is your mind. Your mindset is the lens through which you see the world and the lens through which you see yourself. In 2026, if you are going to focus on yourself and create a life of purpose and success, you must strengthen your mindset every single day. Not once in a while, not when you feel like it. Every single day. Because your mind is either working for you or against you. And the way you train, it will decide the kind of life you live. I remember reading once that the average person has thousands of thoughts each day, and most of those thoughts are the same ones they had yesterday. If those thoughts are negative, if they're filled with doubt, fear, and limitations, then those thoughts will shape a negative life. If those thoughts are empowering, uplifting, and rooted in possibility, they will shape a life of abundance. That's how powerful your mindset is. It literally builds your reality. I want you to think about this, your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant, it will grow. If you plant seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation, that's what will rise up in your life. If you plant seeds of faith, courage, and determination, that's what will flourish. The problem is, most people are not intentional about what they plant. They let the world, the media, and the voices of others scatter weeds into their garden. And then they wonder why they feel stuck, why they can't see possibilities, why their life isn't moving forward. You cannot leave your mindset unattended. You have to strengthen it daily, just like you would exercise a muscle. How do you do that? By feeding it with what empowers you, by speaking words of affirmation over yourself when doubt tries to creep in, by reading, listening, and surrounding yourself with voices that remind you of who you really are and what you're capable of, by choosing to focus on what's possible rather than what's impossible, by refusing to let fear have the final say. Every day you get a choice. Feed your faith or feed your fear. And whichever one you feed will grow stronger. I can tell you from personal experience, strengthening your mindset daily is not optional if you want to rise above the noise, because life will test you. People will doubt you. Circumstances will challenge you. And if your mindset isn't strong, you will crumble under the pressure. But when your mindset is strong, no matter what happens around you, you will still stand tall inside. You will still believe when others say it's impossible. You will still fight when quitting looks easier. You will still see light when others only see darkness. Strengthening your mindset doesn't mean you never feel fear, doubt, or discouragement. It means when those things come, and they will, you have the strength to overcome them instead of being overcome by them. It means you know how to silence the voice of negativity and amplify the voice of possibility. It means you know how to take control of your thoughts before they take control of you. One of the most powerful truths I've learned is this: your life will never rise higher than the level of your thinking. You can have all the talent, all the opportunities, all the resources in the world. But if your mind is weak, it will sabotage you every time. On the other hand, you can come from nothing. You can face incredible obstacles. You can start at the bottom. But if your mindset is strong, you will rise. You will find a way. You will turn every setback into a setup for a comeback. In 2026, I want you to make a commitment to yourself every day. Strengthen your mind. Start your mornings with intention. Fill your mind with something uplifting, whether it's prayer, meditation, affirmations, reading, or listening to motivational messages. Guard your thoughts throughout the day. Don't let negativity take root. End your nights with reflection, gratitude, and vision for tomorrow. Treat your mindset like the foundation of your life, because it is. And here's the beautiful thing. The more you strengthen your mindset, the more unstoppable you become. Fear loses its grip on you. Doubt loses its power. Circumstances lose their control because you've trained your mind to see beyond the obstacles, to focus on the possibilities, and to keep moving forward no matter what. That's the power of a strong mindset. So in 2026, let it be said of you, you didn't just drift through life with a passive mind. You trained it. You sharpened it. You strengthened it daily until it became unshakable. And because your mind was strong, your life became strong. Strengthen your mindset daily, and you will build a future no circumstance can destroy. Take bold, consistent action. Dreams are beautiful. Plans are necessary. Vision is powerful. But none of it means anything without action. In 2026, if you are going to focus on yourself and rise into the life you desire, you must move beyond thinking about it, beyond talking about it, beyond waiting for the perfect time. You must take We are not defined by the chances we take, but by the choices we make. Family, I want you to let that settle in your spirit for a moment. Because life isn't some lottery ticket where you just hope the winning number is yours. No, life is built brick by brick, decision by decision, choice by choice. Some people wake up each morning and leave their life to chance, hoping for a miracle, waiting for luck, praying that something changes, but never choosing to change themselves. And then they wonder why they're still stuck in the same cycle year after year. Let me share a story with you. Years ago, I met a man after one of my speeches. His eyes were filled with pain. He said, "Or Mr. Brown, I've wasted so many years. I took wrong turns, wrong friends, wrong habits. And now I feel like I'm too far gone." And I told him something I want you to remember tonight. If choices got you into this place, then choices can get you out. You don't have to stay where you are. You can build a new life, one choice at a time. That's why tonight we're going to walk through a journey together. 9 powerful choices that will shape your destiny if you dare to make them. And the first one, the foundation of all the rest, is this: the choice to believe in yourself. The first and most critical choice is to believe in yourself. Now, I know that sounds simple, but let me tell you, for years I didn't. I was labeled adjuvably mentally retarded. I was told I was slow. Teachers, classmates, even neighbors, they all had their definition of me. And for a long time, I wore those labels like a heavy coat. I believed their words more than my own possibilities. But then one day, a teacher looked me in the eyes and said something that shook me to my core. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. That was the moment I realized I had a choice. I could continue to live chained by other people's opinions, or I could believe in myself. Believing in yourself is not arrogance. It's not pride. It's permission. Permission to rise. Permission to dream. Permission to step into the life that was already waiting for you. Let me ask you a question. How many dreams have died because someone didn't believe in themselves? How many songs were never sung, books never written, businesses never started, not because the dreamer lacked talent, but because they lacked belief? See, every morning when you wake up, you're standing at a crossroads. One path is doubt, the other is belief, and every day your choice determines the direction of your destiny. Belief is a seed, and like any seed, if you nurture it with action, it grows. But if you starve it with fear, it dies. Now, I'm not saying that believing in yourself makes the struggle disappear. No, life will still test you. People will still doubt you. Failure will still knock on your door. But here's the difference. When you believe in yourself, you stop letting failure define you. You start seeing failure as feedback, as fuel. When I first started speaking, I was nervous, stuttering, sweating. People laughed at me. They said, "Luz, you'll never make it." But I had to choose believe their laughter or believe my voice. And every time I chose to believe, I grew stronger. Family, listen. Nobody's coming to hand you belief. You've got to claim it. You've got to stand in front of the mirror and say, "I am more than my past. I am more than my mistakes. I am more than what they said I could be." Because here's the truth. Your belief is the engine. Your choices are the steering wheel. And your destiny is the road. If you don't believe in yourself, you'll never have the courage to take the wheel. You'll sit in the passenger seat of your own life, letting fear drive. But when you make the choice to believe in yourself, you grab that wheel. You say, "This is my life, my future, my dream, and I will not let it slip away." So today, right here, right now, I want you to make that choice. Don't wait for approval. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait for perfect timing. Look at yourself and declare, "I believe. I believe in my dream. I believe in my ability. I believe in my future." Because once you make that choice, every other choice becomes possible. The choice to take responsibility, if believing in yourself is the foundation, then the next choice you must make is the choice to take responsibility for your life. And let me tell you, this is one of the hardest choices you'll ever make, because it forces you to look in the mirror and admit the truth. Where I am today is not just because of what life has done to me, but because of the choices I have made. That's not easy to accept. It's easier to blame our parents, blame the system, blame the economy, blame the circumstances. It's easier to point outward than to look inward. But family, let me tell you something I've learned the hard way. When you blame, you give away your power. When you say, I am this way because of them, what you're really saying is, they still control me. And as long as someone else controls the pen that writes your story, you will never truly be free. I remember being at a low point in my life, broke, discouraged, unsure of how I would survive. And it would have been so easy to say, it's because of my background. It's because of what I didn't have. It's because of how I was labeled. But something inside me said, Les, if you keep blaming the world, you'll keep staying where you are. The moment you take responsibility, the moment you decide, I will no longer be a victim of my past, I will become the author of my future. Everything changes. Responsibility doesn't mean that what happened to you was your fault. No, some of you have endured things no one should ever go through. Pain, betrayal, loss, injustice. Life is not fair. And I would never stand here and tell you that the pain you've experienced was your fault. But here is the truth. Even if it wasn't your fault, it is still your responsibility to heal, to grow, to rise. Because no one else can do that for you. Responsibility is not about fault. It's about ownership. It's about saying, this is my life. These are my choices. And I will not let the pain of yesterday steal the power of tomorrow. When you take responsibility, you stop waiting for rescue. You stop waiting for someone to show up with the magic answer. You stop living like a passenger and you start living like a driver. And suddenly, opportunities that you never saw before begin to appear. Why? Because responsibility sharpens your vision. Responsibility gives you clarity. Responsibility puts the pen back in your hands. Now, I want you to think about your own life. Where have you been avoiding responsibility? Maybe it's your health. You've been waiting for the perfect diet, the perfect gym, the perfect time, instead of saying, I'm responsible for my body, and I will do something about it today. Maybe it's your finances. You've been blaming the job, blaming the market, blaming the lack of opportunity, instead of saying, I'm responsible for how I manage my money, for how I create new income, for how I shape my financial future. Or maybe it's your relationships. You've been waiting for someone else to change, someone else to grow, someone else to apologize, instead of asking, what can I take responsibility for in how I love, how I forgive, how I communicate? See, when you avoid responsibility, you stay stuck. But when you embrace responsibility, you unlock possibility. Responsibility doesn't weigh you down. It lifts you up. Because it gives you the power to choose differently, to act differently, to live differently. One of the most liberating days of my life was when I stood up and said, I am responsible. Not my teacher, not my boss, not my past, not my pain. Me. I am responsible. And family, that day my life began to change. I stopped waiting for things to get easier. I stopped waiting for someone to rescue me. I stopped waiting for the stars to align. I started moving, I started building, I started choosing. And every choice built momentum. Every choice built strength. Every choice built a new future. You can do the same. Right now, you can make a choice to take back your power. Stop blaming. Stop complaining. Stop waiting. Say to yourself, this is my life. I am responsible for how it turns out. And from this day forward, I will make choices that honor my future. Because when you take responsibility, you break the chains of victimhood. When you take responsibility, you step into freedom. And when you take responsibility, you give yourself the gift of change, the choice to dream boldly. There comes a point in life where responsibility is not enough. You can believe in yourself, you can take ownership of your choices, but if you don't have a vision to aim for, you'll find yourself working hard in circles, busy, but not fulfilled, active, but not advancing. That's why the next powerful choice you must make is the choice to dream boldly. And when I say boldly, I mean the kind of dreams that scare you, the kind of dreams that stretch you, the kind of dreams that make other people laugh because they can't see what you see. Family, let me tell you something. Most people don't fail because they aim too high and miss. They fail because they aim too low and hit. They settle for average. They settle for just enough. They settle for what society says is realistic. And then they wonder why they feel empty. But deep down, every one of us was created with a dream, a vision, a possibility that is bigger than where we are right now. You know it, you feel it. Sometimes it wakes you up at night. Sometimes it whispers to you in the quiet moments when no one else is around. And here's the truth, that dream is not an accident. That dream is your calling. That dream is your destiny trying to get your attention. I remember when I first told people I wanted to be a motivational speaker. Oh, they laughed at me. They said, Luz, you can't do that. You've got no college education. You've been labeled slow. You don't have the voice. You don't have the background. You don't have the credentials. And for a while, I almost believed them. But then I made a choice. I chose to dream anyway. I chose to dream boldly. And that dream pulled me out of the places I was stuck. That dream became my compass. That dream gave me the courage to keep moving forward, even when doors were slammed in my face. Dreaming boldly is dangerous. Dangerous to your comfort zone. Dangerous to your excuses. Dangerous to the small version of yourself that you've been living with. Because when you start dreaming boldly, you can't stay the same. You start to realize that the life you've been living is too small for the greatness that's inside you. And that realization will shake you. It will challenge you. But it will also wake you up. I want you to imagine a child. You ask a child what they want to be, and they'll tell you with excitement. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a singer. I want to be a superhero. They don't filter their dreams through fear. They don't shrink their dreams to fit what's practical. They speak from imagination, from possibility. But somewhere along the way, life teaches us to shrink, to doubt, to only dream what seems safe. And we trade imagination for limitation. But hear me tonight, you've got to get that childlike faith back. You've got to dare to dream without apology. You've got to give yourself permission to want something bigger than what you've known. Now, don't confuse bold dreams with daydreams. A bold dream is not about escaping reality. It's about transforming reality. A bold dream doesn't just live in your head. It moves your feet. It fuels your actions. It makes you wake up earlier, stay up later, and push harder than you ever thought possible. A bold dream gives you a reason to fight when life knocks you down, a reason to keep going when people say you're crazy, a reason to stand tall even when the odds are stacked against you. Think about some of the greatest people who ever lived. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream. Steve Jobs had a dream. Malala Yousafzai had a dream. And they dared to dream boldly enough to change the world. If they had settled for safe, if they had chosen what was comfortable, none of us would have seen the impact of their vision. And if it's true for them, it's true for you. There's something inside you that the world needs. And it won't come out until you dare to dream boldly. Family, don't let fear talk you out of your future. Don't let other people's opinions become the ceiling of your imagination. Don't let yesterday's failures define tomorrow's vision. Right now, make a choice. Choose to dream big. Choose to dream beyond your paycheck, beyond your neighborhood, beyond your current reality. Choose to dream so boldly that it makes your heart race, that it makes you nervous, that it makes you ask, how in the world can I do this? Because that's when you know you're on the right track. And here's the secret. When you dream boldly, you awaken forces greater than yourself. You start to attract opportunities, mentors, and resources you never would have met if you stayed in the small lane of safe living. When you dream boldly, you give your life direction. You give your choices meaning. You give your struggles purpose. So tonight, I'm asking you, don't shrink. Don't settle. Don't silence that voice inside you that says, I was made for more. Stand up, look yourself in the eye, and make the choice. I will dream boldly. I will not live small. I will not play safe. I will honor the vision that was planted inside me. Because bold dreams build bold lives. And if you dare to dream, you will discover that you already have the courage, the strength, and the potential to make that dream real. The choice to embrace struggle. Family, let me tell you the truth that many people don't want to hear. Success is not built in comfort, it's built in struggle. Every dream, every achievement, every victory you see celebrated on the stage was forged behind the curtain of pain, setbacks, rejection, and hard nights. That's why one of the most powerful choices you will ever make is the choice to embrace struggle. Not run from it, not complain about it, not use it as a reason to quit, but embrace it, own it, and allow it to shape you into someone stronger than you ever imagined. When I was starting out as a speaker, I struggled. I struggled to find my voice. I struggled to find opportunities. I struggled to pay bills. And every step of the way, there was a part of me that wanted to give up. That whispered, Les, maybe this isn't for you. Maybe this is too hard. But the truth is, struggle is not a sign you're failing. It's a sign you're growing. And growth always comes with pain. Think about a seed breaking through the soil. That's struggle. Think about muscles building strength under resistance. That's struggle. Think about a butterfly fighting its way out of the cocoon. That's struggle. But without that struggle, the seed never becomes a tree, the muscle never becomes strong, the butterfly never learns to fly. Struggle is not your enemy. Struggle is your trainer. It's shaping you, conditioning you, preparing you for the weight of your destiny. Too many people waste their struggle. They see hardship and they curse it. They see failure and they stop. They see rejection and they retreat. But those who win in life are the ones who look at their struggles and say, this is teaching me something. This is shaping me. This is preparing me. Because every struggle carries within it a lesson. And those lessons become the tools you will one day use to build your dream. Let me ask you, what has been your greatest struggle? Maybe it's poverty, maybe it's loss, maybe it's rejection, abandonment, or betrayal. Whatever it is, I want you to understand this. Your greatest struggle can become your greatest strength if you embrace it instead of resenting it. Some of the most powerful people you will ever meet are not the ones who had it easy, but the ones who fought their way through the fire and came out refined, resilient, and unstoppable. I think about Thomas Edison, who failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. People laughed at him, mocked him, called him foolish. But he said, I have not failed. I've just found 1,000 ways that won't work. He embraced the struggle. And because he did, we all live in a world illuminated by his persistence. I think about Oprah Winfrey, who grew up in poverty, faced abuse, rejection, and countless setbacks. She had every reason to give up, every excuse to surrender. But she chose to embrace the struggle, to let it mold her instead of destroy her. And today, she's one of the most influential voices on the planet. And I think about my own mother. She worked tirelessly to raise us, to put food on the table, to hold the family together. She struggled every single day. And as a young boy, I used to resent that struggle. I didn't understand it, but looking back now, I see it clearly. Her struggle was the foundation of my strength. Her struggle became my inspiration. So family, here's what I want you to know. The struggle you're facing right now is not here to break you, it's here to build you. The pain you're enduring is not punishment, it's preparation. The obstacles you're fighting are not dead ends, they are detours, guiding you to the person you're meant to become. But you have to make a choice. You have to choose to stop running from struggle and start embracing it. You have to stop asking, why me? And start asking, what is this teaching me? What strength is this building in me? What door will this open for me? Because if you run from struggle, you run from growth. If you hide from struggle, you hide from strength. If you avoid struggle, you avoid the destiny that was meant for you. So tonight, I want you to reframe how you see your struggles. Don't see them as barriers, see them as builders. Don't see them as curses, see them as classrooms. Don't see them as reasons to quit, see them as reasons to rise. And when life knocks you down, don't stay down. Look at that struggle and declare, you will not defeat me, you will define me. Because the truth is, greatness is not born at ease. It's forged in struggle. And if you choose to embrace your struggle, you will discover that what once felt like your greatest burden has become your greatest blessing. The choice to cultivate courage, family. Let me tell you something straight from the heart. Every dream you've heard whispering inside you, every bold vision you've dared to imagine, every change you know you need to make, it will all mean nothing unless you cultivate the courage to act. Courage is not the absence of fear. No, courage is the decision to move forward in spite of fear. And the choice to cultivate courage is one of the most important choices you will ever make. Fear will talk to you every single day. Fear will whisper, you're not ready, you're not qualified. You'll embarrass yourself. What if you fail? What if they laugh at you? And if you listen to that voice long enough, you'll spend your life paralyzed. You'll die with your music still inside you, never knowing what could have been. But courage speaks louder than fear. Courage says, yes, I'm afraid. Yes, I'm uncertain. Yes, the path is risky, but I will do it anyway. I remember when I first stood up to speak in front of an audience. My palms were sweating, my voice was shaking. My knees felt like they were going to buckle. Part of me wanted to run out of that room and never come back. But another part of me, a stronger part, said, Luz, if you run now, you'll be running for the rest of your life. Stand here. Push through. Do it afraid. And family, that moment changed me forever. Because courage grows every time you choose to face fear instead of flee from it. Here's what I've learned: courage is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. The first time you step out, you may tremble. The first time you take a risk, you may stumble. But the more you choose courage, the easier it becomes to silence fear. And eventually, what once terrified you will become second nature. But you must choose courage, because the default is always fear. Fear is comfortable. Fear is familiar. Fear will give you 100 reasons to stay where you are. But courage requires a choice. Courage requires you to step into the unknown, to do what others won't, to risk looking foolish, to risk failing. But let me promise you this, courage always pays off. Even if you fail, the courage you gain will be worth more than the failure you endured. Think about all the people in history who changed the world. Rosa Parks had the courage to say, "I will not move." Nelson Mandela had the courage to fight for freedom, even when it meant decades in prison. Malala had the courage to speak up for education, even when her life was threatened. None of them were fearless, but all of them were courageous. And that courage didn't just change their lives, it changed the world. So let me ask you, what dream of yours is waiting on your courage? What step have you been delaying because fear keeps whispering in your ear? Maybe it's starting a business. Maybe it's leaving a toxic environment. Maybe it's writing that book, launching that project, speaking your truth. Whatever it is, understand this, it won't wait forever. Your dream is waiting for you to choose courage. And the longer you delay, the quieter that dream becomes. Courage is not a one-time decision. It's a lifestyle. Every day you wake up, you have to choose it again. Courage to speak up when it would be easier to stay silent. Courage to keep going when it would be easier to quit. Courage to stand alone when it would be easier to blend in. Courage to live your truth when it would be easier to live a lie. And every time you choose courage, you strengthen your spirit. You expand your capacity. You take another step toward the life you were meant to live. Now hear me on this. Courage doesn't eliminate fear. It transforms it. Courage doesn't make the storm disappear. It teaches you how to sail through it. Courage doesn't guarantee you won't fall. It guarantees you'll rise when you do. And here's the beautiful thing. When you live with courage, you don't just inspire yourself, you inspire others. People are watching you. People are learning from you. And when they see you face your fears, it gives them permission to face theirs. Family, I want you to make a decision right here, right now. Stop waiting to feel ready. Stop waiting for fear to disappear. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. There is no perfect moment. There is only now. And now is the time to choose courage. Say to yourself, I will not let fear be my master. I will not let doubt dictate my destiny. I will live with courage. I will act with courage. I will build my life with courage. Because when you cultivate courage, you unlock doors that fear has kept shut. When you cultivate courage, you rise above the limits of the past. When you cultivate courage, you become unstoppable. And the world will never forget a person who chose courage over fear. The choice to develop resilience life will not always go as planned. You will get knocked down. You will face disappointments, heartbreaks, and losses that will make you question everything. But the difference between those who stay down and those who rise higher is a single choice. The choice to develop resilience. Resilience is the ability to bend without breaking, to fall without staying down, to hurt without giving up. It's the spirit inside of you that says, yes, this is hard. Yes, this hurts, but I will not let this defeat me. I will rise again. Family, let me be real with you. There were times in my life when I thought I was finished. Times when I stood in front of opportunities and was rejected not once, not twice, but over and over again. Times when I couldn't see a way forward. Times when I wanted to throw in the towel. But every time I was tempted to quit, I remembered that as long as I had breath in my body, I had a chance to try again. That's resilience, not perfection, not never failing, but refusing to surrender. Resilience is not something you're born with. It's something you build. Every time life knocks you down and you get back up, you are building resilience. Every time someone tells you not, and you keep moving forward, you are building resilience. Every time your plan falls apart and you dare to create a new one, you are building resilience. And the stronger your resilience, the harder it is for life to break you. Think about the stories of the most successful people in the world. They are not stories of smooth sailing. They are stories of storms. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Imagine if he had said, well, I guess I'm not good enough, and quit right there. We would never have known the legend he became. J.K. Rowling, before Harry Potter became a global phenomenon, was rejected by more than a dozen publishers. Imagine if she had let that rejection define her. We would never have known the magic her words brought to millions. What do these stories tell us? They tell us that resilience is the bridge between failure and success. Without resilience, failure is final. But with resilience, failure is only feedback. It becomes part of the process that prepares you for victory. And let me tell you something else. Resilience is not just about big, dramatic moments. It's also about the daily grind. It's about showing up when you don't feel like it. It's about doing the work when no one is applauding. It's about enduring the quiet seasons when it looks like nothing is happening. But deep inside, you are being stretched, strengthened, prepared. Resilience is what keeps you moving when the results are slow. Resilience is what keeps your faith alive when your prayers seem unanswered. Resilience is what keeps you steady when the storms keep coming. But here's the key. You must choose it. You must decide that no matter what life throws at you, you will not give up. You must decide that no matter how many times you fall, you will rise one more time. You must decide that your dream, your purpose, your destiny is too important to abandon that choice. To keep moving, to keep fighting, to keep believing is resilience in action. Some of you are going through storms right now. You've been knocked down. You've been rejected. You've been hurt. And maybe you feel like giving up. But I want you to hear me. This is not the end. This is your test. This is your training ground. This is where you discover just how strong you really are. Don't waste your pain. Don't let this moment break you. Use it. Learn from it. Rise through it. Because on the other side of resilience is transformation. Family, I've learned that resilience is like a rubber band. Life will stretch you, sometimes to the point where you feel like you can't take it anymore. But resilience is what allows you to stretch without snapping, to endure without losing hope, to be pulled in directions you never expected, but still return stronger than before. And every stretch, every test, every struggle is expanding your capacity for what's coming next. So I challenge you tonight, make the choice to be resilient. Decide that nothing will make you quit. Decide that no matter how heavy the load, you will carry it until you find your breakthrough. Decide that you will not let hardship define your story. You will let resilience write the next chapter. Because the truth is, storms will come. But if you develop resilience, the storm will not destroy you. It will grow you. It will refine you. It will elevate you. And one day, when you look back, you'll realize that the very struggles you thought would break you became the struggles that built you. The choice to master your mindset, family. Listen to me. Your mind is the battlefield where victories are won or lost long before you ever step into the world. What you allow to live in your head will eventually shape what you live in your life. That's why one of the most powerful choices you will ever make is the choice to master your mindset. Because if you don't master your mind will master you. Here's the truth: life is going to throw challenges, setbacks, and disappointments your way. The question isn't whether trouble will come. The question is, what will you do with it when it arrives? If your mindset is weak, The smallest obstacle will knock you off track. But if your mindset is strong, no storm, no rejection, no failure can keep you down. I remember when I was first starting out as a speaker, people laughed at me. They told me I wasn't good enough, that no one wanted to hear me speak, that I didn't have what it takes. And I'll be honest with you, if I had let their voices echo louder in my mind than my own belief, I would not be standing here today. But I made a choice. I chose to master my mindset. I chose to feed my mind with words of encouragement, with stories of those who overcame, with visions of what was possible, instead of the fear of what might go wrong. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant will grow. If you plant seeds of doubt, negativity, fear, and limitation, don't be surprised when your life is filled with weeds. But if you plant seeds of faith, hope, courage, and possibility, your life will produce a harvest of abundance. That's why you must guard your mind every single day. Pay attention to the conversations you allow in, the media you consume, the voices you entertain, because everything you expose your mind to is either strengthening you or weakening you. Let me ask you, how do you talk to yourself? Because self-talk is powerful. Too many people spend their whole lives telling themselves, I can't, I'm not good enough, I'll never make it. And guess what? The mind believes what you repeatedly tell it. But if you begin to say, I can, I am capable, I will, I must, I'm built for this, your mind will start to shift and your life will begin to follow. That's mastering your mindset. Not ignoring reality, but choosing to see beyond it. Not pretending challenges don't exist, but choosing to believe you can overcome them. I think about athletes. Before they ever step onto the field, they visualize the game. They see themselves winning, running the plays, making the shots. Why? Because they know the body will follow where the mind has already gone. The same is true in your life. If you see yourself failing, you'll hesitate. If you see yourself losing, you'll hold back. But if you see yourself winning, if you see yourself rising, if you see yourself victorious, your actions will align with that vision. But mastering your mindset isn't just about positivity. It's also about discipline. It's about training your thoughts the way you would train a muscle. When negative thoughts come, and they will, you don't let them run wild. You capture them. You replace them. You remind yourself, this thought does not serve me. I choose a better one. And at first, it won't be easy. But just like going to the gym, the more you do it, the stronger your mental muscle becomes. And let me tell you something else. Your mindset determines your resilience, your courage, your persistence. If your mind believes there's no way forward, your body won't even try. But if your mind says, there's a way, I'll find it, then nothing can stop you. That's why mastering your mindset is not optional. It's essential. It's the foundation of every other choice you make. Some of you right now are stuck not because you lack talent, not because you lack opportunity, but because you haven't chosen to master your mindset. You've allowed fear to rent space in your head. You've allowed doubt to build a home there. You've allowed negativity to become your daily soundtrack. But hear me tonight, you don't have to stay that way. You can evict those thoughts. You can reclaim your mental real estate. You can decide that from this day forward, your mind will be a place of faith, vision, strength, and determination. So family, I challenge you to make the choice. Choose to master your mindset. Choose to feed your faith, not your fears. Choose to see possibility, not take. Choose to believe in victory, not defeat. Because when you master your mindset, you master your future. The world outside may be chaotic, unpredictable, full of storms. But if the world inside you is steady, strong, and full of faith, nothing outside can destroy you. You will rise. You will endure. You will conquer. And it all begins in the mind. The choice to take consistent action. Dreams without action are only wishes. Ideas without action are only fantasies. No matter how big your vision, no matter how strong your faith, no matter how powerful your mindset, if you do not take consistent action, nothing changes. You can pray, you can hope, you can visualize, but at some point, you must roll up your sleeves and do the work. Action is the bridge between the life you imagine and the life you live. When I first started speaking, I wasn't getting big stages or packed arenas. No one was calling me for conferences. I was standing on street corners, talking to anyone who would listen. I was going into classrooms with 5 or 10 kids, pouring my heart out. I was doing free events, empty chairs in the room, giving everything I had as if it was 1,000 people. Why? Because I knew that consistent action builds momentum, and momentum creates opportunities. If I had waited until the perfect opportunity showed up, I'd still be waiting today. Consistency is the secret that most people miss. Everybody gets excited in the beginning. Everyone feels motivated when they start. But it's not the ones who start with excitement who win. It's the ones who keep showing up long after the excitement fades. It's the ones who keep pushing when nobody claps, who keep grinding when nobody notices, who keep sowing seeds even when the soil looks dry. Because eventually, consistency breaks resistance. I meet people all the time who say, Les, I want to be successful. I want to live my dream. And my first question is, what are you doing daily to make it real? Because it's not what you do occasionally that shapes your life. It's what you do consistently. Small choices, repeated daily, become habits. Habits shape character, and character shapes destiny. That's the power of consistent action. Think about a sculptor. He doesn't create a masterpiece with one strike of the hammer. He chisels day after day, strike after strike, piece by piece. From the outside, it looks slow, it looks repetitive, it looks ordinary. But over time, that persistence shapes stone into art. And that's exactly how life works. Your dream will not appear overnight. It will be carved out of your daily actions, your daily sacrifices, your daily commitment to keep going. But here's the truth. Consistency is not glamorous. It's not always exciting. Sometimes it feels boring. Sometimes it feels invisible. Sometimes you wonder if it's even working. But what you don't see is that every small step is building momentum. Every action is stacking. Every repetition is preparing you for a breakthrough. And one day, what seemed invisible will become undeniable. Too many people quit right before the harvest. They plant seeds, but when they don't see results right away, they give up. They walk away from the field, not knowing that their breakthrough was just a little further down the road. But those who win are the ones who choose to keep planting, keep watering, keep working, even when there are no immediate results, because they trust that consistent action will eventually bring consistent reward. Now, let me be real. Taking consistent action is not about perfection. You don't have to get it right every single day. You just have to stay in motion. Even if you stumble, even if you fail, even if you fall short, get back up and keep moving. The greatest power of action is that it creates progress, and progress, no matter how small, builds confidence. And when you build confidence, you build courage. Family, the difference between dreamers and doers is simple. Doers act. Doers try. Doers fail forward. Doers take risks. Doers put themselves in uncomfortable positions. Doers understand that action is the price of admission to success. You can't buy your way into your dream. You can't wish your way into it. You must act your way into it. So I challenge you, don't just talk about your dream, work for it. Don't just imagine the life you want, build it. Don't just pray for opportunities, Prepare for them with action, because consistent action opens doors that talent alone can't open. Consistent action turns faith into results and dreams into reality. Your future is waiting. Your destiny is waiting. But it's waiting on your action. And the beautiful thing is, you don't have to have it all figured out. You don't need a perfect plan. You just need to start and then keep going, step by step, day by day, choice by choice. Because when you choose consistent action, you choose progress. And when you choose progress, you choose growth. And when you choose growth, you choose a future beyond anything you've ever imagined. The choice to live with purpose, family, hear me, on this life is not just about surviving. It's not just about making money, paying bills, or getting by day to day. Life is about purpose. Purpose is what gives your struggle meaning. Purpose is what makes your sacrifices worth it. Purpose is what gets you out of bed in the morning when everything in you wants to stay down. And one of the greatest choices you will ever make is the choice to live with purpose. You see, there are people walking around every single day who look alive on the outside, but are dead on the inside. They have no spark, no drive, no vision, because they haven't connected with their purpose. They're existing, but they're not truly living. And I believe one of the most tragic things in life is not death, but to live without ever knowing why you were here in the first place. When you live without purpose, you drift. You let life push you in whatever direction the wind blows. You settle for less than you deserve because you don't even know what you're aiming for. But when you discover your purpose, when you decide to live intentionally, everything changes. Purpose gives you focus. Purpose gives you passion. Purpose gives you resilience. Purpose gives you a reason to keep going when nothing else makes sense. My own life was transformed the moment I decided to live for something bigger than myself. I didn't become a speaker just to have a career. I became a speaker because I wanted to inspire people, to help them see what's possible, to remind them that they have greatness within them. And every time I step on a stage, every time I open my mouth, I know I am walking in my purpose. That's why no rejection, no failure, no disappointment could make me quit. Because purpose kept me anchored. And that's the thing about purpose. It's not about fame, it's not about titles, it's not about money. It's about impact. It's about contribution. It's about asking yourself, how can my life make a difference? How can my story, my gifts, my struggles, my victories help someone else? Because when you live with purpose, you stop living just for yourself. You start living to serve, to uplift, to add value. Think about Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't risk his life for comfort or convenience. He risked his life for purpose, for a dream bigger than himself. Think about Mother Teresa. She didn't dedicate her life to serving the poor because it was easy. She did it because it was her purpose. Purpose is what gives ordinary people the strength to do extraordinary things. But here's what I need you to understand. Purpose is not something you stumble upon once in your life and then it's done. Purpose is something you choose daily. Every morning you wake up. You decide, will I live for something bigger than myself today? Will I live with intention? Will I live in alignment with... Ladies and gentlemen, there are moments in life when a single idea, a single truth, a single revelation has the power to awaken something inside you that you didn't even know was asleep. And today, that truth is simple. Your mind is the most important real estate you will ever own. And if you don't protect it, life will take it from you. I want to begin with a question that shook me to my core the day I finally answered it honestly. Who have you allowed to live inside your mind rent-free? Because the answer to that question determines the quality of your life. Let me take you back to a moment I'll never forget. Years ago, I met a young man backstage before a talk. His eyes were tired. His shoulders were heavy. You could tell life had been talking to him louder than he'd been talking to himself. He said, "Mr. Brown, I feel like I don't own my mind anymore. I feel like every time I start believing, something knocks me down." I asked him, "Whose voice is that in your head? Yours or somebody else's?" He didn't answer. He didn't have to, because I've been there too. Maybe you have too. Maybe you've let the world hand you its script. Maybe you've let other people's opinions become your reality. Maybe you've let fear build a home inside your mind and pay the rent with your peace. And as I looked at that young man, I told him something I had learned the hard way. Your mind is a battlefield, and only one of two things will live there: your greatness or your ghosts. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. You cannot afford to leave your mind unprotected. Not in this world. Not in this season of your life. Not when everything you dream of, everything you pray for, everything you fight for depends on what lives in your head. There are people who protect their phones with passwords. People who protect their homes with locks. People who protect their cars with alarms. But the one thing that determines your future, your mind, you leave it open for anybody and anything to walk through. No, the days of letting life trespass on your mental property, those days are over. Because let me tell you something, you cannot live a high-quality life with a low-quality mindset. You cannot create a future while replaying an old past. You cannot step into your purpose while nurturing your wounds. You cannot become who you were born to be while feeding thoughts that were never yours to begin with. And that is why this message, this journey we're about to go on, is crucial. Because today is not just about motivation. It's not just about inspiration. It's about taking back ownership of the most powerful thing you have, your mind. Every dream you have, every breakthrough you've prayed for, every level you hope to reach starts with one decision: to protect your mind like your life depends on it, because it does. Today, I'm going to walk you through 7 life-changing stages. 7 emotional, powerful, transformative truths that will help you reclaim your mental territory. Each one is a chapter in the story of becoming the strongest, most resilient, most unstoppable version of yourself. Not points, not bullet lists, but living, breathing lessons woven through stories, inner battles, emotional breakthroughs, and the raw honesty we all need. So I want you to lean in. I want you to silence every distraction. I want you to hear me, not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Because if you truly take in what I'm about to share, your life will never be the same. Your mind becomes whatever you feed it. When I was growing up, my mama used to say something that I didn't truly understand until I became an adult fighting my own battles. She'd say, "Leslie, whatever you feed will grow, and whatever you starve will die." I thought she was only talking about the little plants she kept on the windowsill. But life taught me the truth. Your mind is the greatest garden you'll ever be responsible for. And whether you realize it or not, you are feeding it every single day. I remember talking to a woman after a speech one day. She told me, "Les, I feel trapped. I feel like no matter what I do, I can't escape the thoughts that keep pulling me backward." I asked her, "What have you been feeding your mind?" She paused. Tears filled her eyes. She said, "Everything that hurts." And that hit me, because we don't always realize when we're nourishing the weeds instead of the seeds. Listen to me carefully. Your thoughts are not just thoughts. They are architects. They build, they shape, they design. They influence every decision, every step, every reaction, every fear, and every dream. You don't rise above the quality of your thoughts. You rise through them. And here's the truth that many people don't want to hear. Your mind doesn't care what you feed it. It will grow whatever you give it. Feed it fear, and fear grows. Feed it doubt, and doubt expands. Feed it scarcity, And scarcity becomes your lifestyle. Feed it other people's opinions, and you'll become a prisoner to their expectations. But feed it hope, and hope strengthens you. Feed it courage, and courage finds you in moments you thought you couldn't handle. Feed it discipline, and discipline builds the life you said you wanted. Feed it love, and love softens the places you thought would stay hardened forever. Your mind is always eating. The question is, what is on the menu? We live in a world filled with mental junk food, negativity on the news, comparison on social media, criticism disguised as advice, fear disguised as caution. And if you don't intentionally give your mind something better, life will serve you something worse. Think about this. Have you ever worked hard to stay positive, only for one conversation, one comment, one memory, one image to tear all that work apart? That didn't happen because you were weak. It happened because your mind is sensitive, and it responds quickly to whatever you feed it. You've got to develop mental nutrition. You've got to decide, not by accident, but by intention, what thoughts deserve to live inside you. Every day, every morning, every moment, you must ask yourself, did I feed my fears today or my future? I remember a man I met who had spent years believing he wasn't good enough. When I asked him who told him that, he said, I don't even know anymore. I think I kept repeating it until it became mine. See, you can inherit a belief without choosing it. You can repeat a lie until it sounds like truth. You can feed something you don't even want. And because you fed it, it becomes strong enough to control you. But here's the miracle of the mind. It's never too late to change its diet. You can decide today, right now, to stop feeding your mental weaknesses and start feeding your mental strengths. You can choose thoughts that build instead of thoughts that break. You can teach your mind to crave what elevates you instead of what drains you. Yes, it takes effort. Yes, it takes repetition. Yes, it takes daily commitment. But you are worth that commitment. Your future is worth that effort. Your peace is worth that fight. Some of you have been starving your dreams and feeding your distractions. Starving your confidence and feeding your insecurities. Starving your purpose and feeding your problems. Not anymore. This is the moment you shift. This is the moment you reclaim your menu. This is the moment you say, I choose what grows in me. Because the life you live externally will always begin with the life you nurture internally. You can't plant weeds and expect roses. You can't feed yourself poison and expect health. You can't nourish your fears and expect faith to win. But if you feed your mind with intention, if you nourish it with truth, if you strengthen it with belief, your life will begin to bloom in ways you never imagined. You deserve a mind that works for you, not against you. And that begins with what you feed it. Guard your mind from other people's noise. There comes a moment in life when you realize that not every voice deserves a seat at the table of your mind. Not every opinion is sacred. Not every comment is truth. Not every person who speaks into your life is qualified to do so. Some people talk because they care. Some people talk because they're afraid. Some talk because they're projecting their own limitations. And some talk because tearing you down is the only way they can feel tall. But here's the truth I need you to understand today. If you don't guard your mind from the noise of others, you will slowly forget the sound of your own voice. I remember a young woman who came up to me after a seminar in Chicago. Her dream was to open a school. She had the passion. She had the education. She had the vision. But she lacked one thing, belief. Not because she hadn't earned it, but because someone convinced her she didn't deserve it. She said, or Mr. Brown, every time I try to dream, I hear my family telling me it's unrealistic. I hear my coworkers laughing at me. I hear everyone's voice except my own, and that is the danger of unguarded minds. They become echo chambers for other people's fears. Let me tell you something, real people will try to build fences around your future using the wood from their own broken dreams. They will hand you their insecurities, wrap them up as advice, and expect you to live by limits they couldn't overcome. But listen, their noise is not your story. Their doubt is not your destiny. Their fear is not your foundation. If you're not careful, You will let people who stop trying convince you to stop too. You will let people who settled for less convince you that more is impossible. You will let people who never fought for their dreams talk you out of fighting for yours. You've got to guard your mind like a sacred temple. You've got to decide who gets access and who gets denied. You have to learn to say, I love you, but your voice cannot live in my head. I respect you, but your reality is not my blueprint. I hear you, but I don't receive that. Because here's a truth most people never learned. Protecting your mind does not mean cutting people off. It means cutting their power off. You can love someone without letting them shape your identity. You can respect someone without accepting their limitations. You can listen to someone without swallowing their doubt. Your dreams need space. Your heart needs silence. Your purpose needs clarity. And sometimes that clarity only comes when you turn the volume of the world down and turn the volume of your spirit up. You have to be intentional about the voices you allow in your life. Surround yourself with people who water your thoughts, not those who pour salt on your soil. Surround yourself with people who believe in your potential, not those who fear your growth. Surround yourself with people who challenge you to evolve, not those who are threatened when you do. Because whether you know it or not, you unconsciously absorb the energy of the people around you. Negativity is contagious. Doubt is contagious. Hopelessness is contagious. But so is faith. So is courage. So is ambition. So is greatness. If you want to rise, you must surround yourself with people who rise too. If you want to think big, you must be around thinkers, not shrinkers. If you want to grow, you must be around growers, not complainers. And when life gets hard, because it will, the voices you've allowed into your mind will either lift you or break you. There are people who will look at your dream and see impossibility because they've never seen themselves win. There are people who will look at your potential and see a threat because your growth exposes their stagnation. There are people who will look at your progress and see a problem because they want company in their suffering. But you cannot shrink yourself to make others comfortable. You cannot dim your ambition to match someone else's fear. You cannot bury your vision just because someone else is blind. You have one responsibility: protect your mind so you can become who you were born to be. When the world speaks doubt, speak faith. When the world speaks fear, speak courage. When the world speaks limitation, speak possibility. When the world speaks noise, speak stillness. Guard your mind, because the voices you allow today will shape the life you live tomorrow. You owe yourself a life built from your truth, not their noise. Your mind will follow whatever you focus on. There is a truth about the human mind that many people never fully grasp. And because of that, they live their entire lives feeling powerless, distracted, overwhelmed, and pulled in 1,000 different directions. But once you understand this one truth, really understand it, everything begins to shift your mind as a follower. It will always walk in the direction of your dominant focus. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. Where your energy flows, your actions grow. And where your actions grow, your life begins to build itself. Your life is simply the echo of whatever you repeatedly focus on. Let me tell you a story, a personal one, that taught me this lesson in a way I never forgot. Years ago, when I was trying to break through as a speaker, I went through a season where nothing was working. No doors were opening, no opportunities were coming, and every day felt like a replay of the day before. I woke up with anxiety. I went to bed with doubt, and I kept saying to myself, why isn't anything happening for me? I was focusing on the problem, not the possibility. I was focusing on what wasn't working, not what I could make work. I was focusing on the fear, not the faith. And because that's all I saw, that's all my life gave me. Then one day, I was talking to a mentor who said something that shifted everything for me. He said, Luz, the world is not against you. Your focus is. Your mind is following your fear because that's what you keep feeding it. That hit me like a brick because it wasn't life that was holding me back. It was my attention. My mind kept scanning for the negative because that's what I kept staring at. And when you stare at something long enough, you give it permission to grow roots inside you. I realized something life changing. Nothing changes around you until something changes within you. And that shift begins with focus. Some of you are frustrated right now, not because you're incapable, not because you're unworthy, not because your future isn't bright, but because your focus has been hijacked. You've been focusing on who hurt you instead of who you can become. Focusing on what left instead of what's coming. Focusing on the problem instead of the possibility. Focusing on the fear instead of the fight. Focusing on what you can't control instead of what you can create. Listen to me, your focus is the steering wheel of your life. Where you turn it determines where you end up. If you focus on pain, you will live in pain. If you focus on the past, you will live in the past. If you focus on excuses, you will live in limitation. If you focus on obstacles, you will live discouraged. But if you focus on solutions, your mind becomes creative. If you focus on gratitude, your mind becomes peaceful. If you focus on growth, your mind becomes resilient. If you focus on your purpose, your mind becomes unstoppable. Your mind is simply responding to the dominant message you give it. But here's the good news: you can reclaim your focus at any moment. You can redirect your mind any second. And life will begin to shift the moment you shift what you repeatedly look at. I want you to think about this. Why do race car drivers avoid looking at the walls on the track? Because if you look at the wall, you're going to hit the wall. Your mind follows your eyes. Your life follows your mind. Some of you are crashing into the same emotional walls, the same financial walls, the same relationship walls, the same confidence walls, because you keep looking at them. Your focus is writing the script of your life. And the most dangerous thing is this: you can be focusing on something without realizing it. You can be focusing on scarcity because that's what you saw growing up. Focusing on rejection because that's what you experienced early in life. Focusing on failure because that's what you fear. Focusing on survival because you've never felt safe enough to dream. But today, I want you to take back your eyes. Take back your mind. Take back your direction. You must become intentional about what gets your attention. Your future needs your focus. Your healing needs your focus. Your dream needs your focus. Your growth needs your focus. Your purpose needs your focus. Because whatever you give attention to, you give power to. And I promise you this: if you focus long enough on where you want to go, your mind, your habits, your courage, your decisions, your actions will rise to meet that vision. Redirect your focus and your life will follow. Your mind breaks when you live in the past and heals when you move forward. There is a weight that many people carry, a quiet, heavy, invisible weight that crushes their confidence, steals their joy, and blinds their future. A weight so familiar that some people don't even realize they're dragging it behind them every day. That weight is the past. We don't talk about this enough. We talk about goals, dreams, discipline, growth. But none of that matters if the past still owns real estate inside your mind. Listen to me. You cannot walk into your future while your mind keeps replaying your history. You can try. You can push. You can dream. You can grind. But if the past still has its hands on your mind, it will pull you back every time you try to rise. I once spoke with a man whose life looked stuck. Every time he built something, it fell apart. Every time he tried to move forward, he felt resistance. And when I asked him what he thought was holding him back, he said, "My mistakes, they won't leave me alone." He carried guilt like it was a birthmark, carried regret like it was a responsibility, carried shame like it was a punishment, not because he wanted to, but because nobody ever taught him that the past has only one job: to teach you, not trap you. Some of you have let the past build a prison inside your mind. A prison made of memories, failures, heartbreak, embarrassment, and moments you wish you could erase. And even though the door is open, you haven't walked out. Because the mind doesn't escape what it hasn't forgiven. Hear me clearly. Your past cannot hurt you unless you keep feeding it with attention. The past is not the problem. Holding on to it is. There are people who replay conversations from years ago like they're happening today. People who still hear the voices of those who hurt them. People who still see the scenes of betrayal they never deserved. People who still carry the weight of the mistakes they've already outgrown. And every time the past repeats, your mind breaks a little more. But it doesn't have to stay that way. One of the most powerful shifts you can make in your life is this. Stop asking the past for permission to move forward. Start giving the future the attention it deserves. You can't change what happened. You can't rewrite the moments that wounded you. You can't unlive the seasons that broke you. But you can decide that those moments will no longer define you. You survived what was meant to destroy you. You walked away from what could have ended you. You lived through nights you didn't think you'd make it through. You're still here, and there's a reason for that. You didn't go through all that pain to stay the same. At some point, you have to say, yes, I've been hurt, but I'm healing now. Yes, I made mistakes, but I'm wiser now. Yes, I failed, but I'm stronger now. Yes, I've fallen, but I'm rising now. You have to break the cycle where your past keeps interrupting your future, because your mind cannot hold freedom while it's filled with old chains. Let me tell you something powerful. Your future is allergic to your past. It cannot grow in a mind crowded by what you've already lived. If you want new peace, you must release old pain. If you want new clarity, you must release old confusion. If you want new confidence, you must release old doubt. If you want new strength, you must release old wounds. And no, this doesn't happen overnight. Healing isn't instant. Forgiveness isn't easy. Letting go isn't simple, but it is necessary. Because the mind cannot heal while it's holding on to the very thing that hurt it. Close the chapter, not because the past deserves closure, but because you deserve peace. Stop revisiting the moments that broke you. Go where you can be rebuilt. Stop replaying the moments that wounded you. Go where you can be restored. Stop reliving the moments you regret. Go where you can be reborn. You owe it to yourself to move forward. You owe it to your future. You owe it to your purpose. You owe it to the version of you who hasn't even met you yet, the stronger one, the braver one, the wiser one. Because your future has been waiting for the day you stop living in your past and start living in your possibility. Your mind gains power when you control what you allow in. There is a truth about mental strength that most people overlook. They think strong minds are born that way, unshakable, confident, resilient, immune to fear or doubt. But that's not true. Strong minds are built, brick by brick, choice by choice, boundary by boundary. And one of the most important boundaries you will ever set is this. You must control what you allow into your mind, because whatever enters your mind becomes part of your life. We don't realize how open we've left the gates. We don't realize how many intruders we've allowed in. Thoughts, opinions, fears, doubts, judgments, comparisons, you name it. Most people don't have a weak mind, they have an unprotected one. Your mind is like a house with many doors. If you leave every door open, anything can walk in. Storms, thieves, noise, chaos. But if you choose what comes in and what stays out, you begin to shape your environment intentionally. Let me tell you a true story about a man I worked with years ago, brilliant guy, talented, capable, but he lived in constant anxiety. He told me, Les, every day I feel like my mind is attacking me. I asked him to walk me through his daily routine, and I realized something immediately. He wasn't protecting anything. He woke up scrolling through negativity. He started his day with chaos. He talked to people who drained him. He absorbed gossip like it was breakfast. He let fear-based news shape his mood. He let negative coworkers infect his enthusiasm. He let everyone else supply the content for his mind, except himself. No wonder he felt defeated. His mind wasn't attacking him. It was reacting to what he allowed in. Hear me clearly, your mind is not the enemy. It's the environment that's killing you. If you lived in a toxic room for long enough, you'd get sick too. If you lived in a dirty environment for long enough, your health would collapse. And if you live mentally surrounded by negativity, your hope will suffocate. You are not weak. You've just been unguarded. One of the greatest steps toward mental freedom is this: decide what gets access to you. Not everyone has earned the right to speak into your life. Not every comment deserves a response. Not every thought deserves your attention. Not every event deserves your emotional involvement. Some of you are exhausted not because life is hard, but because you're letting everything and everyone into your mind without limits. You need gates. You need filters. You need boundaries, because your mind cannot stay powerful if the world keeps dumping garbage into it. You must become the curator of your mental environment. Protect your mornings. What you see, hear, and feel in the first few minutes sets the frequency of your entire day. Protect your time. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. Not everyone can handle your vision. Not everyone wants you to win. Protect your energy. Some people drain you simply by existing in your space. Some conversations shrink you. Some environments poison you quietly. Protect your content diet. What you read, watch, listen to, and consume daily becomes the default language of your thoughts. Protect your inner circle. Be around people whose presence expands you, not those whose presence contracts you. And hear this deeply. When you control what you allow in, your mind becomes your ally, not your battlefield. Your mind becomes your coach instead of your critic. Your mind becomes your compass instead of your cage. Your mind becomes your foundation instead of your fear. Let me give you a powerful shift. Every time you say no to something that drains you, you say yes to your strength. Every time you say no to a toxic conversation, you say yes to your peace. Every time you say no to negativity, you say yes to your future. Every time you say no to mental junk, you say yes to mental freedom. When you learn to control what enters your mind, you begin to rise effortlessly. Not because life gets easier, but because you get stronger. And here's the beautiful part: you don't need to block everything. You just need to choose wisely. Because the mind that is fed with peace becomes calm. The mind that is fed with courage becomes bold. The mind that is fed with truth becomes clear. The mind that is fed with purpose becomes unstoppable. Guard what comes in so your mind can become the fortress your future depends on. Your mind becomes strong when you learn to master your inner voice. There is a voice inside you that speaks louder than every person you've ever met. Louder than your parents, louder than your teachers, louder than your critics, louder than your enemies. It's the voice inside your own mind. And it can either be your greatest ally or your most destructive enemy. If you don't master that voice, it will master you. Most people don't lose to life. They lose to the echo of their own thoughts. They lose to the whisper that says, you can't. To the memory that says, you failed before. To the fear that says, what if you're not enough? To the shadow that says, stay small, stay safe, stay silent. But hear me. Your inner voice is not who you are. It is who you've been trained to believe you are. That voice was shaped by experiences, by fear, by childhood, by failures, by trauma, by past seasons where you didn't know your own power. You inherited that voice, but you do not have to keep. I met a man once who told me, Luz, I hate being alone because it broke my heart. Not because he was weak, but because nobody ever taught him that he could speak back to his thoughts. Nobody ever taught him that the voice in his head could be retrained, reprogrammed, redesigned. Let me tell you something powerful. You are not required to believe every thought that shows up in your mind. Thoughts are visitors. Some are helpful. Some are harmful. Some are warnings. Some are lies. But you are the homeowner. You decide who gets to stay. You strengthen your mind by challenging the voice that tries to shrink you. When it says, you're not good enough, you say, I'm growing every day. When it says, you always fail, you say, I learn faster than I fall. When it says, nobody believes in you, you say, I believe in me, and that's enough. When it says, you're behind, you say, I am exactly where I need to be to rise. When it says, you can't handle this, you say, watch me. That's how you take your power back, by talking louder than your fear, stronger than your doubt, and clearer than your pain. But your inner voice doesn't change because you want it to. It changes because you train it to. You train it through repetition, through new habits, through new narratives, through new beliefs, through conscious redirection. You train it by speaking life into yourself daily, by feeding your mind courage when it's starving, by telling yourself the truth even when your emotions argue. You train it by becoming the coach your younger self needed and the guide your future self deserves. Because the mind does not automatically support you. It mirrors your patterns. If you constantly speak against yourself, your mind will become hostile. If you constantly speak life into yourself, your mind will become powerful. There is greatness inside you. There is brilliance inside you. There is potential inside you. And your inner voice must learn to recognize it. Master that voice, and you master your life. Your mind transforms when you take action on what you believe. There is one thing that separates people who grow from people who stay stuck. One thing that separates dreamers from achievers. One thing that separates those who talk about change from those who live it. Action. A powerful mind is not built by information. It is built by execution. You can know your worth. You can believe in your future. You can repeat affirmations, read books, listen to motivation. But if you never take action, your mind stays the same. You cannot think your way into a new life. You must act your way into one. I once met a young man who had all the ideas in the world. Talented, creative, visionary. But years went by and nothing changed. He told me, Les, I'm scared to make the wrong move. I told him, son, the only wrong move is no move at all, because life rewards movement. Clarity comes through movement. Confidence grows through movement. Growth requires movement. Your mind becomes powerful when your actions align with your beliefs. You say you want to be confident. Act confident, even if your voice shakes. You say you want a better life. Take a step today, even if it's small. You say you want to heal. Start doing the work, even if it hurts. You say you want to rise. Move like a person who refuses to stay down. Every step you take sends a message to your mind. We are changing. We are growing. We are becoming. We are rising. Action rewires the mind in ways that thought never can. Because when you take action, your mind begins to trust you. And when it trusts you, it stops sabotaging you. It stops fighting you. It stops resisting you. It starts supporting you. Your mind says, if you're willing to fight, I'm willing to follow. Hear me, you don't need perfect clarity. You need courageous movement. You don't need to know the whole path, just the next step. The universe responds to movement. Opportunity responds to movement. Your future responds to movement. When you move, life moves with you. Protect your mind like your life depends on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've traveled through 7 deep, emotional, transformative truths, and every single one leads to this moment. This final promise you must make to yourself: protect your mind. Every day, every moment, every thought. Protect it because your future depends on it. Protect it because your peace depends on it. Protect it because your purpose, your family, your dream, your healing, your identity, all of it flows from the condition of your mind. You are not here by accident. You are not breathing by coincidence. You are alive because life still has chapters inside you that have not been written yet. And those chapters can only be written by a mind that believes, by a mind that is protected, by a mind that is disciplined, by a mind that is focused, by a mind that is healed, by a mind that is brave, by a mind that is ready to build something new. You have survived too much to quit now. You have come too far to give your mind back to fear. You have cried too many tears to surrender your peace again. Your mind belongs to you, and today you take it back. Stand tall. Speak boldly. Guard your thoughts. Protect your heart. Move with purpose. Walk with courage and rise with the knowing that you are powerful. You are capable. You are chosen. You are ready. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop a person whose mind is protected and aligned with their destiny. Protect your mind like your life depends on it. My friends, we have walked a long road together in this message. We've gone into the deep places, the quiet rooms of your mind where doubt whispers, where fear pretends to be truth, where the past tries to negotiate with your future. And if you've traveled with me through every one of these moments, then you know now, without a shadow of a doubt, that your mind is not just part of you. Your mind is your life. Look at everything we've uncovered. We talked about the battles no one sees, the invisible wars being fought behind your eyes, where your thoughts become either your prison or your passport. We talked about the voices you allow to live rent-free in your head and how some of them have overstayed their welcome for decades. We talked about the courage it takes to choose yourself when the world is pulling you in every direction. We talked about protecting your dream from people who've never protected theirs. We talked about building an inner world so strong that the outer world can't shake it. We talked about controlling the narrative, about rewriting the script when life has handed you a story you never asked for. We talked about turning pain into power, about taking every scar and turning it into a sword. And we talked about the unshakable truth that nobody, absolutely nobody, gets to decide what your mind becomes except you. And I want you to hear me clearly right now. Your mind is the birthplace of every victory you will ever have. Before you start the business, you start the belief. Before you heal the heart, you heal the thought. Before you climb the mountain, you climb the mindset. Before you change your life, you change your mind. The greatest transformation you will ever experience will not come from the outside world. It won't come from applause. It won't come from validation. It won't come from someone choosing you. It will come from the moment you finally decide to choose yourself. Because there comes a moment in every human life where you realize the truth: nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to fight your battles. Nobody is coming to rewire your mind for you. This is your fight. This is your journey. This is your responsibility. This is your freedom. And yes, your life truly does depend on it. Because if you do not protect your mind, someone else will program it. If you do not guard your inner world, the outer world will invade it. If you do not decide what thoughts you accept, your past will decide for you. You owe yourself more than that. You owe your future more than that. You owe the people who love you more than that. You owe the person you were created to become the protection of a warrior. So hear me right now. Stand guard at the gates of your mind. Every morning, every night, every moment when fear tries to negotiate, every moment when doubt tries to rewrite the truth, every moment when the world tries to shrink you back into a version of yourself you've already outgrown. Stand guard. Do not let negativity plant roots. Do not let small thinkers build houses in your imagination. Do not let fear narrate your story. Do not let yesterday poison tomorrow. Your mind is sacred ground. Your mind is holy territory. Your mind is the source code of your destiny. And tonight, after everything we've walked through, I'm asking you to make a decision. Decide to protect your mind like your life depends on it. Because it does that. Decide that from this moment forward, you will be intentional about what you think, what you believe, what you accept, and what you allow in. Decide that your dreams are worth defending. Decide that your peace is worth guarding. Decide that your future is worth fighting for. And when the storms come, not if, but when, stand there with your head held high and say, I control my mind, and my mind controls my life. I choose strength. I choose hope. I choose possibility. I choose me. Because you are more powerful than you've been told. You are more resilient than you've given yourself credit for. And your mind, once protected, once disciplined, once aligned, becomes unstoppable. So walk from this message with fire in your spirit. Walk with a new level of conviction. Walk with the awareness that every day is another chance to transform your inner world. Walk with the courage to guard what matters. Walk with the focus of someone who knows that the greatest treasure they will ever carry is the one inside their own head. This is your moment. This is your turning point. This is the beginning of a new chapter. So go forward, go boldly, go intentionally, and protect your mind like your life depends on it, because it truly does. There was a time in my life when I didn't know if I'd make it. I wasn't sure who I was where I was going or what I had inside of me. I was broken, not in body, but in belief. I remember sitting on the floor of a small apartment with no furniture, no food in the fridge, and barely any hope in my heart. I was asking myself, is this it? Is this all life has for me? Maybe you've been there too. Maybe you're there right now. Let me ask you something. Have you ever felt like you were meant for more, but you just didn't know how to reach it? If you have, then I want you to lean in, because today is not just another message. This is a soul call. This is a conversation with the part of you that still believes, still hopes, still dreams. And if that part of you is barely hanging on, I want you to know this: you are not alone, and you are not finished. You are becoming. This journey we're about to take, it's not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about learning. It's about growing. And it starts right now. Pain is a powerful teacher. There's something about pain that speaks to us in a way nothing else can. It doesn't whisper, it screams. It doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door down and demands your attention. And even though no one asks for it, pain has a way of entering our lives exactly when we need to be shaken, stretched, and shaped into something greater. I know that sounds strange to say we need pain, but stay with me. I remember when I lost my job, it wasn't just the paycheck that appeared. I had wrapped so much. The approach. When that job ended, it wasn't just the end of employment. It felt like the end of me. I sat in silence wondering how I would pay bills, what I would tell my family, and if I'd ever be able to bounce back. That pain, it wasn't surface level, it ran deep. It touched every insecurity I had ever buried. But over time, through tears, reflection, and late nights of soul searching, I realized something profound. That pain was my wake-up call. It was not a punishment, it was a push out of mediocrity, a push out of comfort, a push into the next version of me. See, we are creatures of comfort by nature. We like routine, we like certainty. We like to know what's coming next, but growth doesn't live in comfort. Growth lives in disruption. It's in those seasons when you feel stripped of everything you thought you needed that you begin to discover what you really have. Pain doesn't just tear things down, it clears the space for something new to be built. And let's be honest, there are some lessons you don't learn in the sunshine. You learn them in the storm. When everything feels like it's falling apart, that's when you begin to see what's been holding you up. When your phone stops ringing, when people stop clapping, when the path forward is foggy, that's when your character is tested and your soul begins to speak. That's when you realize how strong you really are. Pain has a way of exposing what we've ignored. It shows you the friendships that were fake, the jobs that were toxic, the patterns that were destructive. It turns down the noise of the world and turns up the volume on your purpose. But only if you listen. Some people resist pain. They numb it. They run from it. They pretend it's not there. But I want to challenge you, don't waste your pain. Sit with it. Ask it questions. Let it show you what needs to be healed, what needs to be released, and what needs to be birthed. Because pain doesn't just leave scars. It leaves instructions. If you're willing to be honest with yourself, pain will point you to the exact place where your next breakthrough is waiting. Think about it. Some of the most successful people in history, people you admire, people you quote, were molded in moments of pain. Nelson Mandela found his mission in prison. Oprah transformed trauma into triumph. Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. Why? Because pain didn't stop them, it shaped them. You might be walking through your own valley right now. Maybe your heart is heavy. Maybe your world has shifted. Maybe you feel like you're in a season of silence where nothing makes sense. But I want you to hear this clearly. This pain is not pointless. This is the part of the story where you grow your wings. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to fake a smile or pretend you're okay. You just need to make a decision not to give up, not to go numb, but to grow through it, because on the other side of this pain is a version of you that is more powerful, more grounded, and more aligned with your purpose than you've ever been before. One day, this moment will not just be a memory. It will be a message. A message you'll carry into rooms, into relationships, into opportunities. You'll look back and say, that season didn't destroy me. It delivered me. So whatever you're facing, loss, betrayal, failure, heartbreak, know this pain is not your enemy. It's your teacher. Let it teach you. Let it sharpen you. Let it strip away the fear. Let it reveal who you really are beneath all the masks and expectations. And when you come out on the other side, and you will, you won't just survive, you'll lead, you'll build, you'll inspire. You'll stand tall, not because life didn't try to knock you down, but because you learned how to rise. You are not a victim of what happened to you. You are a student of it. And students, they grow, they rise, they win. So take a breath, wipe your tears, and keep walking. Your pain is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of your power. You're not born ready, you grow ready. Let me tell you something from my heart. You will never feel ready. Not for the things that truly matter. Not for the dreams that scare you. Not for the doors that open when you're still trembling inside. And that's okay, because readiness is not a feeling, it's a decision. It's not about having all the answers. It's about having the courage to take the first step even when you don't. I remember the first time I stood on a stage to speak. My hands were shaking, my mouth was dry, my heart was beating so fast. I thought everyone could hear it. I didn't feel qualified. I didn't feel confident. I didn't feel ready, but I stood there anyway. Not because I had everything figured out, but because something inside me knew that if I waited until I felt ready, I might never start at all. You see, too many people are stuck in a trap called waiting. Waiting until they're smarter, until they're more experienced, until the timing is perfect, until the fear goes away. But growth doesn't wait. Growth doesn't come to those who sit still. Growth meets you on the road while you're moving, while you're stumbling, while you're learning. You don't grow by staying in the comfort zone. You grow by stretching beyond it. You grow by doing the things that make your voice shake. You grow by saying yes when your knees are knocking. You grow by showing up on the days you want to hide. You grow ready, not before the moment, but in the moment. I've met people with brilliant dreams. Dreams that could change the world, but they're holding back. Why? Because they don't feel ready. They're waiting for confidence before they take the leap. But confidence is not a prerequisite. It's a result. It's built one uncomfortable action at a time. It's built when you mess up and get back up. When you keep speaking, even when your voice cracks. When you show up scared, but you show up anyway. Let me say this to you. If you're hesitating, you don't need to have it all together to begin. You don't need the blueprint. You don't need all the answers. You just need enough courage to take one small step. That's it. And when you take that step, something powerful happens. The path begins to reveal itself. Opportunities begin to unfold. Strength begins to rise. But it only happens once you move. And here's the truth most people won't tell you. No one who ever did anything great started out feeling ready. They just started. Steve Jobs didn't know how to run a company when he started Apple. Maya Angelou said she wrote her first book terrified. Every great leader, every change maker, every trailblazer had to step into the unknown without guarantees. They had to learn as they went. They had to grow ready. I think sometimes we look at successful people and we imagine they've always been that way, polished, poised, prepared. But they were once just like you, nervous, unsure, insecure. The only difference is they didn't let those feelings stop them. They embraced the awkward beginning. They trusted the process. And they kept going, even when it was messy, even when it didn't make sense, because that's what growth looks like. It's not linear. It's not perfect. It's not glamorous. Growth is clumsy. Growth is uncomfortable. Growth is full of failed attempts, uncertain steps, and quiet victories no one else sees. But it's also beautiful, because with every step you take, you become someone you've never been. You discover strength you didn't know you had. You find your voice, your rhythm, your fire. So, If you're waiting for the stars to align before you start pursuing your dreams, stop. The stars don't align before you move. They start aligning because you moved. You are the one who activates your journey. You are the one who breathes life into your calling. You don't need permission. You don't need perfection. You need faith. Faith in what you cannot yet see, but feel burning inside of you. You grow ready by doing the hard things. You grow ready by saying yes when everything in you wants to say no. You grow ready by trusting that God put something in you for a reason, and He wouldn't have placed it there if you weren't meant to chase it. So here's my question for you. What would your life look like if you stopped waiting and started walking? What doors might open? What chains might break? What kind of person might you become? You were not made to live at the edge of your potential. You were made to step into it. You were not born ready, but you were born capable. You were born with the capacity to grow, to stretch, to rise. The dream is not waiting on your readiness. It's waiting on your willingness. And the moment you say yes to that dream, even scared, even unsure, that's the moment your journey begins. You're not waiting on the world to say, you're ready. The world is waiting on you to say, I'm going anyway. Your mind is a garden. Guard it. Imagine walking through a beautiful garden. The air is fresh, flowers are in bloom, and every plant is vibrant with life. Now imagine walking through that same garden after months of neglect. Overrun with weeds, thorns choking the life out of what once had potential. The difference between those two gardens isn't the soil, it's the care. It's the attention. It's the choice of what was planted and what was allowed to stay. Your mind is no different. It is a living, breathing garden. And every thought you think is a seed. Every word you repeat to yourself waters that seed. And what you harvest in your life, your attitude, your confidence, your peace, your outcomes, all of that is the fruit of what you've been planting in your mind. When I was younger, I didn't understand this. I thought life was just happening to me. I thought circumstances, people, and luck determined my direction. But what I've learned through heartbreak, through setbacks, through growth, is this: life doesn't respond to what you wish for. It responds to what you believe, and your beliefs are born in your thoughts. For years, I used to tell myself I wasn't good enough. I'd look in the mirror and see every flaw. I'd step into a room and shrink myself because I didn't think I had anything valuable to say. I believed I was limited. I believed I was behind. I believed I was too late. And you know what happened? Life confirmed those beliefs. Doors stayed shut. Opportunities slipped through my fingers. I attracted people and situations that reinforced what I already thought about myself. But something shifted when I decided to take control of my mental garden. I realized I had let weeds grow. Thoughts of fear, thoughts of self-doubt, thoughts that were never even mine to begin with. Words people spoke over me, lies I picked up along the way. I had to go to work, pulling those weeds out one by one. And let me tell you, it wasn't easy, but it was necessary. I started replacing "I'm not good enough" with "I am more than enough." I replaced "I always mess up" with "I am learning and growing." I replaced "nothing ever works out for me." Everything is working for me, not against me. And slowly, things began to change, not just around me, but within me. When you guard your mind, you guard your destiny. Because you can't live a positive life with a poisoned mindset. You can't walk in purpose when your inner dialogue is tearing you down. And you can't expect to grow if you're planting seeds of limitation, fear, and self-sabotage every single day. Now, here's what I want you to hear. It's not just about being positive for the sake of being positive. This is not about ignoring reality. This is about choosing which voice gets the final say. It's about choosing what kind of garden you want to grow. Do you want one full of weeds and thorns, or one that produces fruit, beauty, and abundance? Every time you choose faith over fear, truth over lies, courage over doubt, you are planting something powerful in your garden. And the more you water those seeds, through repetition, through action, through surrounding yourself with the right voices, the stronger they grow. But here's the thing, it's not not a one-time decision. Just like a garden needs daily care, your mind needs daily guarding, because the world is loud. Social media is loud. Critics are loud. Old memories are loud. But you have to be louder with your truth. You have to speak over your fear. You have to counter every lie with a greater truth. I remember one of the greatest turning points in my life. I was standing backstage about to speak to a crowd that I felt completely unqualified to face. My heart was racing. My mind was filled with doubt. And I looked in the mirror and said, Les, you've got something special. You were born for this. I didn't feel it, but I spoke it. And the moment I did, something inside me stood up, not because the fear disappeared, but because the belief got louder. What you feed will grow. If you feed fear, it will grow. If you feed negativity, it will grow. But if you feed faith, confidence, resilience, that's what takes root. That's what shapes your mindset. And eventually, that's what shapes your life. So let me ask you today, what are you planting? What are you repeating to yourself in the quiet moments when no one's around? Because your future is living off the words you speak in private. Your next level is waiting on your willingness to protect your peace, pull out those lies, and plant something stronger. It's time to tend to your garden. Speak life, think truth, protect your soil. Because when your mind is healthy, your life will flourish. Guard it like it matters, because it does. Your future is rooted there. The right environment matters. Growth isn't just about what's inside of you. It's also about what's around you. You can have the strongest seed in the world, packed with potential, purpose, and power. But if you plant it in the wrong environment, it will wither before it ever gets a chance to bloom. Let that settle in your spirit. Because too many people are trying to grow in environments that are slowly killing their dreams. You can't flourish in soil that's filled with poison. You can't thrive in a place that doesn't nourish your vision, your self-worth, your calling. I know this because I lived it. I spent years trying to grow in the wrong places, with the wrong people, tied to the wrong patterns. And I couldn't figure out why I kept hitting a wall. I kept thinking, maybe something is wrong with me. But the truth was, I wasn't broken. I was buried. I wasn't weak. I was planted in the wrong place. Some of you listening right now are in toxic environments. And I'm not just talking about physical locations. I'm talking about conversations that always lead you back to fear. I'm talking about relationships that tear you down instead of build you up. I'm talking about routines that drain your energy, habits that keep you small, voices that echo old wounds. And here's the hard truth. You cannot grow in an environment that doesn't believe in your growth. If every time you share your dream, someone laughs or looks away, that's not fertile soil, that's cement. If every time you try to break a cycle, someone pulls you back with guilt or shame, that's not support, that's sabotage. If the only thing being fed in your environment is your fear and your doubt, then guess what? That's what will grow. You've got to be willing to uproot yourself from environments that can't handle your next level. And I get it, leaving is hard. Change is hard. The familiar can feel comfortable even when it's harmful. But you've got to ask yourself, do I want to stay stuck in comfort? Or do I want to grow in courage? Because the two rarely coexist. There was a point in my life when I had to distance myself from people I had known for years. Not because I didn't love them, but because they were no longer aligned with the version of me I was becoming. Every time I shared my vision, they brought up my limitations. Every time I reached for more, they reminded me of my past. And I realized you can't keep reaching for the stars while being anchored to people who live in the basement of your potential. So I made a change. I started surrounding myself with people who stretched me, who challenged my thinking, who held me accountable, who dreamed bigger. People who weren't intimidated by my ambition, but inspired by it. People who weren't threatened by my growth, but encouraged it. And guess what? I started growing, not just a little, but in every area of my life. See, you need people who will water you when you feel dry. People who speak truth over you when you forget your own worth. People who see the seed in you even before it breaks through the ground. Those kinds of environments, They're not just good for your goals, they're necessary for your soul. And it's not just about people either. It's about habits, spaces, rhythms. What's in your daily environment? What are you feeding your ears, your eyes, your spirit? Are you waking up to chaos or clarity? Are you filling your space with stress or strength? Because all of it matters. Growth is not passive, it's intentional, it's strategic. A flower doesn't grow just because it wants to. It grows because it's planted in the right place, at the right time, with the right light, the right nourishment, the right care. And sometimes your growth means leaving what's known. It means walking away from a job that pays well but kills your joy. It means releasing relationships that keep rehearsing your pain. It means breaking routines that once served you but now suffocate you. It means saying, I love myself too much to stay small. Because here's the truth, flowers don't bloom in every season. And they don't bloom in every soil. You have to know when to stay planted and when to uproot. And that takes courage. But when you move into an environment that feeds your purpose, watch how fast you grow. Watch how your voice changes. Watch how your dreams come alive. Watch how your peace expands. So today, I challenge you to take a hard, honest look at your environment. What needs to go? What needs to grow? And are you willing to make the changes necessary? Not just to survive, but to thrive. Because the right environment isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. And when you plant yourself in a place that aligns with your purpose, your growth becomes unstoppable. Flowers don't ask permission to bloom. They just need the right soil. So find your soil, find your light, and grow unapologetically. Embrace the process, not just the promise. Everybody wants the promise, the dream, the breakthrough, the moment of arrival. We want the spotlight, the recognition, the celebration. We crave that vision of the future where it all makes sense, where all the work pays off, where the world finally sees what we've known in our hearts all along. And there's nothing wrong with wanting that. The promise is powerful. It gives us hope. It gives us direction. But the mistake most people make is chasing the promise while ignoring the process. I made that mistake. Early on, I had big dreams. Dreams of standing on stages, changing lives, building something meaningful. But I didn't understand the price of the promise. I thought passion was enough. I thought inspiration would carry me. But when the excitement wore off, when the crowds weren't there, when the results were slow, I realized something that changed everything. The process isn't just the way to the promise, it is the promise. See, we live in a culture that celebrates outcomes. Social media shows us the highlight reels, the book launches, the success stories, the awards, the after pictures. But what you don't see is the grind behind the glory. You don't see the nights when they cried themselves to sleep. You don't see the mornings when they showed up even when no one clapped. You don't see the rejections, the do-overs, the silence. And it's in those moments, the quiet, uncomfortable, unseen ones, that real growth happens. I used to want the applause without the repetition. I wanted the outcome without the effort. I wanted the mountaintop without the climb. But success doesn't work like that. Nothing great is built overnight. It's built in the daily decisions. It's built in the ordinary, unremarkable, even boring moments that stack up over time. It's built when you keep going after the excitement wears off, when you show up not because you feel like it, but because your purpose demands it. There were nights when I stayed up late, rehearsing lines over and over again until my voice cracked. Days I spoke to rooms that were nearly empty. Moments when I questioned if I was really cut out for this. But I kept going. Not because I was fearless, but because I was committed. And that's what the process teaches you. Commitment. Not commitment to the feeling, but commitment to the calling. Falling in love with the process means learning to appreciate the small wins. It means choosing discipline over distraction, purpose over pleasure, growth over gratification. It means doing the work when it's inconvenient. It means practicing when no one's watching. It means holding on to your vision even when you're tired, even when you're broke, even when you're doubting yourself. There's something sacred about the process. It humbles you. It breaks you open. It reveals who you are without the spotlight. and it prepares you for what's coming. Because let me tell you, if you skip the process, you won't survive the promise. If you're not built on discipline, consistency, and integrity, then success will expose what your hustle tried to hide. But if you honor the process, it will give you the foundation to stand when the promise arrives. Think of a tree. Everyone admires its height, its fruit, its beauty. But nobody talks about the roots. Nobody sees the years it spent growing underground, developing the strength to withstand storms. That's the process. That's what you need. Deep roots, quiet strength, unshakable foundation. Because storms will come, delays will come, doubts will come. And the only thing that will keep you from quitting is what you built in the dark. You don't rise to the level of your dreams. You fall to the level of your habits. So ask yourself, are you building habits that support your dream? Are you showing up every day like it matters? Are you willing to be consistent when it's hard, when it's lonely, when it feels pointless? Because here's the truth. Growth isn't always glamorous. Sometimes it's gritty. Sometimes it's frustrating. But it's always worth it. The version of you who can handle the promise is being formed right now. Every step, every stumble, every stretch, it's shaping you. It's strengthening you. It's preparing you to walk in rooms you once only dreamed of. So don't despise the process. Don't rush through it. Don't resent it. Embrace it. Lean into it. Find the beauty in the becoming. Because one day, when you're standing in the fulfillment of your promise, you'll look back and realize that the process was the most powerful part of the journey, and the people who win in life. They aren't the ones who love the stage. They're the ones who fell in love with the practice. They aren't the ones who chased applause. They're the ones who kept going in silence. They didn't wait to feel ready. They built their readiness in the fire of consistency. So if you're in the middle right now, if the results haven't come yet, if the road feels long, don't quit. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are in the process, and the process is working for you. It's molding you. It's equipping you. Fall in love with the work, the repetition, the rhythm, the stretching, because that's where the real miracle lies. The promise is beautiful, but the process, that's where you become unstoppable. You are not your mistakes. There's someone listening right now who's been walking through life carrying a heavy weight on their back. Regret, shame, guilt. Maybe you said the wrong thing. Maybe you made a choice you wish you could take back. Maybe you missed a moment. And now you're wondering if it's too late. Maybe life handed you a second chance and you fumbled it. And now you're asking yourself in silence, am I still worthy? Can I still make something of my life after everything I've done or failed to do? Let me tell you something that could shift your entire life. If you receive it in your heart, you are not your mistakes. You are not the worst thing you've ever done. You are not the broken promises. You are not the pain you've caused or the pain that was caused to you. You are not the opportunities you missed or the doors that closed. And you are certainly not the labels that people tried to put on you when you were at your lowest. You are more. You are so much more. But the problem is, we often confuse failure with identity. We wear our like a name tag. We let our worst moments become the lens through which we see everything else. And if we're not careful, we start shrinking our future down to the size of our past. We disqualify ourselves before anyone else does. I've been there. I've looked in the mirror and didn't like the person staring back. I've made decisions that hurt people I loved. I've lost time. I've lost chances. And for a while, I believed that I wasn't worthy of another try, that maybe I'd messed up too much to be used, too broken to be rebuilt. But here's the truth. I had to learn the hard way. God doesn't throw away people who've made mistakes. He redeems them. You are still in the fight. You are still becoming. And as long as there's breath in your body, there is still purpose in your future. There is still a calling with your name on it. You are not disqualified because of your pain. You are being prepared through it. Some of the greatest leaders, visionaries, and voices in history had painful pasts. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison before he became president of South Africa. Maya Angelou went mute for years as a child due to trauma, and yet she found a voice that moved generations. Saul persecuted Christians, then became Paul, one of the greatest apostles of all time. The lesson is this: your mistakes don't disqualify you, they refine you. Because it's in the valley, when you've hit rock bottom, when everything falls apart, when you feel unworthy, that's where transformation begins. That's where you dig deep. That's where you find resilience. That's where you learn grace. You begin to understand that your worth was never tied to your perfection. It's tied to your existence. And yes, you may have to face consequences. You may have to rebuild. You may have to apologize, forgive yourself, and grow through the wreckage. But hear me, that does not mean you're done. It means you're being rebuilt. Stronger, wiser, more compassionate, more aligned with your truth. Mistakes are not the end of the road. They are redirections. Every setback is a setup for a comeback. Every closed door can be a detour to something greater. Some of the most powerful parts of your story are going to come from the chapters you'd rather skip. The pain you've endured, it can become purpose. The failure you faced, it can become fire. The shame you've carried, it can be turned into strength. But you have to release the lie that you are unworthy because of what you've done. That's not your truth. That's not your identity. That's not your future. There's still something in you that the world needs. There's still light in you. There's still a dream buried underneath the debris. Don't let your past steal your permission to rise. Don't let guilt silence your greatness. Don't let one mistake define the rest of your life. You're allowed to heal. You're allowed to rise. You're allowed to change. And you are worthy of redemption. So I want you to decide right now that you're not going to live another day as a prisoner to your past. You've been forgiven. You've been preserved. You've been carried through things that could have destroyed you. That means you still have a mission. You still have something to say. Something to give. Something to become. Don't quit on yourself. Your story is not over. You are not your failure. You are not your past. You are still becoming. Vision pulls you through the valley. There were days, hard days, when I didn't want to get out of bed. Days when the weight of life pressed down so heavy on my chest that even breathing felt like work. Days when I stared out the window and wondered, is this really all there is? Days when I questioned my worth, my path, my strength. Days when the tears came before the sun did. Days I almost gave up. Not because I was weak, but because I was weary. You know that kind of weariness that doesn't just touch your body, it touches your soul. But I kept going, not because the pain stopped, not because life suddenly got easy, but because deep inside me, deeper than the doubt, deeper than the fear, was vision. A glimpse, a flicker, a picture of who I could become, a stronger me, a wiser me, a freer me, a version of myself that had made it through the valley, not one who got stuck in it. And that vision, that saved me. That pulled me forward when everything around me was pushing me back. That image in my mind of a better day, a fuller life, a more aligned existence, that became my fuel. Because sometimes vision is the only thing that will keep your feet moving when your heart feels broken. Let me tell you, if you don't have a vision, the valley will bury you. Life is going to throw seasons at you that don't make sense. Storms that come without warning. Loss you weren't prepared for. People who leave, plans that fail. You're going to face moments that make you question everything. But vision is what gives you context in the chaos. It reminds you this is not the end. This is not all there is. This is just a chapter, not the whole story. When I was at my lowest, I started closing my eyes and seeing more than what was in front of me. I saw myself healed. I saw myself laughing again. I saw myself walking into rooms with confidence. I saw my purpose being lived out. I saw my story helping others. I visualized the victory before it ever showed up, and that vision pulled me like a rope through the darkness. Because when you can see it, even if no one else does, you can survive the season you're in. And it's not just about seeing it, it's about speaking it. I began speaking life over myself even when I didn't believe it at first. I will overcome. I'm not stuck. I'm growing. This pain has a purpose. I spoke it when I was alone. I spoke it when my voice trembled. I spoke it until my words started creating cracks in the walls of my valley. You've got to speak your vision into your atmosphere. Not because it's magic, but because your words shape your mindset. And your mindset shapes your movement. And your movement shapes your miracle. I know what it's like to be surrounded by circumstances that don't reflect your vision. I know what it's like to live in environments where no one believes in your dream. But I'm telling you, you have to be the one who carries the torch. You have to protect your vision like it's oxygen. Because when everything around you feels like it's dying, your vision is what breathes life back into your bones. The valley isn't meant to destroy you. It's meant to develop you. But only vision can help you see that. Only vision can transform pain into preparation. Only vision can help you endure the silence, the loneliness, the waiting. Vision helps you see that what you're walking through now is necessary for what you're walking into. So how do you keep that vision alive? You feed it daily. You revisit it like a sacred promise. You write it down. You imagine it with detail. You connect with people who stretch your imagination. You remove voices that shrink it. You walk toward it, even when it's just one tiny step at a time. Vision isn't just for dreamers, it's for survivors. It's for those of us who have seen the bottom and still believe there's a top. It's for those of us who've been betrayed, broken, bruised, and still believe there's more. It's for those who say, I may not be there yet, but I'm on my way. So let me ask you, what do you see when you close your eyes? Not the fear, not the past, not the pain. What do you really see? Who are you becoming? What's calling you forward? That's your vision, that's your lifeline, that's your rope through the valley. See it, speak it, walk toward it daily. Even if you're crawling, keep moving. Even if no one else believes, you believe. Because one day, that vision that only you could see in the dark, it will become the reality that everyone else will see in the light. Hold on to it. Feed it. Fight for it. Because your vision will pull you through what your strength alone never could. Learning is the lifeline of growth. If there's one thing I know for sure, it's this. Growth does not happen by accident. It is not automatic. It is not guaranteed just because time passes. You don't grow just because you age. You grow because you learn, because you lean in, because you stay open, because you stop pointing fingers at what hurt you and start asking, what can I learn from this? One of the most powerful shifts in my life happened the moment I stopped blaming and started learning. I stopped looking at my failures as proof that I wasn't good enough and started looking at them as teachers. I stopped looking at my pain as punishment and started looking at it as preparation. I stopped waiting for life to be easier and I started asking life, what are you trying to teach me right here, right now? I turned my pain into a classroom. I turned my car into a classroom. I turned quiet moments into mentoring sessions. I began to read like my life depended on it. I studied people who had been where I wanted to go. I listened to voices of wisdom, of faith, of courage. I sought out mentors, some I met in person, others I met through their words and their journeys. And I didn't just learn from their victories. I learned from their scars, because learning isn't just about books. It's about posture. The posture of humility. The posture of hunger. The moment you think you know it all is the moment you start to fall. But when you keep showing up with a teachable heart, life will always have something to give you. Every single day, life is offering you a lesson. But you've got to be present enough and humble enough to receive it. It might come in the form of a failure, a closed door, a missed opportunity, a tough conversation, a book, a stranger's words, a moment of silence. It's not always obvious, but the lessons are always there. See, I believe growth is a spiritual responsibility. You were not created to stay stagnant. You were not designed to live and die on the same mental level. God didn't place all that potential in you just to have it go untapped. But to unlock that potential, you've got to learn, you've got to study yourself, study others, study the patterns in your life. You've got to unlearn some things too. lies you were told, fear you were taught, limitations you adopted that were never yours to carry. I remember my career, nothing was working. Doors were closing. I started to feel bitter. I started to blame everything around me. But then I paused and I realized the one thing I hadn't been doing was learning. I was busy complaining, busy comparing, but not growing. And so I humbled myself and went back to the basics. I picked up books. I listened to audio tapes. I studied again. I asked better questions. And slowly, things started to shift. Not because the world changed, but because I did. Because that's the truth. Your life gets better when you get better. And you get better when you choose to keep learning. When you decide, I'm not finished yet. When you stop pretending you've got it all figured out and start becoming a student again. Learning keeps you alive. The moment you stop learning, you stop growing. And when you stop growing, you start dying. You start drifting. You start repeating cycles that you were supposed to break. You start getting stuck in mindsets that were meant to be temporary. But learning breathes new life into your soul. It reignites your fire. It opens your eyes. It helps you evolve. Because every time you learn, you expand. Every time you grow, you get closer to the person you were created to be. And don't just learn what's convenient. Learn what's convicting. Learn the things that challenge your pride, that stretch your perspective, that force you to confront yourself. Because real learning doesn't just inform you, it transforms you. Some of the greatest breakthroughs in your life will come not from changing your circumstances, but from changing your understanding. And that's what learning does. It gives you the tools to see differently, to think differently, to live differently. So turn your life into a classroom. Make every moment an opportunity to grow. Read books that scare you. Have conversations that stretch you. Reflect on your failures. Celebrate the lessons in your losses. Get around people who know more than you do and ask them questions. You don't have to be perfect to grow. You just have to be curious. You have to be willing to ask, what's next for me to learn? And then have the courage to go after it. You want a better life? Keep learning. You want to break generational patterns? Keep learning. You want to step into your purpose? Keep learning. Because as long as you're learning, you're growing. And as long as you're growing, you're winning. The power is already inside you. You're not waiting on the world. The world is waiting on you. Waiting on you to stop second guessing. Waiting on you to stop shrinking. Waiting on you to stop looking for permission to become what you already are. You see, too many people spend their lives searching for the right moment, for someone to approve of their dream, for some magical sign to confirm that they're ready. But I want you to hear me clearly. You don't need permission. You need a decision. The power you're looking for isn't out there. It's in here, in you. You were created with it. You were born with it. God placed in you everything you need to overcome what's in front of you. But here's the thing. Potential doesn't activate itself. Purpose doesn't shout. Power doesn't explode without faith. You've got to believe it, unlock it, and use it. That's where most people get stuck. Not because they lack talent. Not because they lack opportunity, but because they lack belief. They've convinced themselves that someone else has more strength, more wisdom, more clarity, more courage. They spend so much time admiring someone else's fire, they forget they've got a match in their own hand. But let me tell you something. You were not made to live small. You were not designed to tiptoe through life, hoping to avoid failure. You were made to impact, to lead, to rise. There's a giant inside of you that has been sleeping for too long. A dream that's been waiting for you to say yes. A voice that's been whispering, you're more than this. A spark that's ready to become a flame. The power inside you isn't soft. It's fierce. It's divine. It's the breath of God. It's the whisper that says, keep going. It's the strength that shows up when you're tired. It's the grace that covers you when you stumble. It's the calling that won't leave you alone, even when you try to ignore it. But power unused is power wasted. It's time to stop acting like you're unqualified for your own calling. Stop walking like you don't belong in the rooms you prayed to be in. Stop hesitating when God already gave you the green light. You're not under-qualified, you're under-believing. Every champion you've ever admired had to face the same inner battle. Am I really enough? And the answer is yes. Not because you've done everything right. Not because your resume is perfect, but because you're here. Because God doesn't call the qualified, He qualifies the called. And if He called you, it's because He put something in you that the world needs. You don't have to wait for confidence to show up before you act. You build confidence through action. Every time you show up, even scared, you prove to yourself that the power is real. Every time you rise after falling, you confirm that your resilience is greater than your fear. Every time you speak, even when your voice shakes, you awaken that giant a little more. I know you've been through things. I know life has tried to convince you that you're too late, too broken, too far gone. But that's a lie. You're right on time. Nothing you've walked through is wasted. Not the failure, not the heartbreak, not the loss. It was all training. It was all shaping. It was all working together to uncover what was already inside of you. You are not your fear. You are not your past. You are not your delay. You are power. You are purpose wrapped in skin. You are potential walking on 2 feet. You are what your younger self dreamed of and what your future self is counting on. So stop asking the world to see something in you that you haven't seen in yourself. Start showing up like you already have what it takes, because you do. Stop playing small in rooms where you were meant to lead. Stop doubting the very gift that keeps showing up in your heart day after day. The power is already in you. And when you finally accept that, when you stop waiting and start walking, you'll begin to move differently. You'll stop needing applause to feel worthy. You'll stop running from the hard things. You'll stop watering down your dream just to fit into places you've outgrown. This world doesn't need another copy. It needs your authentic fire, your full voice, your whole power. Because there are people waiting on the other side of your decision, waiting on you to step up, to rise up, to wake up that giant inside you. So today, draw a line in the sand. Say it with your whole chest. Am enough. I am called. I am ready. Not because everything is perfect, but because the power is already in you. Now go use it. The world is waiting. There comes a time in your life when the mirror stops reflecting your face and starts reflecting your truth. A moment when you look at yourself and whisper, I can't keep living like this. Maybe it's after another night of breaking your own promises. Maybe it's after you say, tomorrow I'll change, for the 100th time. Maybe it's after losing something or someone because you couldn't master the small things that mattered. You see, we don't lose our potential in one big explosion. We lose it habit by habit, decision by decision, day by day. It's the small moments that steal the big dreams. It's the little neglects that build invisible prisons. And I want you to understand something tonight. Habits are not just actions. They are the architects of your destiny. You are not your dreams. You are your habits. You can dream of success all night, but your habits decide if you'll ever wake up to it. Let me tell you a story. There was a young man filled with dreams, hungry for success. He had the fire, the passion, the energy. But every morning, his alarm would ring, and he'd hit the snooze button. Just 5 more minutes, he'd tell himself. And those 5 minutes turned into 5 years of almost. The one day, he met an old mentor who said something that shook him. Your habits are voting for the person you're becoming every single day. The question is, who are they voting for? And from that moment, he realized something powerful. You don't need to change your life overnight. You just need to start winning the small votes. Because the small votes become character. Character becomes identity. And identity becomes destiny. That young man could be you. Could be me. could be anyone sitting in silence right now, tired of their own excuses, ready to reclaim their power. So tonight, I'm not here to talk about perfection. I'm here to talk about progress through discipline. Because when you master your habits, you master your future. And if you don't, your habits will master you. The first fight against yourself, you see, the hardest battle you'll ever fight won't be with your boss, your family, your past, or your circumstances. It'll be with you. The person inside who knows exactly what they should do and still finds a reason not to. Every morning, there are two voices waiting for you. One says, stay where it's safe. Don't push today. You deserve rest. The other says, get up. You've got something to build. That's the voice of destiny. And whichever one you listen to, that's the life you'll live. Let me be real with you. The battle for new habits isn't about motivation. It's about identity. Because you don't rise to the level of your motivation. You fall to the level of your systems. And your systems are built on your habits. You can't say, I'm going to be disciplined and keep living the same way. Discipline is not a decision. It's a design. If your environment feeds your weakness, it will starve your growth. You have to rewire your mind to believe that discomfort is not your enemy. It's your invitation to growth. Every time you resist that temptation to quit, every time you silence that voice of delay, every time you follow through, you are rebuilding yourself. Change doesn't begin with grand gestures. It begins with small victories. When you decide to make your bed in the morning, when you choose to drink water instead of excuses, when you do what needs to be done, even when no one is watching, that's the foundation of greatness. Because habits are the invisible hands that shape your future. You cannot have a champion's dream with a victim's routine. You cannot pray for a new life and still cling to old habits. If you want transformation, start with repetition, not perfection. Repetition. Do it so often that it becomes who you are. When you master the fight within, the world outside becomes your playground. So remember, you don't need to be stronger than the world. You just need to be stronger than your old self. Today, that's the first fight. And once you win it, every door begins to open. The first fight against yourself, every dreamer, every fighter, every soul that ever reached greatness had to face the same battlefield. Not the one outside, but the one within. It's a silent war fought in the dark corners of your mind, where no one else can see, no one else can cheer, and no one else can fight for you. It's you against you. The version of yourself that wants to rise against the version that wants to rest. The one that wants to move forward against the one that whispers tomorrow. You see, the most dangerous word in human history is not fear. It's not failure. It's later. Because later kills dreams faster than defeat ever could. Every time you say, I'll start tomorrow, you are giving your old self permission to live another day. And the truth is, that old version of you is comfortable. It knows your weaknesses, your patterns, your excuses. It will whisper to you like an old friend, telling you that comfort is safety, that struggle is unnecessary. But that's a lie, because comfort is the slowest form of death. The battle for your habits begins the moment you open your eyes each morning. You have two voices waiting for you. One that tells you to stay where you are, and one that dares you to rise. And whichever voice you your future. Success is not built in giant leaps. It's built in small, silent decisions. The ones that no one claps for, the ones that no one sees. Every time you wake up and do what you said you'd do, you are declaring victory over your old self. Let me tell you something powerful. You don't become great by finding motivation. You become great by creating consistency. Motivation is a spark, habits are the fire. And if you wait for the spark every day, you'll freeze in the cold of procrastination. Discipline is the match you light, even when it's raining, even when it's windy, even when your hands are trembling. Because the fire of change doesn't need perfect conditions. It just needs your persistence. There will be days when you don't feel like doing it. Days when your mind tells you, it's okay to skip just this once. But every skip promise builds a wall between you and your potential. And every time you keep your word to yourself, you break that wall down. That's how growth happens, not in applause, but in quiet repetition. The truth is, you are training yourself every day. Either you are training discipline or you are training delay. Either you are building strength or you are building excuses. Habits don't care who you are. They only care what you repeat. So if you repeat weakness, it becomes your identity. But if you repeat courage, even in small steps, it becomes your power. I remember once a man told me, Les, I want to be successful so bad, but I can't stay consistent. And I asked him, what do you do when the feeling fades? He said, I wait until it comes back. I said, that's the problem. Success doesn't wait on feelings. It's built on follow through. You can't wait to feel ready. You have to move, even when you're uncertain, even when you're afraid, because action creates clarity. Every time you choose the harder right over the easier wrong, you are rewriting your story. You are teaching your mind that it can trust you. And when your mind trusts you, that's when confidence is born. Confidence is not shouting, I can do this. It's whispering, I'll do this again and again until it becomes who I am. You've got to look at your life and ask yourself, what are the small battles I keep losing? Because those small battles, waking up on time, eating right, focusing when it's boring, staying calm when it's hard, they are not small at all. They are the roots of everything else. If you can't control your morning, you can't control your destiny. You see, the first fight is not about proving yourself to the world. It's about proving to yourself that you can change, that you can rewrite your patterns, that you can be trusted to follow through. Once you win that fight, the world can't stop you, because the world can't defeat what you've already conquered inside. And I want you to remember this truth. The old you is not your enemy, it's your lesson. Every excuse, every delay, every broken promise, they were all preparing you for this moment. You're not starting from weakness, you're starting from wisdom. You know what it costs to stay the same. You've lived it. Now it's time to rise beyond it. Because if you can master yourself, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, that can stand in your way. The hardest part of growth is not learning something new. It's unlearning who you used to be. But once you do, once you take ownership of your habits, once you win that first fight within, life will start bowing to your direction. You'll no longer chase greatness. Greatness will start following you. So, wake up tomorrow with this truth in your heart. You don't have to be stronger than the world, just stronger than your old self. Win that battle today, and you'll never lose again the power of repetition. The secret behind greatness doesn't appear in a flash of brilliance. It doesn't arrive on your doorstep with a knock and a smile. Greatness comes through repetition, through doing the right thing over and over again until the world has no choice but to recognize your discipline. The truth is, most people don't fail because they don't have talent. They fail because they can't stay consistent long enough for their talent to mature. Repetition is the bridge between potential and power, between who you are and who you are meant to be. I remember a time I watched a sculptor working on a giant block of stone. He hit it again and again with a hammer. I stood there for minutes, watching him strike it 100 times and nothing happened. Not a crack. Not a line. Just the same unshaken stone. But then, on the 101st strike, crack. It split perfectly down the middle. People clapped, amazed by that one strike. But the sculptor just smiled and said, it wasn't the last strike that broke it. It was the 100 before it. That's repetition. That's life. You see, success is not built on one big act. It's built on the little ones you repeat when no one's watching. The world sees the result. They don't see the routine. They admire the finished product, but overlook the process. Yet it's the process that makes the masterpiece. When you repeat an action, you are training your brain to make it a part of your identity. Every repetition sends a message to your subconscious saying, this is who I am now. And that's where the real transformation happens. Not in the first attempt, but in the persistence that follows. The gym feels hard until your body adapts. Speaking up feels terrifying until your voice stops shaking. Waking up early feels impossible until it becomes normal. You cannot rewire your life without repetition, because repetition is the language of the mind. The first time it resists. The second time it argues. The 10th time it adjusts. The 100th time it becomes automatic. Most people quit right before that adjustment happens. They expect results from effort, not repetition. They say, I've been trying for a week and nothing changed. But that's not how growth works. You don't plant a seed and dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You water it, you nurture it, you let repetition do its quiet work underground. Because one day, you'll wake up and realize that what once took all your strength now takes none at all. It's become who you are. Repetition builds strength, but it also builds belief. Every time you show up, you're sending proof to your mind that you're reliable. And when your mind believes you, your confidence becomes unshakable. You start to trust your own word again. That's one of the greatest feelings in the world. To know that when you say you'll do something, you mean it. That's how champions are born. They're not people who feel motivated every day. They're people who've repeated discipline until it became instinct. There's a moment in everyone's journey where boredom shows up. When the excitement fades and the grind begins. That's where most give up. But that's where the masters keep going. Because mastery lives on the other side of monotony. When you can love the process more than the praise, when you can find joy in repetition, when you can embrace the silence where no one claps, that's when greatness starts to whisper your name. Think about musicians. They play the same scales hundreds of times before they ever perform on stage. Think about athletes. They repeat the same movements for years before the world ever calls them champions. Think about your own life. The success you want won't come from one breakthrough. It'll come from the repetition of small victories, stacked on top of each other until they become unstoppable momentum. Repetition doesn't just change your results, it changes you. It forges patience, humility, and strength. It teaches you that progress is not an event, it's a rhythm. Every day you repeat your discipline, you are building invisible muscles of resilience. You're proving to the universe that you can be trusted with your dream. Because the universe doesn't reward effort, it rewards endurance. So if you want to rise, find something worth repeating. A routine that strengthens you, a mindset that renews you, a behavior that builds you, and keep showing up, especially when it's dull, when it's tiring, when it feels pointless. Because that's when repetition is doing its deepest work. One day you'll look back and realize everything you were praying for came not from massive change, But from quiet, steady repetition, you'll see that greatness didn't visit you. It grew inside you because you showed up long enough for the world to take notice. Remember this, you are not what you occasionally do. You are what you repeatedly do. Habits form your destiny, and repetition is how you sculpt it. Don't stop swinging the hammer. The next strike might just be the one that breaks through. Discipline. The bridge between goals and growth. Every dream in this world starts as a vision, a spark in your heart, a whisper in your mind that says, you were made for more. But between where you are and where you want to be, there's a bridge, and that bridge is called discipline. Everyone wants to cross it, but few are willing to walk it every single day, because that bridge isn't built of motivation or talent. It's built of consistency, sacrifice, and the strength to do what must be done, even when every cell in your body screams not to. You see, discipline isn't glamorous. It's not loud. It doesn't come with applause. It shows up in the quiet moments, when you drag yourself out of bed before the world wakes up, when you sit in front of your goals with tired eyes and a weary soul and say, not today, failure. Not today. Discipline is the quiet warrior inside you that refuses to surrender. And if you ever want to see what greatness truly looks like, don't look at the trophies. Look at the days of discipline that built them. There was once a young athlete who dreamed of being a champion. Every morning, he'd run while others slept. Rain or shine, cold or heat, he ran. One day, a friend asked him, how do you stay so disciplined when no one's watching? The young man smiled and said, because when no one's watching, that's when I'm becoming who they'll watch one day. That's what discipline is. It's doing what's right when the crowd is gone, when the applause fades, when there's no one to remind you why you started. The truth is, goals are easy to set. Everyone can dream. But discipline is what separates the talkers from the doers. Discipline is the daily decision to walk when others wait, to move when others make excuses. Every act of discipline is a seed planted in the soil of your destiny. The results may not appear immediately, but they will appear because time respects those who respect discipline. There will be moments when your mind will try to talk you out of it, when it says, you deserve a break. You've done enough. That's the moment you have to remind yourself why you began. Because discipline without direction becomes punishment, but discipline with purpose becomes power. Every time you keep your promises to yourself, you are telling the universe, I'm ready for more. And life begins to respond to that energy. Discipline is not about control. It's about freedom. People think being disciplined means living in chains, but in reality, it's the key that unlocks your potential. It frees you from regret, from chaos, from that endless cycle of starting and stopping. Discipline says, you may not feel like it, but you'll thank me later. And it's true, because discipline gives you what laziness only promises. There will come a day when you don't feel inspired. You'll wake up and the world will feel heavy. Your dreams will feel distant. But that's where discipline steps in. It doesn't care about feelings. It listens only to commitment. Discipline whispers, get up. You've come too far to quit now. And when you listen to that voice, something magical happens. You grow stronger than your emotions. You stop being a slave to your moods and start becoming the master of your mission. Look at every great person you admire, every leader, every inventor, every icon. What do they have in common? Discipline. They stayed when others left. They worked when others rested. They practiced when others played. And because of that, they crossed the bridge between goals and growth. You can't skip it. You can't buy it. You can't fake it. You've got to walk it. One hard step at a time. There will be sacrifices. You'll lose sleep. You'll lose comfort. You might even lose people who don't understand your vision. But remember this, you can either suffer the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. One lasts a while, the other lasts a lifetime. And the moment you choose discipline, you start reclaiming control over your future. Every time you say no to distraction, no to temptation, no to the easy road, you are saying yes to your destiny. Discipline is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent. It's about showing up broken, tired, uncertain, and still choosing to move forward. That's where growth begins. That's how mountains are moved. That's how lives are changed. So, the next time you feel like quitting, remember, this is the bridge. And the bridge doesn't care how you feel. It only responds to those who keep walking. Every step you take in discipline is a vote for the person you're becoming. And one day, you'll look back and realize the bridge didn't just lead you to success. It built you into the kind of person who could handle it. Keep walking. Keep fighting. Keep showing up. Because every disciplined day is proof that you're not waiting for greatness. You're creating it. The power of consistency, becoming unstoppable if discipline is the bridge between goals and growth. Then consistency is the path that keeps you walking long enough to reach the other side. Everyone can be disciplined for a day. Everyone can be focused for a week. But the ones who win in life, they are the ones who stay consistent long after the excitement fades, long after the applause dies, long after the feeling is gone. Consistency is not about doing everything perfectly. It's about showing up, especially when perfection disappears. It's about doing what needs to be done even when you don't see the results yet, because you trust that they're coming. You see, greatness doesn't come from what you do once in a while. It comes from what you do every day. The most successful people in history weren't always the smartest or the most talented. They were consistent. They built habits that carried them when motivation left. They kept knocking on doors long after others stopped. They kept planting seeds even when the soil looked dry, because they understood that consistency is not just an act. It's a mindset. It's saying, I may not be there yet, but I will be if I keep showing up. There's a rhythm to success. It's not a sprint, it's a beat. Step by step, action by action, repetition by repetition. And consistency is what keeps that rhythm alive. You have to fall in love with the process, because the process is where the magic happens. Not in the applause, not in the reward, but in the daily grind when no one's watching. That's where character is forged. That's where strength is built. Think of a farmer. He plants seeds, waters them every day, tends to the soil, and waits. He doesn't dig up the ground after a week to check if it's growing. He trusts the process. He understands that just because he can't see the growth doesn't mean it's not happening. That's what consistency looks like. Faith in motion. You keep showing up, even when there's no visible sign of success, because you know that everything great takes time to grow roots before it rises. Most people fail not because they're not capable, but because they quit too soon. They let boredom, impatience, and doubt interrupt their consistency. They want results on demand, but life doesn't work that way. Life rewards the ones who stay when others leave. Every time you stay consistent in your efforts, you're sending a signal to the universe. I'm serious about this. And the universe responds by giving you more opportunities, more clarity, more strength. Consistency is about trust, not in others, but in yourself. It's proving to yourself that you can be relied upon, that your word means something. When you say you'll do something and you follow through again and again, you build a kind of inner respect that can't be shaken by failure or delay. And that's when momentum begins. Because momentum is not created by bursts of effort. It's created by steady rhythm. You don't become unstoppable overnight. You become unstoppable one consistent day at a time. There will be days when nothing seems to work. Days when you give everything you have and still see no change. Those are the days that test your faith in the process. And that's when you must remind yourself, even a dripping tap can carve stone if it drips long enough. It's not the force, it's the consistency. Every drop matters. Every effort counts. Every day you show up, you're moving closer, even if you can't feel it yet. People will doubt you. They'll ask why you're still trying. They'll say it's not worth it. But consistency is not about proving them wrong. It's about proving yourself right. Because deep down, you know you were made for more. And that more is not found in occasional bursts of greatness, but in daily acts of faith and persistence. The quiet ones, the small ones, the ones that seem insignificant until one day, everything changes and the world calls you an overnight success, not knowing that it took years of consistent work to become that overnight. Consistency is your superpower. It doesn't require talent. It doesn't depend on luck. It only needs commitment. It's about planting the same effort in the soil of your dream every day and trusting that one day you'll wake up to a harvest beyond your imagination. The secret to becoming unstoppable is not in doing more, it's in not stopping. Keep going when it's hard. Keep going when it's silent. Keep going when no one believes in you. Because consistency doesn't ask for attention. It creates results that demand it. And when those results come, you'll look back and realize that it wasn't the big moments that changed your life. It was the small, consistent steps you took every day when no one saw, no one clapped, and no one cared. That's what made you unstoppable. That's what built the life you dreamed of. So stay consistent, even when it's hard. Because one day, the world will call it luck. But you'll know it was never luck. It was you showing up every single day. Mindset, the engine of every habit, everything you will ever become starts in your mind. Every victory, every failure, every dream that ever came true. They were all born from a thought. Your mindset is the engine that drives every habit you build. You can change your routine, your schedule, even your surroundings, but if your mindset doesn't change, nothing else will last. Because the truth is, you cannot live a life that's higher than your thoughts. You rise or fall to the level of what you believe about yourself. There was once a young man who worked tirelessly to become successful. He did everything right, woke up early, worked hard, stayed disciplined, but somehow he always found himself sabotaging his own progress. One day, his mentor told him, "You'll never rise higher than the picture you hold of yourself in your mind." That hit him hard because he realized he'd been chasing success with a failure mindset. He was trying to act like a winner while still thinking like a loser. And until he changed the picture in his mind, nothing around him would change. That's the secret most people miss. Success doesn't start with action. It starts with attitude. It starts with the way you see yourself when no one's around. Because how you think determines how you act, and how you act determines what you become. If you believe you're broken, you'll build habits that confirm that belief. But if you believe you're capable, unstoppable, worthy, your habits will align with that truth. The mind is powerful beyond measure. It can create prisons or it can build empires. The same mind that tells you you can't can be trained to shout, "You will." But that training doesn't happen by accident. You have to reprogram it through repetition, belief, and action. Every time you push past doubt, you're teaching your mind a new truth. Every time you choose courage over fear, you're rewriting your story. You're showing your brain that it's safe to grow, to risk, to evolve. But here's what happens to most people. They try to change their habits without changing their identity. They say, I'll try to be more disciplined, instead of saying, I am disciplined. The mind responds to identity. When you tell yourself who you are with conviction, your brain begins to search for evidence to make it true. You can't wait to feel ready. You have to decide who you are before you see the proof. Because belief always comes before evidence. The battle for a powerful mindset is not fought once. It's fought daily. Every morning, your doubts wake up before you do. They whisper, you're not good enough. You failed too many times. And that's when you have to stand tall and speak truth over your life. You have to tell your mind, not today. Because your thoughts are not commands. They are suggestions. You decide which ones to obey. You must protect your mind the way you protect your dreams. Be careful what you feed it. Because every word, every image, every environment either strengthens or poisons it. Surround yourself with people who remind you of your strength, not your scars. Read what uplifts you. Listen to what ignites you. Because your mind is always under construction. And you're the architect. The great secret of life is that your habits follow your identity. And your identity follows your mindset. Change your thoughts, and your habits will have no choice but to follow. You cannot build a winner's life with a victim's mind. You cannot create progress with the language of defeat. Stop saying, I hope I can. Start saying, I will. Because words shape reality. Speak life into your future. Speak strength into your journey. And when the world tries to break you, and it will, remember that your power isn't in what happens to you. It's in how you respond. Life doesn't get easier. Your mindset gets stronger. That's why you train it daily. Through gratitude, through discipline, through belief. Because a strong mind creates a strong life. There will be days when you stumble, when your old thoughts come rushing back, when your inner critic gets loud again. That's okay. Growth is not about never falling. It's about getting back up faster each time. Every failure can either build your frustration or fuel your foundation. You choose what it becomes. And when you start choosing growth over guilt, progress over perfection, faith over fear, that's when everything begins to shift. A powerful mindset doesn't mean you never doubt. It means you never surrender to doubt. It means that even in your weakest moment, there's a voice inside whispering, keep going. That voice is your truth. Feed it, protect it, and let it lead you. Because when your mindset is right, no obstacle is permanent, no failure is final, and no dream is too far. So look in the mirror and tell yourself, I am not my past. I am not my fears. I am not my limits. I am the architect of my mind and the master of my habits. Say it until you believe it. Say it until your actions echo it. Because once your mindset changes, your entire world changes with it. That's how you become unstoppable from the inside out. Environment, the silent shaper of habits, your environment is either feeding your greatness or suffocating it. It's shaping you quietly every single day, whether you notice it or not. People think habits are born only from willpower. But in truth, most habits are born from what surrounds us. You are a reflection of what you constantly see, hear, and feel. You don't rise to your intentions. You fall to the level of your environment. If your surroundings don't support your growth, they'll eventually pull you back into comfort, distraction, and doubt. You can have the biggest dreams in the world, but if you're surrounded by people who laugh at your ambition, you'll start shrinking to fit their comfort zones. It's not that you stop believing in yourself. It's that you stop hearing the voice that once told you it was possible. The environment you stay in long enough becomes the environment you believe in. That's why some people lose their fire. Not because they weren't meant to burn, but because they were planted in the wrong soil. Imagine planting a seed in a box with no sunlight, no water, no air. Would it grow? Of course not. Not because it's a bad seed, but because it's trapped in the wrong environment. You are no different. Your potential is alive, waiting, breathing inside you. But it needs space, light, and nourishment. It needs the right atmosphere to grow. You can't expect greatness to grow in a place that celebrates mediocrity. You can't keep your mind in the gutter and expect your spirit to fly. The truth is, environment is more powerful than motivation. You can be inspired one day and lose it the next. But if your environment constantly pushes you, supports you, and reminds you of your vision, you don't have to rely on emotion, because your surroundings will keep you accountable. Every successful person you've ever admired became who they are because they designed their environment around who they wanted to become, not around who they were. They placed themselves where growth was not optional, it was expected. Sometimes you have to distance yourself from people who keep you tied to your past. Not because you hate them, but because you love your future. You can't climb a mountain while carrying everyone who refuses to move. Growth requires letting go, not of love, but of limits. When you create space, the right people will appear, the right opportunities will find you, and your energy will begin to match your dreams. Look around your life right now. What do you see? Is your space filled with reminders of your purpose or your pain? Is your circle filled with people who challenge you or people who drain you? Because everything in your environment is programming your mind. Every sound, every word, every distraction is shaping your next move. If you're surrounded by negativity long enough, it will start to sound like reason. But if you surround yourself with faith, growth, and purpose, that becomes your new normal. There's a story of a young man who wanted to change his life. But every time he tried, he found himself back where he started. One day his mentor told him, "You can't change your destination overnight, but you can change your direction immediately. And the first step is changing where you stand." So he moved out of the neighborhood that held him back, cut off the noise, and started over in a place that matched his goals. Within a year, everything changed. Not because he became a different person, but because he gave his new self room to breathe. Your environment is not just physical, it's mental and emotional too. The conversations you entertain, the content you consume, the people you follow, all of it builds or breaks you. If you keep feeding your mind junk, you can't expect clarity. If you keep feeding your spirit doubt, you can't expect courage. Guard your gates, your eyes, your ears, your heart, because whatever gets in there grows there. Sometimes creating the right environment means starting with silence, disconnecting from noise to reconnect with yourself. Because when the world is loud, you can't hear your own voice. And your voice, that inner fire, is what will lead you home every single time. Surround yourself with peace, and you'll begin to think clearly. Surround yourself with purpose, and you'll begin to act boldly. Surround yourself with greatness, and you'll begin to believe it's possible for you too. Remember this, your environment will either evolve you or dissolve you. Choose wisely. Build spaces that remind you of who you're becoming. Keep pictures of your goals where you can see them. Keep your books, your notes, your affirmations visible. Create a world around you that whispers your potential back to you every single day. Because when your environment supports your habits and your habits support your vision, That's when transformation becomes inevitable. Your surroundings are shaping you even now, molding your mindset, influencing your energy. So take control. Don't wait for a perfect place, create one. Don't wait for motivation, design it. You deserve to live in an environment that reflects your worth, not your wounds. And when you do that, when you step into spaces that speak life into you, everything changes. Because your environment doesn't just shape your habits, it shapes your destiny. Discipline, the bridge between dreams and reality. Dreams are beautiful, but dreams without discipline die in silence. Discipline is the bridge between what you want and what you're willing to do to get it. It's the quiet force that turns vision into victory, potential into power, and ideas into impact. Everyone dreams, everyone hopes, but not everyone is willing to do what it takes. Every day, even when it hurts, even when it's boring, even when nobody's watching. Discipline is not about perfection. It's about persistence. It's showing up again and again because your purpose deserves it. There was a young athlete once who wanted to be the best. He trained day and night, but one morning he woke up tired, sore, and discouraged. He said to his coach, "I don't think I can do this anymore." His coach smiled and said, "That's the day you're supposed to train the most, because that's the day discipline is born." That moment changed everything for him. He realized success isn't built on the days you feel strong. It's built on the days you feel weak but move anyway. Because discipline doesn't need your feelings. It needs your decision. Discipline is doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. And let's be real, there will be days when your motivation disappears, when the fire fades, and when life feels heavy. But discipline doesn't ask how you feel, it reminds you who you are. It's the voice that says, "I started this for a reason, and I'm not stopping now." It's what separates those who wish from those who win. Too many people wait for motivation to knock on their door. They say, "When I feel ready, I'll start." But that day never comes, because motivation is temporary. It's an emotion. Discipline is eternal. It's a commitment. Motivation gets you going, but discipline keeps you growing. It's the difference between a spark and a flame. The spark gets you excited. The flame keeps you alive. Every habit you want to build begins with discipline. You can't master your time, your craft, or your mind without it. Discipline is the foundation of freedom. It might sound strange, but it's true. The more disciplined you become, the freer you feel. Because when you master your choices, life no longer controls you. You control life. You wake up early not because someone told you to, but because you respect your purpose. You work hard not because you have to, but because you know your destiny deserves it. Discipline is not punishment, it's power. It's the art of aligning your actions with your goals. It's saying no to what's easy so you can say yes to what's meaningful. It's sacrificing short-term comfort for long-term fulfillment. Most people never reach their potential not because they lack ability, but because they lack consistency. They start strong and fade fast. But the disciplined understand that success isn't about intensity. It's about endurance. It's about showing up every day. Even when it's not exciting, you have to understand something. Every great person you admire was once ordinary, but discipline made them extraordinary. Les Brown once said, "You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great." And what keeps you going after you start? Discipline. It's what keeps the dream alive when the applause stops, when the results are slow, when nobody else believes. Discipline is not just about working hard. It's about working with purpose. You can be busy all day and still go nowhere if your actions aren't guided by intention. Discipline gives structure to your energy. It channels your focus so that every move brings you closer to your goal. Without it, dreams remain dreams. With it, they become destiny. And yes, it's not easy. You will fail. You will fall. You will have days when your best doesn't feel good enough. But discipline isn't about never falling. It's about never quitting. It's about getting back up, wiping the dust off, and saying, let's try again. Every time you rise after a fall, discipline grows stronger inside you. It becomes part of your character, part of your DNA. There's a kind of peace that comes with discipline. The peace of knowing you're doing your best even when life doesn't give you its best. The peace of knowing that while others are sleeping, you're building. While others are complaining, you're creating. While others are doubting, you're doing. That peace comes from integrity, the alignment of who you say you are and how you actually live. So, if you want to master your habits, start by mastering your discipline. Train your mind to obey your goals, not your moods. Build a routine so solid that even your emotions can't shake it. Remember, every choice counts. Every workout, every hour of study, every moment of resistance builds the person you're becoming. And one day, you'll look back and realize it wasn't luck, it wasn't talent, it wasn't even motivation. It was discipline. The quiet, consistent, unshakable force that turned your someday into today. Because when you have discipline, you don't just dream of the life you want. You build it one choice at a time, one day at a time, until reality catches up with your vision. That's the bridge between dreaming and doing. That's the bridge between who you are and who you're meant to be. And that bridge, that sacred, unbreakable bridge, is called discipline. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, the kind of 3 a.m. that feels like the bottom of a well. I was lying on the cold, linoleum floor of a radio station office in Miami Beach. I didn't have a key to the front door, so I had to hide under the desk when the cleaning crew came in because I wasn't supposed to be living there. I was homeless. I was hungry, not just hungry for food. Though I was starving, but hungry for a life that seemed a million miles away from that floor. I remember the smell of that floor. Dust, old wax, and desperation. My stomach was twisting in knots, making noises so loud I thought they would echo down the hall and give me away. I lay there in the dark, staring at the underside of a desk, tears streaming into my ears, and the voice in my head. Oh, that voice, it was relentless. It whispered, "Les, you are a fool. You were born in an abandoned building on a floor, and you're going to die on a floor. You are educable, mentally retarded. You have no money. You have no degree. Who do you think you are trying to be, a disc jockey? Go back to sleep, Les. Give up." I felt the weight of the world pressing on my chest. I felt the suffocation of my own history. I was paralyzed by the evidence of my circumstances. The darkness wasn't just in the room. The darkness was in me. I was ready to surrender. I was ready to let the silence swallow me whole. I closed my eyes, ready to accept that I was nothing. But something in me stood up before I did. "Listen to me." I said, "Listen to me. Someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. I don't care how dark it is. I don't care how cold the floor is. I don't care what the bank account says. I don't care what the doctor said, what the lawyer said, or what your ex-spouse said. There is a spirit in you that is greater than anything that is happening to you." You see, most people go through life playing it small. They let the fear of striking out keep them from playing the game. But you are not most people. You are here because there is something in you that refuses to die. That night on the floor, I had to make a decision. A decision is not a hope. A decision is not a wish. A decision is a severance from the past. I decided that I would rather die pursuing my dream than live struggling with my nightmare. I had to build a belief system that was louder than my reality. We live in a world that is constantly trying to program you for mediocrity. They tell you to be realistic. They tell you to know your place. But I am here to tell you that being realistic is the most commonly traveled road to mediocrity. You have greatness within you, but greatness isn't cheap. Greatness requires a toll, and that toll is paid in the currency of belief, not the belief you have when the sun is shining and the checks are clearing. I'm talking about the belief you manufacture in the dark. I'm talking about the belief that you hold on to when you are broken, when you are rejected, when you are exhausted. You have to act like it is impossible to fail. You have to speak to that inner conversation and command it to align with your vision. I used to talk to myself while I washed cars. I used to talk to myself while I cleaned toilets. People thought I was crazy. Let them think you're crazy. The people who change the world are the ones crazy enough to think they can. You have to reprogram your mind. You have to become an alchemist of your own soul. You take the pain, you take the rejection, you take the no, and you turn it into fuel. You have to be hungry. There is a psychological mechanism, a secret that the high achievers know, but they rarely talk about. It is a hidden law of success that governs who rises and who falls. It isn't about talent. I've seen talented people starve. It isn't about education. I've seen feds driving taxicabs. This hidden law is the reason why two people can face the exact same tragedy. And one is destroyed while the other is defined by it. It is a frequency you must tune into, a vibration of expectation that forces the universe to bend to your will. When you discover this law, you stop begging for a seat at the table and you build your own table. I found this law on that floor in Miami. I realized that my belief wasn't just a feeling, it was a tool. It was a hammer to shatter the glass ceiling of my limitations. You have to look at yourself in the mirror and say, no matter how bad it is, or how bad it gets, I'm gonna make it. You have to scream it until you believe it. You must become unreasonable. Reasonable people adapt to the world. Unreasonable people persist in trying to adapt the world to themselves. Therefore, all All progress depends on the unreasonable man. Be unreasonable. You have a special gift. You have something that the world needs. But you are holding it hostage because you are waiting for permission. You are waiting for a sign. You are waiting for the fear to go away. I've got news for you. The fear is never going away. The fear is a sign that you are growing. The fear is the border between who you are and who you are becoming. Cross the border. I want you to think about that thing you want, that dream you've buried under layers of, I can't, and that's too late. Dig it up, dust it off, look at it. Is it worth fighting for? Is it worth being uncomfortable for? Is it worth being laughed at for? Because if you don't build this inner belief, if you don't activate this hidden law, you will take the best part of you to the graveyard. And the graveyard is the richest place on earth, filled with books never written, songs never sung, and businesses never started. Don't add to that wealth. Die empty. Now, I want to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with yourself, because the quality of your life depends on the quality of the questions you ask yourself. When you are alone in the quiet of the night, and the mask comes off, and the world isn't watching, who is the person you are truly afraid you might be? That fear you feel, that nagging suspicion that you are a fraud, that you are fundamentally flawed, that is the first invisible barrier. It is a phantom wall constructed by every no you've ever heard, every rejection you've ever internalized, and every moment you settled for less than you deserved. You see, the enemy isn't the economy. The enemy isn't the job market. The enemy is the conversation you are having with yourself in the sanctuary of your own mind. I know what that conversation sounds like. I know it intimately. It's the voice that speaks up right when you're about to take a risk. It says, stay safe. Don't make a fool of yourself. Remember what happened last time. It masquerades as protection, but it is actually a prison. You walk around with a smile on your face, telling everyone you're fine. Oh, we are masters of the masquerade, aren't we? You tell your friends you're blessed, but inside you are bleeding. You sit in your car in the driveway for 10 minutes before you go inside your house, just to muster the energy to put the mask back on for your family. You are exhausted, not from physical labor, but from the emotional heavy lifting of dragging your past into your future. You are carrying dead weight. You are carrying the opinions of people who aren't even in your life anymore. Why are you letting people who walked away from you still control your destination? These barriers are invisible because they are woven into the fabric of your identity. You have accepted them as just the way I am. And that is a lie from the pit of hell. You were not born with fear. You were not born with doubt. You were born kicking and screaming, demanding to be heard. Somewhere along the line, life hit you. Maybe it was a teacher who said you weren't smart enough. Maybe it was a parent who wasn't there. Maybe it was a spouse who betrayed you. And you took that pain and built a wall around your heart. You said, he will never let anyone hurt me like that again. But in locking the pain out, you locked your potential in. You are safe, yes, but you are suffocating. Think of the flea. If you put a flea in a jar and screw the lid on, that flea will jump and hit the lid over and over again. Bam, bam, it hurts. Eventually, the flea learns to jump just high enough to miss the lid. Then you can take the lid off. The flea will never jump out. The barrier is gone physically, but the barrier remains in the flea's mind. You are the flea. The lid has been off for years. The person who told you no is gone. The bank that turned you down is closed. The situation has changed, but you are still jumping at the same level because you have conditioned yourself to believe that the glass ceiling is still there. You have to unlearn what you have learned. You have to realize that your comfort zone is a danger zone. It is a beautiful place, but nothing grows there. These invisible barriers thrive on your comfort. They thrive on your silence. They thrive on you staying small to make others feel big. You have people in your life right now, I call them energy vampires, who are invested in your limitation. They love the you that is broken because it makes them feel superior. When you start to rise, when you start to build that inner belief, They will get uncomfortable. They will say, you've changed. You look them in the eye and say, yes, I have. I am no longer available for mediocrity. You must understand that your mind is like a garden. If you don't plant flowers, if you don't plant hope, if you don't plant ambition, weeds will grow automatically. You don't have to water weeds. You don't have to nurture doubt. It grows in the neglect. The invisible barrier is the weed of self-neglect. You have neglected your greatness. You have neglected your vision. You have been feeding your history and starving your destiny. I want you to feel the weight of this. Really feel it. The tragedy of life is not death. The tragedy of life is what we let die inside of us while we live. There is a book inside you that the world needs to read. There is a business inside you that could employ hundreds. There is a song inside you that could heal the brokenhearted. But it is trapped behind this wall of, I'm not enough. Who told you that? Who authorized that belief? You are a child of the Most High. You have greatness within you, but you are acting like a peasant in your own kingdom. It is time to shatter the glass. It is time to disrupt the pattern. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to lose friends. You have to be willing to be misunderstood, because the path to your destiny is paved with the shards of the barriers you must break. You have to stand in the wreckage of your old life to build the new one. And this brings us closer to that hidden law I told you about. Because once you stop fighting the external world and start dismantling the internal barriers, you trigger a shift in the universe itself. You begin to operate on a different wavelength. But to get there, you must first survive the demolition of your ego. Are you ready to let the old you die so the new you can be born? Stop crying. Wipe your face. Stand up straight. I don't want to hear another word about what happened to you 10 years ago. It's over. The past is a place of reference, not a place of residence. You are living in a museum of your own failures, and you are the only one buying a ticket to the tour. Stop it. You say you want to be successful. You say you want financial freedom. You say you want to make a difference. You are a liar. Your mouth is writing checks that your habits cannot cash. You say you want to be a millionaire, but you have a minimum wage work ethic. You say you want to lose weight, but you keep buying the donuts. You say you want a better relationship, but you keep harboring the same toxic attitude. You don't get what you want in this life. You get what you are. Look at your calendar. Look at your bank account. Look at your relationships. They are a direct reflection of your standards. You have accepted mediocrity. You have made peace with being average. You complain about your job, but you are the one who clocks in every day and does just enough not to get fired. You complain about your lack of money, but you are the one spending money. You don't have to impress people you don't even like. You are the problem. It's not the economy. It's not the president. It's not the color of your skin. It's not your parents. It is you. And that is the best news you could ever hear. Because if it's you, then you have the power to change it. If it were the economy, you'd be helpless. If it were the weather, you'd be a victim. But because it is your mindset, your discipline, and your lack of hunger, you can fix this right now, but you have to stop making excuses. Les, I'm too old. Colonel Sanders didn't franchise KFC until he was 62. Les, I don't have the education. I was labeled educable, mentally retarded. Les, I don't have the money. Money is just an idea. If you have the idea, the money will come. Stop telling me what you lack and start showing me what you have. You are sitting on a gold mine and begging for pennies. You are wasting time. Time is the one asset you can never get back. You are binge watching TV shows about other people living their dreams while your dream is dying on the vine. You are scrolling through social media, jealous of everybody else's highlight reel while your real life is falling apart. Wake up. You have to be willing to do what is hard. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, your life will be easy. It is hard to discipline yourself. It is hard to say no to your friends. It is hard to wake up early. It is hard to read the books. It is hard to invest in yourself. But it is harder to be broke. It is harder to be miserable. It is harder to look back at your life with regret. Choose your hard Nobody is coming to save you. There is no white knight. There is no lottery ticket. There is only you and the work. You have to take full responsibility for your life. Own your mess. Own your mistakes. Own your laziness. Because the moment you own it, you can disown it. You can say, that was me yesterday, but that is not me today. Get out of your own way. You are blocking your own blessing. You are standing in the doorway of your own breakthrough, holding the door shut. Move. You have to have the kind of belief that makes you look at a wall and see a door. You have to have the kind of hunger where you don't need an alarm clock because your passion wakes you up. Are you hungry? I said, are you hungry? Because if you aren't hungry, you will starve. The world eats the weak. The world ignores the passive. You have to demand your destiny. You have to snatch your success from the jaws of defeat. You have to fight for it. This is your life. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is the main event. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to go back to being a victim? Are you going to go back to your little pity party? Or are you going to stand up and fight? Are you going to prove them wrong? Are you going to prove yourself wrong? The clock is ticking. The game is on. And you are losing because you aren't playing. Get in the game. Now, take a deep breath. Let the fire settle. I need you to step out of your emotions for a moment and step into your understanding. Passion will get you started and hunger will keep you going, but it is wisdom that will keep you on the throne. You felt the pain of where you are, and you felt the sting of the truth about your excuses. Now, let's look at the blueprint. Let's look at the architecture of a soul that cannot be defeated. To build inner belief that stands against the storms of life, you must anchor yourself in three immutable truths. The first truth is the principle of internal authority. Look at the history of the human spirit. Consider Viktor Frankl, a man who survived the horrors of the concentration camps. He observed that while the guards could take away his clothes, his food, and his dignity, there was one thing they could not touch: his ability to choose his own response to his circumstances. He called this the last of the human freedoms. This is the foundation of inner belief. You must realize that your internal world is a sovereign state. Nothing can enter it without your permission. If you believe you are a victim, you have signed the warrant for your own imprisonment. But if you decide that your mind is off limits to the opinions of others, you become untouchable. Are you going to continue to let strangers and critics act as the governor of your soul? The second truth builds upon the first, the law of selective focus. The human brain is a magnificent machine, but it is a servant, not a master. It has a filter called the reticular activating system. Its job is to find exactly what you tell it to look for. If you focus on why it won't work, your brain will find 1,000 reasons to support your failure. It will find the articles, the statistics, and the people to prove you right. But when you shift that focus, when you decide, the filter changes. Suddenly, you start seeing opportunities where you used to see obstacles. You see doors where there were once only walls. It's like a radio. You can't hear the music of the high frequency if you are tuned into the static of the low. What frequency have you been tuning your mind to every morning when you wake up? The third and final truth is the necessity of self-validation. We have been socialized to look outward for applause. We want the likes. We want the good job. We want the pat on the back. But if you live for their compliments, you will die by their criticism. Real inner belief is a solitary act. It is what you say to yourself when there is no one else in the room. Look at the great inventors, the pioneers like the Wright brothers or Thomas Edison. They didn't have a cheering section. People called them fools. They were ridiculed in the newspapers. They had to be their own advocates. They had to build a fire in a vacuum. You must become your own greatest fan. You must develop a relationship with yourself where your word to yourself is law. If you tell yourself you're going to get up at 5 and you don't do it, you are lying to the most important person in your life. You are eroding your own foundation. How can you expect the world to believe in you when you don't even believe your own promises? These three principles, internal authority, selective focus, And self-validation, create a tripod of power. If one is missing, you will wobble. If two are missing, you will fall. But when all three are present, you become a force of nature. You move with a quiet confidence that unnerves people. They will call it arrogance, but it is actually alignment. You are no longer at war with yourself. You are no longer seeking permission to exist. Think about the giants of history. They weren't born with a special gene for courage. They simply decided to stop negotiating with their fears. They decided that their vision was more real than their environment. They understood that belief is not a feeling you wait for. It is a muscle you build through the repetition of defiance, defiance of the odds, defiance of the critics, and defiance of your own lower self. If you were to strip away everything you currently own, your title, your money, your home, who would be left standing? Is that person strong enough to build it all back from scratch? It's late, and it's just you and me now. We can put the bravado away. We can stop shouting at the world and look at the truth in the mirror. I want to talk to you about the thing that keeps you awake. When the lights are out and the house is quiet, it's not the fear of failure that's truly holding you back. No, it's deeper than that. It's more sinister. It's the fear of your own light. It's the fear of what might be required of you if you actually stepped into your greatness. I've been there. I know what it's like to stay in a small, cramped life because it's familiar, even though it's painful. We sabotage ourselves because, on some level, we feel like we don't deserve the harvest. We feel like if we finally succeed, the world will find out we were just a kid from an abandoned building who didn't belong at the table. I remember sitting in my car years ago, looking at a building where I was supposed to give a speech. I had the talent. I had the message, but I couldn't get out of the car. I sat there shaking. I started thinking of all the reasons I should leave. I told myself I was tired. I told myself the audience wouldn't like me. But the truth was, I was terrified of being powerful. If I went in there and moved those people, I would have to live up to that new identity every single day. I wouldn't be able to hide in my excuses anymore. Success brings a responsibility that your ego is afraid to carry. So you trip yourself up. You miss the deadline. You pick a fight with the person who is trying to help you. You stay in the bed when you know you should be moving. It's a subconscious suicide of the soul. We have this hidden law of self-protection that acts like a thermostat. Whenever your life starts getting too hot, too successful, too happy, too vibrant, your internal thermostat kicks in and cools things down to a temperature you feel you deserve. You start looking for what's wrong. You start waiting for the other shoe to drop. You are so used to the struggle that you feel uncomfortable in the peace. You have been in the dark for so long that the sun hurts your eyes. I want to ask you, why are you so afraid of being happy? Why are you so invested in your own suffering? You've become an expert at managing your misery, but you are a novice at managing your joy. I've had to fight this demon every stage of my journey. Even when I was selling out arenas, there was a part of me whispering, how long can you keep this up? Less. When are they going to realize you're just a guy from Liberty City? That is the imposter syndrome. It is the shadow that follows greatness. You have to learn to walk with your shadow without letting it lead the way. You have to realize that those feelings of inadequacy are not facts. They are just echoes of a child who was told he wasn't enough. But you aren't that child anymore. You are the architect now. The most dangerous part of self-sabotage is that it feels like common sense. It feels like being careful. It feels like waiting for the right time. But there is no right time. There is only now, and now is slipping through your fingers like sand. You are waiting for a version of yourself to show up that doesn't have any fear. That person doesn't exist. The heroes you admire were terrified. They just did it anyway. They understood that the internal battle is won not by killing the fear, but by outgrowing it. You have to make your dream so big that your fear looks small in comparison. I want you to sit with your shadow for a moment. Ask it, what are you trying to protect me from? Usually, it's trying to protect you from rejection. But isn't staying where you are a form of self-rejection? Are you rejecting your own potential every day you refuse to try? You are trying to avoid the pain of a no from the world, but you are living with a no from yourself. And that is a much heavier burden to carry. You can heal from the world's rejection. You can't heal from your own. This internal war is the only one that matters. The battles outside, the money, the critics, the competition, those are just skirmishes. The real war is fought in the 6 inches between your ears. It's fought in the moments when you are tired and you have to decide if you're going to keep your word to yourself. It's fought when you're tempted to settle for good enough. When you know you're capable of legendary, you have to be willing to lose the you that you are comfortable with to become the you that you were destined to be. It's a painful birth. It's a messy process. But on the other side of that sabotage, on the other side of that fear, is a version of you that you haven't even met yet. A version that is waiting for you to stop apologizing for your existence. If you finally stopped holding yourself back, who would you become by this time next year? This is it. This is the moment. You have been standing on the edge of the cliff long enough. You have been staring at the water, calculating the depth, measuring the wind, and waiting for the perfect temperature, but there is no perfect time. There's only this time. There is only right now. The moment of decision is not a mental exercise. It is a spiritual eruption. It is when you say, enough is enough. It is when the pain of staying the same finally outweighs the fear of change. It is when you stop being a spectator in your own life and you get on the field and you play like your soul is on the line. Because it is. I want you to feel the electricity running through your veins. I want you to feel the heat of your own potential. You have been a caterpillar for too long. It's time to break the cocoon. It's time to stretch those wings. It's going to be tight. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be a struggle. But the struggle is what gives you the strength to fly. If it were easy, everybody would do it. If it were easy, it wouldn't be worth it. You have to reach the point of no return. You have to burn the boats. You have to destroy the bridge behind you so that the only way to go is forward. There is no plan B. Plan B is a distraction from plan A. You have to go all in. Look at me. You have to commit. Not a 50% commitment. Not a I'll try it out commitment. I'm talking about a until it is done commitment. A leave it all on the floor commitment. A die trying commitment. When you reach that frequency, the world gets out of your way. When you decide that you are going to win, the universe begins to conspire in your favor. Doors you didn't even know existed will start to fly open. People you haven't met will start to call your name. Opportunities will start to gravitate toward your energy because you have become a magnet for greatness. You have to move. Movement creates momentum. Momentum creates mastery. Mastery creates miracles. Stop thinking and start doing. Stop planning and start performing. Stop talking and start walking. You have to outwork your doubt. You have to outrun your fear. You have to outlast your critics. You have to be the first one in and the last one out. You have to be obsessed. You have to be possessed by your vision. You have to be so hungry that you can taste the success before it even arrives. I want you to stand up right now. I want you to feel the power in your feet. This is your moment. This is your time. You are the star of this show. You are the captain of this ship. You are the master of your fate. Do not let another second pass where you are not moving toward your destiny. Do not let another day go by where you are settling for crumbs. When you were born to feast, you have the nod of winners. You have the spirit of champions. You have the heart of a lion. Can you see it? Can you feel it? The finish line is calling your name. The victory is waiting for your arrival. The world is waiting to hear your story. But you have to cross the line. You have to make the jump. You have to take the risk. You have to bet on yourself. Put it all on the line. Go for broke. Reach for the stars. Push through the pain. Grind through the night. Fight through the tears. Because on the other side of this decision is the person you were always meant to be. The hidden law is activated by action. It is fueled by faith. It is sustained by sweat. You are at the threshold. You are at the gate. Will you walk through? Will you claim what is yours? Will you show the world what you are made of? Will you prove that you are more than your history? Will you prove that you are more than your scars? The clock is ticking. The pulse is rising. The power is here. What is your answer? What is your move? What is your life worth to you? If you were to give everything you have to this one moment, what would happen if you finally decided that impossible was just an opinion? Look at how far we've traveled in this short time. We have moved from the cold, linoleum floor of despair, through the invisible barriers of our own making, past the fire of accountability, and into the deep waters of the soul. And now, you stand at the summit. You are standing at the place of ultimate realization. I want you to look out from this height and see the truth for what it really is. Success is not something you pursue. Success is something you attract by the person you become. It is inevitable. It is mathematical. It is a spiritual certainty that when you master the inner kingdom, the outer kingdom must bow. Everything we have discussed, the stories, the metaphors, the struggle, it all leads to this one moment of clarity. Remember that hidden law I promised you at the beginning. Here it is. Your outer world will always be a mirror of your inner belief. Always. There are no exceptions. If you see a wall in your life, it is because there is a wall in your mind. If you see a ceiling on your income, it is because there is a ceiling on your self-worth. But the moment you shatter the internal glass, the external world has no choice but to rearrange itself to match your new reality. You don't have to fight the world anymore. You just have to outshine it. Think back to the flea in the jar. The lid is gone, and you finally realized your legs were made for jumping. Think back to the garden of your mind. You've pulled the weeds of self-sabotage and planted the seeds of destiny. Now, the harvest is coming. It's not a matter of if, it is only a matter of when. When you align your thoughts, your words, and your actions with the greatness within you, you create a gravitational pull that draws resources, people, and miracles toward you. You become an irresistible force. You are no longer trying to convince the world you are worthy. You are simply demonstrating your worthiness through your presence. This is the master solution. You must live in the state of the wish fulfilled. You must walk like a winner before you've won the trophy. You must speak like a leader before you have a following. You must believe you are enough when the world tells you that you are nothing. This isn't fake it until you make it. No, this is faith it until you manifest it. It is the unshakable certainty that what you are seeking is also seeking you. If the vision is in your head, it's because the capacity to achieve it is in your hands. God wouldn't give you a dream without giving you the power to make it a reality. He's not a cruel prankster. He didn't bring you this far to leave you. You are the architect of your own atmosphere. When you walk into a room with this inner belief, people will sense it. They won't know why, but they will want to be around you. They will want to invest in you. They will want to follow you. Because most of the world is starving for a sense of certainty, and when they find someone who has found it within themselves, they are drawn to it like moths to a flame. You are that flame. You are the light that we talked about earlier, the light you were once afraid of. Now, I want you to embrace it. I want you to wear it like a cloak of honor. The struggle on that Miami floor wasn't a punishment, it was a preparation. Your pain was your laboratory. Your setbacks were your schoolroom. Every tear you cried was watering the soil of the person you are becoming right now. You have been refined in the fire, and now you are pure gold. You have the hidden law working for you now because you have decided to stop being a victim of circumstance and start being a creator of destiny. You are no longer jumping at the level of the lid. You are leaping into the stratosphere. So here is the final truth. The one that ties every thread of this journey into a knot that cannot be broken. You were born for this. You were designed for this. You were destined for this. The world is waiting for you to take your place. The seat at the table has your name on it. But you have to be the one to sit down. You have the tools. You have the map. You have the fire. And most importantly, you have the belief. There is nothing left to wait for. There is no one left to ask. The only person who can stop you is the one you see in the mirror. and that person just became your greatest ally. As you leave this moment and walk back into the world, I want you to carry this question in your spirit like a burning coal that never goes out if you truly believed with every fiber of your being that it was impossible for you to fail. What is the very first thing you would do today? That question isn't just a thought, it is a mandate. It is the bridge between the person who arrived here today and the giant that is about to walk out those doors. We have dismantled the lies, we have burned the excuses, and we have excavated the greatness that was buried under the rubble of your past. But inspiration without implementation is a hallucination. You cannot just feel this, you must become this. You cannot just hear my voice, you must find your own. The atmosphere has been set, the internal law has been activated, and now the universe is waiting to see if you actually mean it. I am challenging you right now to a 24-hour fast, not from food, but from the poison of negativity. For the next 24 hours, I want you to enter a state of total mental sovereignty. From this very second, you are to allow no disparaging word about yourself to cross your lips. You are to allow no thought of can't or it's too hard to take root in your mind. If a negative thought knocks on the door of your consciousness, and it will, you are to meet it at the gate and say, you are not authorized to be here. This territory belongs to my destiny. In these next 24 hours, I want you to act as if you have already arrived. I want you to walk with a different posture. I want you to speak with a different cadence. I want you to look people in the eye with the quiet confidence of someone who knows a secret they don't. This is your 24-hour inner belief immersion. You are going to prove to yourself that you are the master of your internal climate. If you can control your mind for 24 hours, you can control it for a week. If you can control it for a week, you can change your life. If you can change your life, you can change the world. I want you to take one specific action, one bold, uncomfortable, I can't believe I'm doing this action within this window. Call the person you've been afraid to call. Write the first page of that book. Invest the money you've been hoarding out of fear. Sign the papers. Make the declaration. Do the thing that makes your heart race, because that racing heart is the sound of your spirit waking up. You have been playing dead for too long. It's time to live. It's time to show the world what Mother Brown's boy, what Mother Brown's girl is truly capable of. You see, most people will leave here and go right back to their old patterns. They'll get in their cars, turn on the same music, go to the same jobs, and talk to the same negative people. And by tomorrow morning, this fire will be nothing but cold ash. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare betray the greatness I see in you. You have a responsibility to the people who are coming after you. You have a responsibility to the ancestors who suffered so you could have this opportunity. You have a responsibility to the dream that chose you. You are not a mistake. You are not a byproduct of your circumstances. You are an intentional, powerful, and necessary part of the human story. The world is darker than it's ever been, and that means your light is needed more than it's ever been. Don't dim your radiance to make others feel comfortable. Shine until they have to wear sunglasses to look at you. Burn so brightly that you become a bonfire of hope for everyone stuck in the cold. This is your moment of transition. The old you is dead. The new you is rising. And as you step out into the world, remember that the struggle was just the wind beneath your wings. You've got the hunger. You've got the heart. You've got the hidden law. Now, go out there and demand what is yours. Don't ask for it. Don't beg for it. Command it. Because when you decide that you are going to win, when you decide that you are going to build that inner belief until it is a fortress, there is no power on earth or in heaven that can stop you. You have greatness within you. It's necessary that you do this. It's possible that you can do this. And it's you who must do this. Live your dreams. I'll see you at the top, because the bottom is way too crowded. The story that starts the fire, I remember once meeting a man in his late 70s who told me something that has never left me. He said, "Les, if I had learned earlier that life is not about how much you can take, but how much you can give, my story would have been a very different one." He had wealth, he had status, but he had an emptiness that no money could fill. Why? Because he spent his life collecting, but never contributing. And I want to ask you something today. When your time is up and your name is called, what will be the proof that you lived? Will it be the houses you built, the cars you drove, the titles you carried? Or will it be the people whose lives were better because you were here? My friends, the greatest tragedy is not death, it's a life unlived. And the greatest life is the life lived to give. Giving birth's meaning. When I look around this room, I see people with untold stories, hidden talents, dreams they haven't yet dared to speak. And I want you to hear me on this. You are not here by accident. You didn't just happen. You didn't just arrive. You were sent. Sent with a purpose. Sent with something the world needs that only you can give. I've met people who've lived their whole lives thinking they're just another face in the crowd, working, sleeping, paying bills, passing time. But deep down, there's a restlessness inside them, a whisper in their soul saying, there's more to life than this. And there is. That more is found in giving. Because when you live only for yourself, your life becomes small. You can be surrounded by all the material things you ever wanted, but still feel empty. You can achieve your personal goals and still feel unfulfilled. But when you start living for others, something shifts. Suddenly, life takes on color, depth, and meaning. Your days are no longer just about survival. They're about significance. I remember hearing the story of a man who spent years chasing money and status. He thought success was a bigger house, a nicer car, a more impressive title, and he got it all. But one day, while walking home, he saw a little boy sitting on the sidewalk, crying. The boy had lost his mother in the market. The man knelt down, comforted the boy, and helped him find his mother. When she embraced her son, the man saw a joy on her face that touched something deep inside him. He told me later, that day, helping that little boy meant more to me than closing the biggest business deal of my life. Why? Because for the first time, his life wasn't just about what he could get, it was about what he could give. And I want you to know, giving doesn't only mean money. Some of you think, well, I don't have much to give. But my friend, the most powerful gifts are often not in your wallet. They're in your heart, your time, your presence, your encouragement. That smile you give to someone who feels invisible. That phone call you make to check on someone who's struggling. The knowledge you share without expecting anything in return. Sometimes giving is simply showing up for someone when it's inconvenient. Sometimes it's listening when you'd rather talk. Sometimes it's forgiving when you'd rather hold on to anger. And here's the beauty. The moment you start giving, you start living. Your soul comes alive when it's in service to others. You begin to understand why you were put on this earth. And that's when the emptiness starts to fade. That's when the depression begins to lift. That's when the anxiety loosens its grip. Because now, you're not just existing, you're contributing. The Quran reminds us, whoever saves one life, it is as if he has saved all of mankind. Check Quran 5:32. Think about that. You may not be able to change the whole world, but you can change someone's whole world. And that is enough. I believe every soul is born carrying seeds, seeds of kindness, seeds of wisdom, seeds of hope. But seeds are meant to be planted, not stored away. And when you plant those seeds in the lives of others, you begin to see they harvest. Not just in them, but in yourself. Let me tell you something. I've met people who were broke, struggling, facing challenges I couldn't imagine. And yet, they were givers. They would share their food, offer a place to sleep, give you the shirt off their back, and you know what? They had something many rich people don't have, joy, because they understood something powerful. When you give, you are the one who is truly blessed. If you're feeling lost, wondering what your purpose is, start here. Ask yourself, who can I serve today? Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a neighbor, maybe it's a stranger. And then act. Because every act of giving, no matter how small, is a step closer to discovering why you're here. You see, a river that doesn't flow becomes stagnant, and so does a life that doesn't give. But when you let your life flow outward, when you allow your talents, your energy, your compassion to reach others, you become part of something greater than yourself. This is what I know life's deepest meaning is found in giving. You may not remember every gift you've given, but the people you've touched will never forget. And one day, when your journey here is over, the measure of your life will not be how much you had, it will be how much you gave. So I'm asking you, live in such a way that when people think of you, they don't think of what you owned. They think of what you offered. Because the true story of your life is written not in what you keep, but in what you give away. The law of return, I want you to hear this, and I want you to carry it with you for the rest of your life. You cannot outgive life. What you pour out will find its way back to you. Sometimes quickly, sometimes after a long season of waiting, but always in ways far beyond what you imagined. That's the law of return. I've seen it again and again. I've seen people give when they had almost nothing, not because they wanted something back, but because it was the right thing to do. And months later, sometimes years later, opportunities came knocking on their door. Opportunities they could never have bought with money. Favors they could never have earned through position. And blessings they could never have orchestrated themselves. Let me tell you a story. There was a young man I knew struggling to pay his rent. One day, while walking home, he saw a neighbor's car broken down on the side of the road. Now, he could have kept walking. After all, he had his own problems to deal with, but instead, he spent 2 hours helping that man get his car started. A few weeks later, that same neighbor introduced him to a business contact, and that contact offered him a job that changed the trajectory of his life. He told me later, Luz, I didn't help him because I thought I'd get something. I helped him because it was right. But life has a way of circling blessings back to you. And that's what I'm telling you. Every seed you plant will bear fruit in its time. The Quran tells us the example of those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah is like a seed of grain which grows 7 spikes. In each spike is 100 grains, and Allah multiplies for whom He wills. Take Quran 2:61. Do you hear that? Allah multiplies, not adds. Not gives back equally, multiplies. But here's the key: you don't give because you're calculating what will come back. You give because it's who you are. You give because your heart is wired for generosity. You give because you understand that your life is not a closed fist, but an open hand. The problem with giving only to get something in return is that it turns generosity into a transaction. And life doesn't bless transactions the same way it blesses sincerity. When your giving is pure, without strings attached, that's when the blessings multiply in unexpected ways. I've seen people who gave kindness when they themselves were hurting. They forgave when they could have held a grudge. They spoke encouragement into someone else's dream while their own dreams were falling apart. And later, life turned in their favor, not because of luck, but because they had planted seeds of goodness that had matured over time. Some of you right now might feel like, Les, I've been giving for years, and I don't see anything coming back. I hear you. But here's what I know. Seeds don't grow the day you plant them. They need time. They need nurturing. They need patience. And sometimes the harvest doesn't come from the place you planted it. You may help someone in one corner of your life, and the blessing shows up in another. And sometimes the law of return doesn't give you material blessings. It gives you something far more valuable. Peace of mind, relationships that heal, wisdom you didn't have before, a sense of purpose you can't buy in a store. I've learned that when you live with an open hand, life keeps putting something in it. But when you clench your fist, afraid to give, you also close yourself off from receiving. So if you want to see this law in action, start giving without keeping score. Help someone who can't repay you. Share knowledge freely. Be generous with your compliments. Lend your time to a cause that matters. Give not because the world owes you something back, but because you want to leave this world better than you found it. And when you do, I promise, life will meet you on the road. Blessings will follow you. Doors will open. And sometimes the return will come in a form so beautiful, so perfect, that you'll know it could only have come from the one who sees everything you've given, even the things no one else noticed. That's the law of return. You cannot outgive life because the source of all things is infinite. So open your hands, open your heart, and watch what happens when you make generosity a way of living. Not a one-time act. Giving builds you every time you give. Something powerful happens. And it's not just in the life of the person receiving. It's happening in you. You're not just blessing someone else, you're shaping yourself. See, we often think giving is about them. The one in need, the one we help, the one who benefits. And yes, it is about them. But giving is also about who you become in the process. Because generosity stretches your heart, it humbles your ego, and it strengthens your character. When you give, you're telling yourself, I am not limited by fear of loss. I am not defined by what I keep. I am defined by what I contribute. That changes something deep inside you. I remember meeting a businessman years ago, very wealthy, but also deeply respected, not for the size of his bank account, but for the size of his heart. He told me, Les, I used to think my business success came from my strategies, my marketing, my deals. But looking back, every breakthrough I had was connected to a moment when I gave to my team, gave to my community, gave to a cause without calculating the return. Those moments shaped me into the man who could handle the blessings that came. You see, giving develops qualities that nothing else can. It teaches you patience, because sometimes you give without seeing an immediate change. It teaches you empathy, because you step into someone else's shoes and feel their struggle. It teaches you humility, because you realize you're not above anyone. You're simply blessed to be in a position to help. And let's talk about the ego for a moment. The ego wants to keep. The ego says, if I give, but the heart says, if I give, I grow. Every time you silence that selfish voice and choose generosity, you chip away at the part of you that wants to put self above service. That's how character is built. One act of giving at a time. I've seen people with very little material wealth, but a wealth of character, because giving became their way of life. And you know what? Those are the people others trust. Those are the people who are sought after, respected, and remembered. The Prophet Muhammad said, charity does not decrease wealth. Think about that. On the surface, it feels like subtraction. You have something, you give it away, now you have less. But in reality, it's addition. Because with every act of giving, you are adding to who you are, your integrity, your faith, your courage, your compassion. The most successful people I have met, whether in faith, in business, or in life, are not the ones who hoard every blessing. They're the ones who keep giving, because they know something deep, the source, never runs dry. They understand that what they have is not just for them. It's a trust. It's something placed in their care to be shared. And because they keep giving, they keep growing in influence, in wisdom, in joy. If you've ever worked out in a gym, you know that muscles grow by resistance. You lift something heavy, it tears the muscle fibers and they rebuild stronger. Giving works the same way for your heart and soul. Every time you give, even when it's hard, you're strengthening your capacity to love, to serve, to endure. And I'll tell you something else. Giving changes your perspective. When you give, you start to see abundance instead of scarcity. You stop asking, what if I run out? And start asking, what more can I contribute? That mindset shift is powerful. It moves you from fear into faith, from selfishness into service. Sometimes we wait to give until we have enough. But here's the truth. Giving is what makes you enough. Every time you extend yourself for someone else, you're building a person who is stronger than they were yesterday. So if you want to grow in character, in leadership, and spiritual maturity, start giving more intentionally, not just when it's easy, not just when you have extra, but when it costs you something, time, energy, comfort. That's when the growth happens. One day, when the titles fade, when the bank account's close, when the possessions are gone, all that will remain is the person you became. And who you became is shaped by the choices you made to give when you could have kept, to share when you could have stored, to serve when you could have stayed silent. So remember this, every act of generosity is like lifting a weight for your soul. The more you give, the stronger you become. And the stronger you become, the more you can give. That's the cycle that builds not just a better world, but a better you. The courage to give when you have little. It's easy to give when your cup is overflowing. It's easy to share when you have more than enough, when your needs are all met, and your comfort is untouched. But what about when you're running low? What about when you're tired, stretched thin, uncertain about tomorrow? That is where real giving lives. Real giving is when you still pour, even if all you have is a drop. And let me tell you something, that drop might mean more than someone else's ocean, because when you give out of your abundance, it's generosity. But when you give out of your scarcity, it's sacrifice. I've seen people with very little give in ways that made millionaires look poor in spirit. I've seen a widow offer a meal to a hungry neighbor, knowing it meant she'd have to go without that night. I've seen a young man give his last bit of bus fare to help a stranger, and then walk home miles in the rain. These acts don't just help the receiver, they change the giver. They prove that you don't need abundance to give. You need the heart to give. The Quran tells us about this kind of courage in giving. Those who spend in the cause of Allah, in prosperity and adversity. Chai Quran 31:34. That means giving when it's easy and giving when it's hard. That means generosity isn't just a mood or a convenience. It's a way of life. I remember visiting a small village years ago. The people there had almost nothing. Their homes were simple, their food was basic, and every day was a fight to survive. And yet, when I arrived, they welcomed me with plates of food. Food that I later found out was saved for their own families. They gave me what they had, not because they were rich, but because they were rich in heart. That's courage. Courage to say, I trust that if I take care of others, my Lord will take care of me. We live in a world where fear whispers, hold on, save for yourself. You might not have enough, but faith whispers louder, give, and you will never be empty, because the one who gave you what you have can replace it in ways you can't imagine. I've also learned this. The courage to give when you're little often inspires others more than any grand donation ever could. When people see someone with little still giving, it challenges their own excuses. It shakes them awake. It makes them ask, if they can give, what's stopping me? And here's the irony. Sometimes, the moment you give that drop, when you have so little, you unlock blessings that overflow your cup again. Not because you were buying a reward, but because generosity opens doors in unseen ways. I've seen this happen time and again. Someone gives their last bit, and somehow, in some unexpected way, provision comes rushing in. But here's the truth. Even if nothing came back, even if there was no immediate reward, giving when you have little still leaves you richer, because it deepens your faith, it strengthens your courage. It proves to you that your worth is not in what you keep, but in what you release. Some of you listening right now might be in a season where you feel you have nothing to give. Maybe your finances are tight. Maybe your energy is low. Maybe your own heart is broken. But even then, you still have something, a kind word, a prayer, a listening ear, a helping hand. It doesn't have to be big to be beautiful. It doesn't have to be public to be powerful. That smile you give to someone who's hurting could be the light that keeps them going one more day. That small act of service could be the seed that grows into a forest of blessings down the line. So don't wait until your life is perfect to give. Don't wait until your bank account is overflowing or your schedule is clear. Give from where you are with what you have right now. And in doing so, you'll discover something incredible. you were never really running low at all. Because the well inside you is not measured by material things, but by the capacity of your heart. The courage to give when you have little is one of the highest forms of faith, the purest form of love, and the deepest expression of trust. And when you live like that, you'll find that even when your hands are empty, your soul is full. Giving frees you from fear. Fear is a voice we all know too well. It whispers in your ear, if you give, you won't have enough. It paints pictures in your mind of empty wallets, empty cupboards, empty hands. It convinces you that generosity is dangerous, that holding on tight is the only way to survive. But then there's another voice, quieter at first, but stronger when you listen. It's the voice of faith, and faith says, if I give, I will always have what I need. The fear is rooted in scarcity. It believes there's not enough to go around, not enough money, not enough opportunities, not enough love. So fear tells you to clutch what you have, to protect it, to build walls around it. Faith is rooted in abundance. It knows that the source of all provision never runs dry. It knows that what you have came from Allah, and He is able to give you more to replace what you give, to multiply what's left. The Quran says, whatever you spend in the cause of Allah, He will replace it. Quran 34 and 39, That's not a suggestion, that's a promise. When you live in fear, you become a prisoner. You grip your blessings so tightly that you stop the flow. You stop giving, and you stop receiving. Because here's the truth, a closed hand can't give, but it also can't receive. When you live in faith, you open your hands. And open hands not only give, they also receive. That's the paradox. The more you try to hold on, the more you lose. But the more you release, the more life flows back to you. I remember meeting a woman who worked long hours just to keep her family afloat. She didn't have much, but she lived with open hands. Every Friday, she'd cook a little extra food and share it with her neighbors. One day, her company downsized and she lost her job. Fear could have crushed her. But just days later, a neighbor she had fed countless times came to her with a job offer, a better job than she had before. She told me with tears in her eyes, Les, I never gave to get, but I believe the blessings came back when I needed them most. That's the freedom giving brings. You stop living in the constant anxiety of, what if I run out? And start living in the confidence of, we'll always have enough to share. And I'm not just talking about money. Some people hoard their time, their energy, their kindness out of fear. They think, if I give too much, I'll be drained. But the truth is, when you give with sincerity, you're replenished in ways you can't explain. Think of a candle. If a candle lights another candle, does it lose its own flame? No, it doubles the light. Giving works the same way. Fear tells you you'll burn out, but faith shows you that your flame can light 100 more without going out. Sometimes fear is disguised as being practical or being cautious, but underneath it's still fear. And the only way to break fear's hold is to act in the opposite spirit, to give. Every time you give in faith, you weaken fear's grip on your heart. There's a beautiful truth I've learned: giving is not just an act of kindness, it's an act of trust. When you give, you are declaring, I trust that what I have is not my last. I trust that the one who provided for me before will provide for me again. That's powerful. That's liberating. I've seen people with enormous wealth who lived in constant fear, afraid of losing it, afraid of being taken advantage of, afraid to share. And I've seen people with little who lived with complete peace because they knew that what they gave away was never truly gone. They understood that generosity is an investment in both this life and the next. So I want to ask you, what's fear keeping you from giving? Is it holding you back from helping someone in need? Is it stopping you from offering your time, your skills, your attention? Let today be the day you break that chain. Let today be the day you choose faith over fear. Give something, no matter how small, and do it with the belief that you will never be diminished by giving. Because the truth is, fear makes your world smaller, but faith makes it limitless. Fear says, protect what you have. Faith says, share what you have and watch how it grows. And the moment you begin to give with faith, you will feel it, the shift from anxiety to peace, from scarcity to abundance, from holding on to letting go. And you'll wonder why you ever thought keeping everything was the safer choice. Your gift could save a life. We underestimate the power of our actions. We tell ourselves, it's just a smile. It's just a word. It's just a small gesture. It won't matter. But what you think is small might be the very thing that keeps someone from giving up. A word of kindness, a smile, a small act of help. You might forget it tomorrow, but the person receiving it might remember it for the rest of their life. And sometimes your gift is not just about making someone's day better. It could save their life. I remember hearing the story of a man who had decided that life was too heavy for him. He walked through the city, his mind made up that he would end his life that night. On his way, a stranger stopped him, smiled, and said, "Abe, I like your jacket." That was it. Just a simple, genuine compliment. But that small moment of human connection broke the wall of isolation he'd been living behind. He went home, changed his mind, and years later, he found that stranger to tell him, "You'll never know, but you saved my life that day." You see, we often think saving a life has to be dramatic, pulling someone from a burning building, performing CPR in an emergency. And yes, those moments are heroic, but saving a life can also be quiet. It can be as simple as noticing someone who feels invisible. Sometimes giving is not about changing the world. It's about changing someone's world. And to them, that changes everything. I've met people who carry a hurt so deep they've stopped believing anyone cares. And then in a moment, someone gives them their time, their ear, their understanding, and suddenly the weight they've been carrying feels a little lighter. They can breathe again. The Prophet Muhammad said, "Do not belittle any good deed, even meeting your brother with a cheerful face." That means the smallest kindness is never wasted. You might think it's nothing, but in the unseen, it could be everything. I think about the people I've met who told me, "Laz, that conversation we had years ago, it changed my life." And I don't even remember the details, but to them it was a turning point that taught me something. When you give encouragement, hope, or compassion, you're planting seeds in someone's soul. You may never see those seeds grow, but they can bloom in ways you'd never imagine. Your gift doesn't have to be money. It could be your presence. In a world full of distraction, truly being present with someone is rare and it's priceless. It could be your belief in someone's potential when they've stopped believing in themselves. It could be sharing a skill that opens a door for them. And here's the thing, the person you help might never tell you what it meant. You might never know the full impact of your gift. That's okay. Give anyway, because we are not here to collect credit. We are here to leave light behind us. Sometimes the smallest acts ripple the farthest. The meal you bring to a neighbor in hardship might give them the strength to face another day. The listening ear you offer a friend might give them clarity that changes the course of their life. The words you speak over a child, words of affirmation, encouragement, and love could shape who they become for decades to come. One of the greatest tragedies is when we withhold kindness because we think it's too small to matter. But here's the truth. There is no such thing as too small when it comes to giving, because to the right person at the right moment, your small gift is the biggest thing in the world. So I want to challenge you. Don't dismiss your ability to make a difference. Don't think, "I'm not wealthy enough," or "I'm not important enough." The most powerful gifts often come from those who simply chose to care. And maybe, just maybe, the gift you give today, that smile, that word, that gesture, will be the reason someone wakes up tomorrow with hope in their heart. You may never know their name. You may never see the outcome. But in the unseen, you will have touched eternity. So the next time you have the chance to show kindness, take it. The next time you can give something, your attention, your encouragement, your help, give it freely. Because you don't know whose life you might be saving with that one simple act. Giving is the greatest form of leadership. Real leaders are not the ones who stand the tallest. They are the ones who bow the lowest to serve. Leadership is not about how many people serve you. It's about how many people you serve. The greatest leaders in history didn't rise to power by demanding attention, but by giving their time, their wisdom, their compassion, and their resources to lift others higher. The Prophet Muhammad, the most influential leader in human history, lived this truth every single day. He said, the best of people are those that bring most benefit to the rest of mankind. That is leadership. That is giving. His life was not about titles, wealth, or personal comfort. It was about service, feeding the hungry, caring for the orphan, comforting the brokenhearted, and guiding people with mercy and wisdom. And that's the secret, the greatest form of leadership is giving. When you give, you're not just helping someone. You're setting a standard, shaping a culture, and inspiring others to do the same. People don't follow those who only speak well. They follow those who live well. Look at any true leader in faith, in business, in community. And you'll find that they are givers. They give vision to those who can't see a way forward. They give courage to those who are afraid. They give hope to those who feel hopeless. They give opportunities to those who've been overlooked. That's what makes them leaders. Not a position, but a posture. Giving is contagious. When a leader gives, the people they lead start to give as well. It creates a ripple effect that transforms families, teams, communities, and even nations. A single act of generosity from a leader can unlock the potential of thousands. True leadership is not measured by how much you accumulate, but by how much you contribute. You can have power, money, and influence, but if you're not using them to benefit others, you're not leading, you're just occupying a position. History remembers leaders not for what they took, but for what they gave. Think about it, the figures we admire most are those who sacrificed comfort for a cause, who risked their own security to protect others, who gave time and energy to lift people out of despair. Leadership without giving is hollow. It's noise without music. And here's the thing, giving as a leader doesn't always mean grand gestures. Sometimes it's as simple as listening to someone who's been ignored, acknowledging their worth, and helping them see their own potential. Sometimes it's mentoring someone, guiding them through challenges, and investing in their growth. Those acts may not make headlines, but they make history in people's hearts. The beauty of giving as a leader is that it multiplies. When you pour into others, they pour into others, and the cycle continues. You might never know the full reach of your influence, how far your gift travels. But rest assured, it travels farther than you think. Giving also builds trust. People naturally follow leaders they trust, and trust is built when they know you have their best interest at heart. When they see that your leadership is not about self-promotion, but about service, they will walk with you, even through the hardest times. But here's an important truth. Giving as a leader requires courage. Because sometimes you'll give without being appreciated. Sometimes you'll lift people who later forget you. Sometimes you'll serve and no one will notice. But leadership isn't about recognition. It's about responsibility. You give not because people will thank you, but because it's the right thing to do. The world is desperate for this kind of leadership rooted in service, humility, and generosity. Too often, leadership is mistaken for control or dominance. But real leadership is influence earned through compassion and sacrifice. It's about saying, I will go first. I will give first. I will serve first. So if you want to lead in your home, in your workplace, in your community, start by giving. Give your time, give your wisdom, give your patience, give your encouragement, give opportunities to those who've been waiting for someone to believe in them. Because in the end, leadership is not about being remembered for how high you stood. It's about being remembered for how many you lifted when they were down. That is the legacy of a true leader. And the most powerful leaders will always be the greatest givers. Your legacy is built by what you give when you leave this world You will not take your wealth, your possessions, or your titles with you. All that will remain are the traces of your giving. Long after your voice is silent and your footsteps fade, the seeds you planted through generosity will continue to grow in the hearts of people you may never even meet. The truth is, people may forget your name, but they will never forget how you made them feel, the comfort you gave them in hardship, the help you extended when they were struggling, the light you shone into their darkness. Those moments of giving become your real legacy. In the Quran, Allah reminds us that every act of goodness, no matter how small, is recorded, preserved, and rewarded. A smile, a kind word, a meal given to someone hungry, even guiding someone to what is right, all of it becomes part of the story you leave behind. This story is not written in books, but in the hearts and prayers of those you've touched. Your giving outlives you in ways you cannot imagine. When you help educate a child, the knowledge they share in the future is part of your legacy. When you comfort someone in pain, the strength they gain to help others will also trace back to you. When you give to build a masjid, every prayer said within those walls adds to your scale of good deeds, even long after you've returned to Allah. This is why giving is more powerful than keeping. The things you hold on to will eventually decay, be lost, or be passed on without your control. But the things you give, they become timeless. They ripple through generations, often in ways you never see. Imagine someone giving water to a thirsty traveler hundreds of years ago. That traveler lived because of that act. He went on to build a family, teach his children, and contribute to society. That one moment of generosity multiplied into countless lives and deeds. This is the unseen multiplication of giving, what in Islam we call sadaqah jariyah, a continuous charity. A stream of blessings that flows even when you are gone. We often think a legacy is about fame, recognition, or achievements that people can point to. But the most impactful legacies are often invisible to the world. They are written in secret prayers, in lives changed quietly, in kindnesses that were never spoken about publicly. Allah sees them all. The Prophet Muhammad taught us that when a person dies, all their deeds end except three: ongoing charity, beneficial knowledge, and a righteous child who prays for them. Notice how all three are forms of giving. Your real continuation in this world is through what you gave. And here's the beautiful part. Giving does not require you to be rich or powerful. It requires you to be willing. Even the smallest act, if done sincerely, can become a cornerstone of your legacy. A coin given in secret, a moment spent listening to someone who feels invisible, a smile to a stranger. These may seem small, but they are the kind of moments people carry with them for a lifetime. Every day you are writing your legacy. Every decision to give instead of keep, to serve instead of ignore, to uplift instead of judge, all of it is shaping the story people will tell about you when you are gone. And more importantly, it's shaping the story that will be presented to Allah on the day of judgment. One day the world will move on without you. The only thing that will keep speaking on your behalf will be the good you left behind. That's why the wisest people focus less on building monuments for themselves and more on building lives for others. A monument can crumble. A life touched by kindness will never fade. So think today what will outlive you, who will pray for you when you are gone, whose life will be better because you were in it. Start giving in ways that will echo for generations. Start planting seeds that will bloom long after you have returned to your Creator. Because in the end, your true legacy is not in what you had, it's in what you gave. And when you stand before Allah, those gifts will be the treasures that matter most. Giving makes life beautiful. A life without giving is like a world without color, dull, empty, and lifeless. It may be full of possessions, but it will always feel hollow. But when you live to give, every day becomes a fresh canvas, and every act of kindness becomes a brushstroke that adds depth, warmth, and beauty to the picture of your life. Giving is what turns ordinary days into extraordinary ones. It transforms a simple morning into a blessing for someone in need. It turns an encounter with a stranger into a moment they never forget. It makes your life more than just a sequence of days. It makes it a meaningful story. Allah In his infinite wisdom, designed giving not only to help others, but to enrich the giver. Every time
Can't turn it on low, don't be on the remote. You can't turn it on low, don't be remote. You want me to say that she's there now? No fear me, yeah, fear me. That's always said it's a cat to tell you the truth, you know. No, really.
Yeah.
No,
But she got more close from upside back.
yes, that's true.
So that's the thing.
No one there to fix me. Where he said that smell like that burn? Yeah, throw on the box. Eh? I'll put it outside now. I make this I get more grease under what? Eh? No man. No man like can shake up. But I give shaky to him. Wherever I go, then should I go? Alright then, come. See ya. Come. You know, if you use nothing, then just throw it down low. No problem. Danger. You know, so yeah, is one of the problems. Don't it? Yeah, mommy, all right. Because I was talking to you guys, and yeah, mommy, they out there are job bunky. It's a who competition of who can snow the best. I can bet the one over the corner are you. Oh, me never the corner. Oh, you know says me over the corner. We probably dancing at my house, fans. Don't me start fight here with the boy.
Friends said the one over the corner are you. Lord Jesus. You know, that piece of France have some camera. You can see that video.
No man, friends are going bad.
That's no, yes, no.
Them say him know something with the corner and say you there near to his spot the door there. Last night I stayed the whole entire night. I snored on everybody. Me and mommy affairs sit here say, no man. Happy no man me I hear. No man. No man. Eh? France, your backside. Eh, your mom said she love her body. Mommy say she want a body. So we share trouble you.
Huh?
But your friend say don't want a soul.
The friends I say?
They want him sexy body.
And it's a nice sexy body, guns and in the base. We're just old, tired, old one.
Bless you. Okay. Friends, I don't know me do my pen.
The friends say?
I tell friends, we can't find my pen for my register. For so long, one would upon like the longest, but I can't find my put there.
Okay.
Friends, I'm soon lost myself too. Don't worry yourself about that, friends. I'm too old tired. I'm just you have Jamaican blood in you. Too damn feisty. But I'm so lost myself. Come on you too. Come on you too.
The friends say, no, you know, when you're there and two of us and the time is so peaceful.
That's true, man.
Just right as sleep.
Understand this. Mommy must say, him understand because like here what the kids are very stressful. Him say at least we're getting paid for it, so we have to just go and take it. Paid, friends. To be honest with you, the grace of God. Because I gotta keep more time. I heard the song that you guys were playing. It was a very beautiful song. How can I not pick up that voice? No rest that song no one go use your faith to sing it because you say you know the song or you can't pick up that voice. You want to pick it up? You mommy?
Yeah?
Chancelo's song we were playing earlier.
Which one that? Texanchen?
No, I'm not a chill at the back I'm and more film girl that. You can't test me Tesanchin. You know how Tesanchin birthday, her husband birthday, her penny birthday, how much foul, how much foul that Tessan yard, France know everything. Ah, my God. I know what you doing, how it all started out. You gotta get up and try and try and try. You gotta get up and try and try and try. Oh my God. You gotta get up and try and try and try. Guys, I'm just going to go and listen to look at something before. Because my son, when he come home, oh, hey. Grandma, this should have been the best time. Whoa. So it's not the best time now for you to tell him same topic dead. And then put in a
We
prank.
wake up to the potential of a new opportunity. But what separates those who succeed from those who don't isn't luck, talent, or circumstances. It's the power of belief. The belief that you can. The belief that you will. And most importantly, the belief that you must. I can. Those two words carry more weight than most realize, Heck, and is to acknowledge the limitless potential within yourself. Is to step into the arena with the confidence that no matter the challenge, you hold the power to overcome it. Doubts will try to creep in. Obstacles will stand in your way. But if you truly believe you can, you've already won half the battle. I can is the foundation of everything that follows. It's the spark that ignites the fire of ambition. Then comes the conviction, I will. This isn't just a statement of intent. It's a commitment. To say I will is to turn that spark into action, to take every ounce of willpower and direct it toward your goal. It's about waking up every day with a purpose, moving forward with determination, even when the road gets tough. I will is where dreams begin to manifest, where actions align with desires. It's the unwavering drive to keep going no matter the setbacks. And then there's the final piece, I must. The word must doesn't leave room for hesitation. It's a declaration of necessity, a promise to yourself that nothing will stand in your way. It's that inner force that refuses to accept failure as an option.
But my friends say I watch. I'm not, on TV.
I must is the fuel that propels you past any doubt, any fear, any obstacle. It's the reminder that your success isn't optional. It's inevitable. So when life challenges you,
I love those. Can I see? Friends been annoying because
you carry the power to shape your destiny.
Things on time changes now.
Dreams into reality.
Here, I tell you guys, check out Chucky's. Check out TNT, Chuck Time, a good girl.
Limitless potential and the power within you to overcome any challenge. Confidence over doubt. Emphasizing that confidence in your ability to succeed is crucial, even when doubts and obstacles arise. Commitment to action, I will signify a strong commitment to turning intentions into actions, keeping focused on your goals despite setbacks.
Mommy, friends outside, friends are doing, friends say you also think you're figure. So let's talk about it outside.
The power of conviction. I must is the driving force behind relentless action, highlighting the necessity of reaching your goals without compromise. Refusal to accept failure. I must reinforces the never accepting.
I right at the yard, mommy, I stay and watch my live stream. Right at the yard.
Inner force
you know when you miss be here.
The speech underscores the importance of having an inner force that keeps you moving forward, even when times are hard. Taking control of your destiny, ultimately, the speech conveys the message that success is within your control if you believe, commit, and act with necessity. The phrase "one can" is more than just a simple affirmation. It's the foundational belief that unlocks your potential. It signifies a deep recognition that within you there is an inherent strength and capability to face the challenges that lie ahead. The world may try to convince you of your limitations, but I can serve as a reminder that you possess the power to transcend those limitations. It isn't about being perfect or having everything figured out. It's about acknowledging that you have the capacity to learn, grow, and adapt. When you say "I can," you are embracing the fact that every setback, every failure, and every obstacle is part of the journey to success. Many people face their first real challenge and instantly question their ability. The fear of failure can paralyze them, but I can is the antidote to that fear. It shifts your mindset from one of doubt, hesitation, to one of action and possibility. It's about trusting that, even in the face of uncertainty, you can make progress. It's essential to understand that "I can" doesn't mean that success will be handed to you. It's not an instant solution, nor does it guarantee an easy path. Rather, it signifies and allows you to keep moving forward no matter how tough things get. "I can" allows you to acknowledge your strengths, yes, but also to embrace your weaknesses as areas for growth. The road to success isn't always smooth, and it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that only the naturally gifted or fortunate can achieve greatness. But by affirming "I can," you remind yourself that potential is not reserved for a select few. It is available to anyone willing to put in the work. Saying "I can" also means you're open to the idea of learning. There's no room for growth if you're not willing to stretch your boundaries and step outside your comfort zone. The phrase is an invitation to challenge yourself, to push beyond what you thought was possible. It gives you the courage to try new things, to explore unfamiliar territories, and to embrace change. And in that process, you begin to realize that you are more capable than you originally thought. Moreover, "I can" is an empowering declaration. It reminds you that you have control over your actions and responses. The world may throw unexpected challenges your way, but your ability to face them depends entirely on your mindset. By declaring that you can, you take ownership of your future and make it clear that you will not wait for permission from anyone else to succeed. It is an assertion of your autonomy, a declaration that your dreams as aspirations are within reach if you are willing to claim them. In a world that often tells us what we can't do, ICAN is a radical, bold statement that defies those limitations. It's about embracing possibilities, shifting from a passive existence to one filled with proactive intent. By declaring I can, you open yourself to opportunities and growth, and you refuse to be confined by the fears and doubts that hold so many people back. It's the first step in a journey that could lead to extraordinary achievements, no matter where you start. Confidence is the cornerstone of success, and it starts with one simple but profound belief: I can. However, there will always be moments when doubt creeps in, testing that confidence and threatening to undo the progress you've made. When you face those challenges, it's not about ignoring the doubt, but rather about refusing to let it dictate your actions. The statement I can serves as an anchor, a constant reminder that despite any external or internal uncertainties, your abilities are real and your potential is vast. It's about facing your fears and insecurities head on, trusting that you are capable of pushing through them. We live in a world where doubt is often louder than confidence. It's easy to look at someone who has achieved great things and assume that they must have been born with extraordinary talent or luck. But the truth is, behind every success story is a person who at some point doubted themselves. What sets them apart is not their lack of fear or uncertainty, but their ability to move forward despite it. ICAN is a declaration to not let those doubts control you, but to rise above them and take action anyway. Doubt has a way of planting seeds of hesitation in our minds. It can convince us that we're not good enough, that we don't have what it takes, or that the road ahead is too difficult to navigate. But when you believe in your ability to succeed, when you trust that you can achieve your goals, you no longer see doubt as a barrier. Instead, you view it as a challenge to confront and overcome. The confidence to push forward in the face of uncertainty doesn't come from the absence of fear, but from a firm belief in your capacity to succeed, regardless of how difficult the journey may seem. One of the most powerful aspects of I Can is that it helps you detach from the need for immediate results. In a world where we often expect quick fixes or instant gratification, building real confidence means understanding that success is a process. I Can is about taking that first step, even when the entire path isn't clear. It's trusting that as long as you keep moving, learning, and adapting, you'll find your way. Confidence grows when you focus on progress, not perfection. The more you act on the belief that you can, the more you build a track record of success, no matter how small the victories might seem at the time. It's important to remember that confidence is a skill, not an innate trait. It is developed through practice and consistency. Every time you challenge yourself, step outside your comfort zone, or take action in the face of uncertainty, you strengthen your confidence. With each victory, your belief in your abilities grows stronger. And even when you fail, that too is part of building confidence. Failure isn't a reflection of your worth or capability. It's simply a stepping stone toward growth and improvement. It's in those moments that you learn the most about your own resilience. And with each lesson, your confidence deepens. The key to overcoming doubt and building lasting confidence lies in trusting the process and committing to growth. It's about understanding that you are capable of achieving more than you think, and that the path to success is paved with small, consistent actions. ICAN is not just an affirmation. It's a mindset that transforms challenges into opportunities, setbacks into lessons, and doubts into motivations. The more you embody that mindset, the stronger and more unshakable your confidence becomes, empowering you to tackle any obstacle that stands in your way. When you commit to something, you are essentially making a promise to yourself. It's more than just a plan or a goal. It's a declaration that you are all in, fully invested, and willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen. I will is the powerful phrase that transforms intention into action. Without commitment, dreams remain stagnant, and goals are often abandoned when the going gets tough. It's easy to get excited about a new idea, but true growth and achievement come from the sustained effort that only commitment can provide. The commitment embedded in the words I will is what sets apart those who merely wish for success and those who actually achieve it.
Yes.
Make sure you lock that thing tight tonight. Make sure you keep your children inside.
Okay, Miss Ange. Okay.
when they say river sometime and I read like that. Oh, I'm trying to think of the right walk there. Here, I was here. Oh, yeah.
Yes, have a look, Mr. Mitchell. I was just calling to let you know that the children inside safe and sound, sir. Yes, and everything is secure.
Yes, all somebody
Yes, sir.
friends that say,
You're most welcome, sir. Most certainly. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you.
African animal.
Wishing for something may give you temporary hope, but a commitment to your goal means you are willing to do the hard work day in and day out. When you say I will, you're not just expressing desire, you're declaring your intent to put in the necessary effort and face challenges head on. This is where the real difference lies. Commitment turns aspirations into results. It's the driving force behind every successful person, every breakthrough, and every accomplishment. But commitment isn't always easy. It's not about the initial excitement or motivation you feel when you set a goal. True commitment is built on discipline and consistency, even when enthusiasm wanes or obstacles arise. There will be days when you feel exhausted, discouraged, or tempted to give up, but it's the power of I will that keeps you going through those tough times. It's the eternal promise that you made to yourself that pushes you to show up, even when you don't feel like it. The commitment to your goals demands more than just wishful thinking. It requires grit, determination, and perseverance. I will also creates a sense of accountability. By making that commitment, you are acknowledging that you are responsible for your own success. It's easy to blame circumstances or external factors when things don't go as planned, but commitment forces you to take ownership of your journey. It's a reminder that no matter what happens, the power to succeed or fail is in your hands. That sense of personal responsibility is what allows you to keep moving forward, even when the path is unclear or difficult. Moreover, commitment isn't a one-time decision. It's a daily choice. It's a conscious act of committing yourself to your goals every single day. When you say I will, you are making an ongoing decision to prioritize your dreams over distractions, comfort over complacency, and effort over ease. This constant reaffirmation of your intent is what builds momentum and brings you closer to your destination. Every small action, every decision, and every moment you choose to stay committed propels you forward. In addition, commitment also requires adaptability. Life is unpredictable, and goals may need to be adjusted along the way. When you commit to something, it doesn't mean you're locked into a rigid path that you can never stray from. It means that you are committed to achieving your goal, and you're willing to adjust your approach as needed. Flexibility within commitment is essential, because it allows you to navigate obstacles without losing sight of the bigger picture. The commitment to success doesn't require perfection, it requires persistence, adaptability, and the willingness to keep pushing forward. At the core of our lies the belief that you are capable of turning your intentions into reality. It's the powerful drive that propels you forward, no matter the challenges or obstacles you may face. By committing fully to your goals, you embrace the journey with all its ups and downs, knowing that each step brings you closer to where you want to be. The phrase "one will" is about more than just the act of deciding. It embodies the strength of determination and the unwavering focus required to see something through to completion.
Peace out, making it easier for you, for all that you feel with peace. That's no waste no time. So you can do it online. Just click on Peace Out Jamaica.com. Text 7683741. That's the WhatsApp line. Order and
Enjoy Pizza Hut just got easy with Pizza Hut Click and Collect. Now you can order Pizza Hut online at pizzahutjamaica.com or through WhatsApp at 876-837-4488. Pizza Hut, now that's delivery.
When you say I will, you're not only committing to do a goal, but you're also forging a deep connection to your purpose, driving you to persevere regardless of the circumstances. This sense of determination is critical in a world where distractions, difficulties are constant, and where the initial excitement of starting something often fades away. It's easy to be motivated at the beginning, but determination embodied in I will is what sustains you when the novelty wears off, when challenges become harder, and when setbacks threaten to derail your progress. Determination is the force that transforms intention into achievement. It's the unwavering belief that no matter how difficult the journey becomes, you will not quit. There will be moments when the path ahead seems unclear, when your efforts don't seem to yield the results you hope for, when fatigue sets in, making you question whether it's worth continuing. It's in these moments that determination shines the brightest. The resolve to say, I will despite adversity, becomes the difference between those who succeed and those who falter. It's in choosing to press forward, even when every part of you wants to give up, that growth happens. The most successful people aren't necessarily the ones who face fewer difficulties. They're the ones who continue pressing on, regardless of how hard it gets. Determination is also about the ability to stay focused. It's one thing to say I will at the start of a journey, but it's another to maintain that commitment over time, especially when distractions and temptations try to pull you away. The commitment to your goals requires the discipline to avoid the things that derail progress, whether those are negative influences, procrastination, or the allure of easier paths. I will is a declaration to stay on track, to keep moving forward no matter what pulls at your attention. This laser-like focus is what allows you to push through the inevitable rough patches that will come along the way. Another aspect of determination is the ability to keep going when things don't unfold as planned. It's natural to encounter setbacks, delays, and mistakes along the journey, and the temptation is always there to throw in the towel and walk away. But determination is what allows you to see those setbacks not as failures, but as learning opportunities. When you're determined, you understand that every mistake, every setback is merely a stepping stone that brings you closer to your goal. I will is the mindset that says, I will learn from this, I will adapt, and I will keep moving forward. Moreover, determination often requires sacrifice. You might have to give up certain comforts, make difficult decisions, or put in extra effort that others may not be willing to invest. However, those sacrifices are a small price to pay when you're determined to achieve something greater. Determination isn't about taking the easy road or seeking instant gratification. It's about understanding that the rewards are often delayed, but the journey itself is worth it. The sacrifices you make today will lead to the accomplishments you desire tomorrow. In essence, I will is about more than just a passive desire to succeed. It's an active force that propels you toward your goal. Determination is what makes it possible to keep going, to continue taking action even when results are slow, when motivation wanes, and when the road gets tough. It's the backbone of every success story, and it's the driving force that keeps you aligned with your vision, pushing forward with purpose and resolve, no matter the hurdles in your path. Determination is not just about getting through difficult times, it's about staying true to your mission and persevering, no matter how challenging the journey may become. The phrase "one must" carries with it a sense of urgency, necessity, and an unshakable belief in the importance of your goals. It's not just a statement of intent, it's a declaration that your mission is non-negotiable. When you say "I must," you are affirming that success is not optional, it's a requirement. This is where commitment turns into absolute necessity. "I must" doesn't leave room for doubt or procrastination. It's a reminder that your purpose is so vital that you cannot afford to ignore it or put it off. It's a mindset that shifts the way you approach challenges, pushing you to give your all. Because failure is simply not an option. To say "I must" is to align yourself fully with your purpose and vision, regardless of external circumstances. Life has a way of throwing distractions, setbacks, and obstacles your way. It's easy to get sidetracked or lose focus when the journey gets difficult, or when the demands of daily life pull you in different directions. But when you declare "I must," you create a powerful sense of clarity and direction. It forces you to prioritize what's truly important and eliminate the things that are standing in your way. It's a reminder that your dreams, your goals, and your purpose are far too important to leave to chance. It drives you to take ownership of your success and actively pursue it without hesitation. "I must" also represents a deep sense of responsibility, not just to yourself, but to the people and causes that depend on your success. When you say "I must," you acknowledge that there are larger stakes at play. Your goals are not just personal desires, they are the fulfillment of a greater purpose. This higher level of responsibility can propel you through even the most challenging times. When things get tough and you feel like giving up, the thought of others who rely on you and the impact your success could have on the world can keep you moving forward. "I must" shifts your perspective from a self-centered desire for success to a more expansive, mission-driven pursuit. The necessity implied in "I must" also helps to eliminate excuses. It's to come up with reasons why something can't be done, why you're not ready, or why the timing isn't right. But when you recognize that you must achieve something, those excuses become less powerful. "I must" forces you to look beyond the obstacles and find solutions. It removes
Friday, the man called somebody, the man who send me install and put in the battery to
something. You become more resourceful, more creative, and more resilient in finding ways to make it happen. Furthermore, "I must" pushes you to take decisive action. It's not about overthinking or getting stuck in analysis paralysis. It's about recognizing the importance of the task at hand and taking the steps necessary to move forward. The phrase "one must" gives you the courage to take action, even when you don't have all the answers or feel unprepared. It reminds you that progress doesn't come from waiting for the perfect moment, but from doing the work consistently, no matter how imperfect it may seem at times. The intensity behind I must also fuels a deeper level of motivation. When you recognize that your goal is essential and non-negotiable, your drive to succeed becomes more powerful. It moves you beyond casual effort or temporary motivation into a space of true dedication. You start to view challenges as opportunities to prove your commitment, and every step you take brings you closer to fulfilling your mission. In this way, I must becomes a catalyst for pushing beyond what you thought was possible, helping you achieve more than you ever imagined. I must is the foundation of resilience, the refusal to accept failure as the final answer. It's a powerful declaration that failure is not a reflection of your worth or a stopping point, but merely a temporary setback. When you say I must, you create an unbreakable commitment to keep going, no matter how many times you fall. Failure can be disheartening, and it's natural to want to avoid it. But true growth comes from understanding that failure is part of the journey. It's the acknowledgement that each stumble, each mistake is an opportunity to learn, adapt, and try again. When you declare I must, you are mentally conditioning yourself to see failure as a necessary component of success. It's the mindset that helps you get back on your feet, no matter how hard the fall. Resilience isn't about never failing, it's about how quickly you get back up and keep going. The moment you say I must, you erase the possibility of letting failure determine your outcome. You understand that every great achievement must be preceded by setbacks, and you choose to keep moving forward regardless of how many times you're knocked down. Failure has a way of convincing you that you're not good enough. That maybe the goal you're striving for is too big, too far out of reach. But with I must, you remind yourself that failure doesn't define you. You don't quit because something didn't go as planned. Instead, you dig deeper. You learn from the experience, adjust your strategy, and come back even stronger. I must is the internal resolve that says this is not the end. This is just one more step towards success. And I won't let failure be the final word in my journey. Resilience requires persistence, and persistence comes from knowing that your goals are too important to let go. When you say I must, you are committing to your success, no matter how long it takes or how many hurdles you must clear. You accept that the road may be long and difficult, but your drive to succeed remains constant. It's about rejecting the idea that if things don't work out right away, they never will. With I must, you hold firm to the belief that there's always a way forward, and failure is just a part of finding it. In addition to persistence, resilience requires adaptability. When you encounter failure, the tendency is often to keep pushing the same way, hoping for different results. However, I must also implies that when necessary, it means learning from your mistakes, rethinking your approach, and finding a new path when the old one no longer works. The drive to continue doesn't mean mindlessly following the same failed course. It's the ability to pivot, to change, and to innovate in the face of adversity. With I must, you embrace not only the persistence to keep going, but also the flexibility to adapt and grow. Moreover, when you face failure, I must becomes your source of strength to maintain a positive mindset. It's easy to become discouraged, to let negative thoughts cloud your vision when things don't go as planned. But with I must, you are reminding yourself that every step is part of a larger process, that setbacks are temporary, and that your success is inevitable if you continue to push forward. Resilience doesn't mean you're immune to disappointment or frustration, but it does mean you have the mental fortitude to move past those feelings and continue toward your goal. The power of I must is the promise you make to yourself to never let failure be your final story. It's the strength to stand tall, shake off the dust, and keep moving toward the success that awaits you on the other side. Resilience.
For now, I aim to get it fixed back. Just do it myself, yeah. It can't be self, it can't be different.
So what is it? So you want you check on your hero. You want to fix it, the laptop, you want to fix the phone. Or your man is so much back each other. You work hard for this, you know?
Yeah, man. Once we start work, back to work early, you know, what kind of is it?
And you go for this one already? Alright, AJ. God go with you. Mama, yeah, TV. You watch something on? You don't watch enough? One of your friends are here.
Private sector be able to go. Must have been too hard to get it to really come first, really helpful, and to enter the book and learn and yeah. But boy, but not evidence of course. I'm gone. I mean, I want to just say that I will that tear the roots, mommy. That's genuine milk, that you know. I got milk powder, you know.
That's how we're gonna sit down. We're gonna sit down, guys. We want something. What's up with them? You know them friends? Oh, you know them? Oh, them very nice people.
If you want to go in your culture, you can't have a 6 wife, you know.
Yeah. Grandma, he say him have a Maasai friend. So the person can jump like wow. Him say him have feet. And the friend just jump up feet. So them say Master, you can jump, man.
So you go to the eldest wife and you can get 5 more younger. France, hear me? France, hear me what I say?
Him say my ear, man, so I laugh, I laugh. Him say he has stress and problem. Him say he want to come kill him off in their young days.
Eh?
So I want to kill him off in their young days.
No, maybe give some front end you stuff to drink. That's why I'm going to because I'm going to prime them up.
Grandma,
Eh?
friends say, when talk so much that make the poor woman gone. She was listening to a Les Brown and sat with Les Brown and gone chatting on sit them. The poor woman traumatized. Put me on repeat, playing you everywhere I go, playing you everywhere I go. I gotta put this song on the replay. Listen to you all day, yeah. You can stop in the morning, I can't see no more. Turn on, very low. Right there. Put me on repeat, play you everywhere I go, play you everywhere I go, play you everywhere I go. Friends, I'll close off, you know. So what time now? Because remember, say I have to go live 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock for the segments fans. I'm gonna get the phone or something charge 2:49. So what time? We'll put on thing there. Right there, so 2:48, so 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 4, 55, 56. By 2, 6, 7. By 3 o'clock, France, me have a lock off and then the phone get some charge. Yeah, Francie? Thank you very much for your wonderful time that you always bring here on me. Yeah, man. No, man, there's something I have Janina volume on it. I want to look at Janina volume on it. And it's like I most like Janina language, and they must do like drink the milk and stuff. Them eat things with nutrients. Some fried dumpling and stuff with them.
You're here. Your son is here.
My baby is here.
Yeah.
Hey, my baby.
Is the sports today? The kickball.
Come to you. You say, Grandma, good evening? Yes, so we face we have makeup. You think about say you want to come out to tablet? Then why you and to come feel it? Then why you have your son so? What is it? Why?
Because we said if you not go to the trip, then if you go to school.
Tomorrow is not a trip, it's Friday is a trip. It's not tomorrow, tomorrow is...
Wednesday, tomorrow.
Is tomorrow a trip?
Yes.
Alright, let me check it on the Google. But I ask somebody. If a trip I keep, we can't stay here because I now go to school when the teacher don't do the school. And last time I hunted down and look for you and can't find it. So if teacher not at school tomorrow, I'm not sending. I tell God thanks because we carry home from school safe and so give God the honor and the praises, okay? I tell him come home in the evening. Thank you, Father God, for carrying me back safe and sound in Jesus' name. Okay? So you can stay. Deshaun, you know say some people right now, some competing right now in this world were hungry. I know for it's a great self-pay problem. You come from school, I know for you're too miserable because you're paying. Put it something into the machine. You know, so some people see this, when that school teacher, that's when you go to school tomorrow, I say, I'm going to send it to school tomorrow, don't pay me. Go and put something in the machine. Too miserable, I mind the parents want to come play a game. Alright, let me keep this one. Excuse me. Let me sit here. You told me, my grandma, they say, it was not even when Dreamer come, and this Dreamer come in like it's much. As they come here, yeah, irritate my spirit.
Every
They are close off with friends, because I go back live 1 hour from now. I give myself. How you want me to do something for the TV for you?
I'll find the family.
Turn it on one in the room or something. Turn it on. May I take him up? Your friends, I'm gonna see when you could have gone on that thing. Until I said, I'm time to sleep.
No, that's your second one.
Talent.
Most important talent, sleeping.
So, friends, 3 o'clock, I am out. And come off my vote. Set up my questions them for later for you to go up on the next channel. I try to give the 2 channel them as much watch time as possible.
Then you get one-on-one experience.
Hmm?
Find out how to sing it.
No, no, friend. I don't know much about
I'm
her.
great Beyonce fan, eh?
Mommy, I get them the answer now.
Yeah.
Oh, me no, Beyonce, I check it out. Me see them, tell grandma say ears clean like a pen whistle, you know. Even I used to use and torment them for the whole of the week, you know.
Like how him know don't give the answer.
No, it might come on something, grandma. I like him alone upon them, body here.
We know what we say. You know, always the individual answer.
Mm-hmm. Turn down the game. I say me here. When I come, me soon give one jam when I come off of it. Something. Excuse. I see me here thing there. Me here.
Pumpkin and like wild. So the people that them have chicken and then you go through that. And that you can picture the show what I'm doing. And they put me up to the day, they put up me to the day. And now I'm to eat. Remember they never kill a goat, and that's what I know. If you kill a goat, you're not. Don't make a go and kill a goat. And then carry things that sell them out to the animal. Kill the brother. These are I don't know what I call it. It's a food, like we have said, food cover. What I call it, candy. Then put them food stuff in there. Carrot, pumpkin, onion. Rice in there, Ronnie. And one man rice. I thought I didn't have many rice. encourage the woman to stay home and take the money go with her aunt.
Ooh.
Sometimes you see the man, big man, when it's young, when it's young. When it's the woman. Like you did it. Jesus, salafia kaptua, sachoga, kuna komsa. Você não vai ainda ter.
Why are you defending her? Why are you defending her? I'm kind of new to this book. Oh, I just had early crazy. Let's make a little something. Yes, give me a card. 16 seconds.